Hello everyone, welcome to WebDev Warrior. In this tutorial, you will learn how to create stunning high-performance website using Next.js, TypeScript, Tailwind CSS, and animation techniques. Whether you are a beginner or looking to push your skills, this video will guide you through the entire process, from setting up your project to deploying your site. By the end, you will have built 4 modern websites and be well on your way to landing your dream job in web development. The first website that you are going to build is this agency website. The second website that you are going to build is a burger selling website with beautiful design and animation. The third project is a job finding website where we have implemented authentication also. Here you can see we have all jobs page, job detail page, and beautiful sign up page and authentication system. The fourth website is a web hosting website. So here you can see this website also includes beautiful animation, advanced section, and premium design. So without any delay, let's start building this amazing project. We're going to build this beautiful agency website using Next.js, TypeScript, and Tailwind CSS. Let me show you the full demo of this website. So if I refresh here, you can see a beautiful animation. Here we have our logo, then we have some nav links with hover effect, and we have two buttons, one for login and one for sign up. If I hover, you can see this button have a beautiful hover effect. Then here we have some text and some description and two buttons with the same beautiful hover effect. Then we have the feature section, and you can see a beautiful scroll animation here. And also we have some hover effect in this card. If I scroll, you can see more card will be appear in the screen with beautifully scroll animation. Then we have this support section with scroll animation. Then we have the pricing section with beautiful price card. So you can see the price card is looking very premium. Then we have this support team section and then this company section. And finally, we have our footer. We have footer link with hover effect. And this project is fully mobile responsive. Let me show you the responsiveness in mobile view. So if I select iPhone 12 Pro and if I refresh, you can see the animation is also working properly. So if I scroll, you can see the animation is working. And you can see all the sections are fit perfectly in mobile view. So this is the price card in mobile view. So this is the footer. So you can see in mobile it's look perfect. Let me show you the responsive navbar here. So this is the hamburger menu. If I click here, you can see this beautifully navbar with animation. So this is very beautiful. And if I select another device like Samsung Galaxy, you can see the all the content is fit perfectly here. So for other screen size, you can see it's look perfect. So in this video, I'm going to explain every step of how to create a Next.js project, how to structure them, and how to deploy them in Vercel. The starter file of this project is included in the description. And if you have any question related to this project, you can comment. and we are going to give you the proper solution for your problem. And don't forget to like, share and subscribe our channel for more web development project. Now let's start our project. Now we are going to set up our project. So I'm going to create a folder and I'm going to name it agency website. Then I'm going to open the folder with Visual Studio Code and go to the terminal section and open a new terminal. Then head over to your browser and search for Next.js and go to the installation page. Then copy this npx script and then paste the npm script here and add a dot slash so that all the packages and all the files are downloaded or installed in this folder. Then enter. Then it will ask you some questions. So it's asked, would you like to use TypeScript? And yes, we are going to use TypeScript for this project, and we are going to set up ESLint, and we need tailwind CSS. No, we do not need source directory. And yes, we are going to use app router, and we are not going to customize the default import alias. And that's it. It's going to install all the packages that needed for this project. So the installation is complete. So this is our Next.js 14 project setup. So here we have a main app directory and this page.tsx is our root page. So if you go to the localhost 3000, then this page will appear. Now I'm going to clear this all and use the shortcut RFCE to create a boilerplate. And here I'm going to name it home page. And I'm going to give it some tailwind properties like text 9 excel and text color will be red 900 to check if the tailwind is working properly. Then I'm going to start the project using npm run dev. And in global CSS we do not need this code and I'm going to remove it and save the file. So now go to the browser and open the localhost 3000. So as you can see, our tailwind is working properly. So this is the layout piece. This is kind of wrapper for all our component. For example, if we add a navbar here and a footer here, then all the pages of our project will have a navbar and a footer attached to them. So this is kind of wrapper for our project. It is the main layout. So we are going to work on this file later. Now I'm going to create a images folder in the public directory. And here I'm going to copy some images. The starter file of this project is given in the description where you can find all the images included. Now I'm going to delete this. So this is our images. We're going to use these images in our project. So now we're going to add font in our project. So Next.js 14 has Google font integrated with it. So here you can see it's inter font which is imported from Google Fonts. So for this project I'm going to use Poppins font. So here I'm going to search Poppins. So this is the Poppins font, and I'm going to change the constant name here with Poppins, and here also the Poppins. We need to pass some parameter here. The first parameter is font weight. So here I am going to use 400, 500, 600, 700 and 800, and we have to pass another parameter which is subsets, and the subsets will be Latin. Then here we have to change this enter and add our Poppins. So now this is our Poppins font. So if I inspect and over here, you can see it's the Poppin font. So the font is working. Now this is the metadata of our project. So here the title is create next tab and the description is given. So we are going to change this. For the title, we are going to use agency build your dream. You can add your description. This is for the SEO purpose. So now if we check, you can see here it's agency build your dream. So this is our metadata. Then we need some icons for our project. For the icons, I'm going to use hero icons. So I'm going to the website of hero icons, then the GitHub page. So this is the GitHub page of hero icon. Here I'm going to copy this npm script, and then I'm going to split the terminal, and in the right hand side I'm going to paste the npm script. So it will install the hero icon in our project. Now it's completed, and in the app directory I'm going to create another folder called components, and in the components folder I'm going to create a file called home.tsx. So this will be the main home page component. In this home component, we're going to add all the component related to the home page. And then I'm going to add this home component in our main page component. So I'm going to use the RAFC, and then I'm going to add it in our main page component. So home. So this is our home component. So this is our project setup. Now we are going to start our Navbar. So we do not need this style anymore. So I'm going to cut it. So this is our home. Now I'm going to create a folder in our component folder, and I'm going to name it navigation. In navigation folder, I'm going to create a file called nav.tsx, and we are going to use our shortcut to create our boilerplate. Then I'm going to create another file which is for the mobile Navbar. So I'm going to name it mobile nav.tsx. So this is the mobile Navbar, and then I'm going to create another file called responsive nav.txt. So in responsive navbar, I'm going to place our nav and then mobile nav. In React 14, all the components are server component. So this is the server component and this is the server component. All the component are server component. The server component are very useful because in this component, all the pages in server component are processed in the server. That's why they are very fast. So one thing that is you need to keep in mind that in the server component, we cannot use effect or use state because use effect and use state are for client component. For example, if I now let me add this responsive nav in our page first. So no, we are not going to add it here. We are going to add the responsive nav bar in our layout folder. So in the layout, before the children, we are going to add our responsive nav. So here our nav and mobile nav and home. So let me show you one thing. So in responsive nav file, if I use a console log responsive nav. So if I run this file, you can see it's logged in the terminal. So if I go to the browser and open the console, you can see there is nothing printed here. So there is no console log. If I refresh, there is no console log here. So the log is coming from the terminal. Now in the responsive nav, we are going to use effect and use state. So what should we do? Now let me show you. If I use state like const nav set nav is equal to use state, you will see it's giving us a error. So this is the error, which is saying you are importing a component that needs use state. It only works in a client component. That means our component is a server component. So to make a component client component, we just need to add this use client in top of the file. Now it's going to work. Now if I go to the console, we remove the console log. If I again use the console log here, console log responsive nav, you can see there is no console in the terminal. So if I go to the browser, you can see now it's in the browser section. So in the browser console, we are getting our console log. So that is the server component and client component. So we are going to make this component a client component because we are going to use state to manage our show and hide nav there. So now if you understand this, we are going to proceed in our Navbar design. So in the Navbar section, we are going to give this a class name of height 12vh for viewport height, background will be white, shadow will be md, then we have another div with class name, width will be 85%, flex, item center, justify between max will be auto, and height will be 12 ph. So this is our Navbar. Let me show you the deployed project. So this is our Navbar. We have a logo here, then we have our nav link, then we have two buttons. So we are going to use the flex box, and then we are going to use the justify between, so that they are placed between. Now here I'm going to use the h1, then I'm going to use a span inside the h1 span. In the span we have w, and then we have so this is our logo. We are going to style this a little more. For the h1 we'll have a class name of text 16 pixel. For the medium and higher resolution screen, we are going to use text 25 pixel. Font will be bold. Text slate 800. We are going to use a dot here, and for the span we'll have a class name of text 27 pixel. For the medium and larger screen, the text will be 40 pixel, and the color will be text red 600. So this is our logo. Now we are going to build these nav links. So for this, after the h1, I'm going to create a UL, and the UL have a class name of hidden, and then in the large screen it will become flex. The item will be center, and the space x will be 10, and inside the UL we have a list item. The list item have a class name text 17 pixel, cursor pointer text red 500, and inside this li we have Next.js link component. So we are going to import link from next link, and then here will be home, and we have to pass our href with just the home page. So if I check here, so this is our home, then I am going to copy this, and this one will be about. Here in the hover, the text color will be red 500. We are going to use a transition and the duration will be 200. So this is our second link. Now I am going to copy it 3 more times. 1, 2, 3. And the third one will be services. Then we have customer. And then we have block. So these are nav links. Next we have these two buttons. One for login and one for sign up. Now let's build this. For this, after the UL, we are going to declare another div. This div has a class name of flex item center SpaceX will be 2, and in the medium and large screen the SpaceX will be 5. So inside this div we are going to use our two button. One is for sign in button and another is login button. So for that I am going to create another folder in our component which will be button. Then I am going to create a file which is button blue.tsx. So I'm going to create the boilerplate, and then I have another button which is button rate.tsx. So I'm going to create the boilerplate for this also. This is the button rate. So first we're going to create the blue button. So here we are going to delete this and we are going to return a button component. So button, then this button have a class name of rounded so we are going to use rounded md. Then we have px4 py1 font size will be 15 pixel, and in medium and large screen px will be 8 and py will be 2.5. Overflow will be hidden. We're going to declare the group then bg red. No, this is the blue button, so bg blue 500. Then we're going to make it a relative positioning. In the hover, the background will have a gradient bg gradient to r. You can see the property here, the background image linear gradient to right. So here in hover from blue 500 over to blue 400. then the text will be white. Over there will be ring 2. In hover, ring offset will be 2. In hover, the ring color will be ring blue 400. And the transition will be all is out, duration 300. And inside the button we have a span, and this span have a class name of absolute. From right 0 w8 h32 minus empty 12 means minus empty 12, transition all, duration 1000, transform translate x12, in the group over translate negative, translate x will be 40. Then we have background white, opacity 10, rotate 12, and is. Then we have another span, class name relative. And now here we are going to pass the text for the button. So I am going to create an interface for the prop types. So interface props, and we are going to pass a text which will be the type of string. Then I'm going to add this in our component. So now here we'll receive our text. Now I'm going to the navigation and nav. Then here it will be button blue, and the text will be login. So let me check. Something is not working well. Let me check the code. So rounded md px4 ui1 text. So the problem is we have to pass the ring, not right. So ring 2. Now if I check, now it's working properly. So these are login button. Now we're going to design our red button. So again I'm going to create a prop types interface props text string. Then we are going to pass the props interface here, and we are going to import the text. Here we are going to use the button, and the button have a class name of rounded md px4 py1 text 15 pixel. In the medium and large screen, the pxl 8 and py will be 2.5. Overflow will be hidden. Group then bg background will be bg red 500. Then relative positioning in the hover will be bg gradient to r. Hover actually it have the same design, just the background color will be changed. So here in the place of blue it will be red. So this is our red button. So now in the navbar we are going to use the button red, and the text will be sign up. So if we check, this is our login and sign up button. If I hover, you can see the beautiful hover effect. So this is our navbar. Next we are going to build our mobile navigation. So now if we inspect, and you can see after the large screen the nav links are hidden. So now we need to work on the mobile nav. So in the navbar we have another component we need to use, which is our hamburger menu. So I am going to use bars 3 bottom right icon from hero icon, and I'm going to give a class name of w 1.5 ram. In the large screen will be hidden, and height will be 1.5 ram. Text color will be text slate 900, and cursor will be pointer. So if we check, so this is hidden, but when you can see in the smaller screen the hamburger menu is showing, and in larger screen it's hidden. So this is our navbar. Now we have to work on the mobile navbar. Now go to the mobile nav section. Here we are going to give this class name of transform. We're going to use a transition all, duration 200, it will be fixed position, top 0, left 0, z index will be 200, height will be 100 of viewport height, right will be 0, then the bottom will 0, and background color will be hash 6D096B. Now I'm going to save this. As you can see, this is our mobile app now. Next we have an icon, which is the cross icon. So X mark icon, we are going to use this icon, and the class name will be width to RAM, height to RAM. The position will be absolute, top to RAM. Text color will be white. Z index will be 202, higher than the previous one, and right also 2. So this is our icon. By clicking this, we are going to close the navbar. Next, I am going to copy the UL. So I am going to copy this portion from our nav component, and I am going to paste it in our mobile nav. Then I am going to import this link from next link. Now here we are going to change some of the style. So we are going to remove this, and this will be a relative positioning. Then set index will be 201. The space in y direction will be 10. And there will be flex, but not in the row direction. It will be flex column direction. The item will be center, justify center, and height will be 100%. And for the link, I'm going to select all of them and change the font size to 25 pixel. So let's check. So this is our map, but there is something wrong. So first, the text will be white, and I'm going to remove this. So in hover, the color will be changed to yellow, not red. So yellow 300. So this is our neighbor. There is something wrong. So remove this. So the space extend, we do not need this space extend. Now it's looking good. So for home, the color will be selected. So for home component, so for the home, text color will be yellow 300. For the now it's looking good. Now we have to implement the functionality to close the navbar and open the navbar. So for this, I am going to the responsive nav section, and here I am going to create a use state with show nav and set show nav, and use state initially it will be false, then a function which will show the navbar, show navbar, show nav handler. Here we are going to set show nav to true, and another function to close the nav. So const close nav handler, and this function will make set show nav to false. And now we have to pass some props in our navbar and mobile navbar. For the navbar, we have to pass the open nav, and we are going to pass the show nav handler function. And for the mobile nav, we are going to pass the nav, which is show nav, and then the close nav, which will be the close nav handler function. Now in open nav, we have to receive these props in the nav and mobile nav, and we have to use the type for the props. So first in the navbar, I'm going to use the interface, then props, and here we are going to receive a function which is open nav, and the type will be a function which return nothing, so void. Then we're going to add our interface props here, and going to import the open nav function. And when we click the hamburger menu, we are going to open the nav. So on click open nav. Now in the mobile navbar, we are going to define an interface props, and here we are going to receive two props. One is nav, which is type of boolean, true or false. Then we have a function which is close nav, and this is again return void. Now we have to pass this here props, and we are going to import nav and close nav. So when we click the X icon, we are going to close the nav. So on click and close nav. Now we are going to give this mobile nav a certain type of style based on the nav condition. So for this, here I'm going to create a constant nav open style. So if the nav is true, means the nav is showing, then we are going to give it a translate x0. Otherwise it will have a translate x minus 100%. That means out of the screen, so it will not show. Now to use this design, we are going to make this a template literal, and then I'm going to insert this nav open style. So let's check. So if I click here, you can see it's opening and closing, but the animation is too fast. Give this the duration of 500. Now let's check. So if I click here, it's opening. If I click here, it's closing, opening and closing. So it's looking beautiful, and there is a certain animation going on. So it's slightly coming and then slightly goes out of the screen. So this is our responsive navigation bar. So for iPhone, for every screen device, it's working perfectly. So our Navbar is completed. Now we are going to build the hero section. So this is our hero section where we have an image, some text, description, and two buttons. Now let's start our hero section. So first, go to the component folder, and here I'm going to create another folder called hero, and then inside the hero folder I'm going to create a file called hero.tss, and I'm going to use the shortcut to create the component, and then I'm going to add the hero section in our home component. So here I'm going to add our hero section. So this is our hero section. So here is the hero. Now we are going to design the hero section. So for that, the first div will have a class name of height 70 VH. For large screen, the height will be 88 VH. For medium screen, the height will be 80 VH. And in smaller devices, the height will be 75 VH. Then this div will be flex and items will be center and justified, and the flex will be in column direction, so flex call. Also the justify will be center, so it's in the center. Then inside this div we have another div, and this div has a class name of grid. Grid calls one for smaller devices. For large screen, the grid will have 5 columns. So grid calls will be 5. The item will be center, width will be 80%, and margin will be auto. Inside this div, we have a div for the text and the description section, and another div for the images. So in the text section we have, so we are going to give this a call span of 2. So the 5 column will be divided into 2 to 3 percentage. So that means this first div will have a call span 2, and the second div will have a call span of 3. So inside this div we have a h1, and here we are going to use a text. You can use any text here. Now I am going to give a class name. Class name of text 27 pixel. In the medium devices, text will be 35 pixel. Text will be 35 pixel. In the large screen, text will be 40 pixel. Margin bottom will be 1 rem. Font will be bold. Text color will be hash 02073E, and we are going to use a leading of 2.4 rem. And in medium, leading will be 4 rem. So if we check, so this is our heading text. So the leading means the distance between this line and this line. Then we have a p tag, and I'm going to use lorem ipsum generator. So this is another extension which called, let me show you. So this is the lorem ipsum extension. So using this extension you can create dummy text in your project. So let's go to the hero section and then style this p tag. So this will be class name. In the medium screen, text will be 17 pixel. So normally for the smaller devices the text will be 15 pixel. Margin bottom will be 2 rem. Text will be black. Opacity 90 and font 400. So this is a description text. Then we have two buttons. So here we have another div with a class name of flex item center spacex 4 in medium and higher screen. The spacex will be 6, and then inside this div we have button blue and button red, and the blue button have a text of get started, and for button red the text will be explore features. Let's check. So here is the two button, get started and explore feature. The only thing that is left is the images. So first I'm going to import the image source. So import hero image from slash is in the public folder and hero.svg. Then inside this div I'm going to use the Next.js image component, and I'm going to import the image from next image. Then the source will be hero image, and the alt tag will be here. This alt tag is useful for the SEO purposes. Now let's check. So the image is very small. That is because we have to give this a class name of call span 3, and this image will be hidden in smaller screen, and in small screen size it will appear in the screen as a block element. So now it's looking good. Let me show you the responsiveness. So this is in mobile view. It's looking good. These are the button. This is the navbar. If I increase the screen size, you can see it's fit perfectly for every screen size. So this is our hero section. Now we are going to build the feature section. So this is the feature section where we have a heading, and then we have this card element of all the features. So let's start our feature section. For this I'm going to the component folder, and here I'm going to create another folder called features, and inside this feature folder I'm going to create a file called features.tsx, and we are going to use our shortcut for creating our component boilerplate, and then I'm going to add this component in our home component, which is our main homepage component. So here I'm going to add our features component. So this is our features. Now we are going to add some padding here. So let's go to the features.tsx folder, and for the first div we have a class name of padding top of 5 gram and padding bottom will be 3 gram. So now you can see there is a padding in the top and padding in the bottom. Then here we are going to create a reusable component for section heading. So we need the section heading in many of our sections. That's why we are going to create a component and reuse it. So that's how we are going to make our project more maintainable. So for this I'm going to create another folder here called section heading.tsx, not tsx, just section heading. And inside this I'm going to create a file called section heading.tsx. Then we are going to create our boilerplate. So these are boilerplate. Now add this in our features section. So here section heading. Now the section heading need two props. One for this heading mini, and this is the heading primary. So we are going to pass this two text in our section heading. So for this, in the section heading we have a heading mini, and we're going to pass here ideal solution for you. And then we have a heading primary, heading primary. And here we are going to pass explore ultimate features. Now we have to receive this props and give this prop a proper types in our section heading component. So for this I'm going to create an interface props, and then we are going to receive heading mini of type string, and then heading primary will be also of type string. Then I am going to pass these props here in our main component. Then I am going to import our heading mini and heading primary. So now I am going to add this here. For this, inside this div, so the div has a class name of text center and padding of 2, and inside this div we have a p with heading mini, and then an h1 with heading primary. So now I'm going to give them a class name of text hash 060b6cad. We are going to give this a sky blue color, and then in the medium and large screen device the text will be 16 pixel, and for smaller device the text will be 15 pixel. In the h1 I have a class name of margin top of 0.5 gram, then font will be bold, text will be 22 pixel. In the medium and large screen the text will be 30 pixel, and the text color will be hash 0204. 73E. So this is our section heading component. Let me check. So this is our section heading. Now we are going to build the card. For this we are going to use the grid system, and we are going to divide this in 3 columns. So let's do this. So in our features, after the section, we have another div of class name, padding top of 5 rem, width will be 80%, margin will be auto. We are going to use the grid system, and then grid calls 1 for smaller devices, and in medium and large screen the grid calls will be 2, and large and higher screen we have grid calls 3. The item will be center, and grid gap will be 1.4 rem. Then we have another div, and inside this div we are going to create another usable component for which is called feature card. So by using this feature card, we can use this anywhere in our project if needed, and our code will be more readable and maintainable. So for this, in the features folder, I'm going to create another component called feature card. Feature card dot tsx. And this is the feature card. Now I'm going to add this feature card component here. The feature card components need some props. One is image and one is title. I'm going to import all the images and icons that needed. For the image, I mean these icons. So I'm going to import all of these icons now. So for this, import icon 1 from /public /icon1.png. Now I'm going to copy it 5 times because we have 5 icons. So this will be 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, and we're going to use the icon 4, icon 2 again. So we do not need to import this. So this is our icons. Now in feature card, we are going to pass in the title this email subscription, and then the image, which is icon1 dot source. If we need to pass the image as a props, then we have to use the dot source property here. Now we have to receive this in our feature card and give them a proper types. So for this, in the feature card, I'm going to use the interface again, interface props, and by the way, you can name it anything you want. So I'm using the props because it is the prop types. So here in the interface, we have an image of type string, and then we have a title of type string. Then here we are going to pass our prop types and import the image and title. Now we are going to build this feature card. So for this, the div have a class name of text center bg gray 100 p4. If you can hover, you can see the property. It means p4 means padding 100. Then we have rounded lg for large round. Then in hover there will be a shadow of lg. We are going to use transition all, duration of 300, cursor will be pointer, and in hover scale will be 105. So let's check. So this is our feature code. You can see a little hover effect here. Then inside this div we have our image. So I'm going to use the next image from Next.js, and I'm going to give this the source we are going to getting as a props. Then after the source we have a all tag. Here I'm going to give this icon, and then we're going to define a width of 70 and height of 70, and a class name of margin auto. So if I check, so these are first icon. Then we have a h1, and here I'm going to give the title, and we have a class name of text 20 pixel, margin top 1.4 RAM, font 500, text hash 02073E. Then we have a description. Here I'm going to use the lorem is some generator, and I'm going to give a class name of margin top on RAM, text color will be black, opacity 90, and text 15 pixel. So this is our description. Then we have a learn more. You can make this a link if you want. So class name empty 1.4 RAM, text will be rate 500, no 500, it's text rate 600, font 500, cursor pointer, in hover text color will be rate 800. So this is our first cut. So we need 5 more. So now we can do is we just need to copy this 5 10 and change the props. So I'm not going to change the title. You can do this, you can add your title, but I'm going to change the icon. So for the second one, the icon will be icon 2, then icon 3, icon 4, icon 5, and I have 5 icons, so I'm going to reuse one of these icons, so I'm going to use the second icon. So now if I check, so you can see there the gap is not working. So let's check this. Well, I am not closing the third bracket. So now it's looking good. So this is our feature card. Let's check if it's responsive or not. So inspect. So I'm reducing the screen size. Now it's become 2 grid columns, then 1. So you can see it's fully responsive and looks beautiful in mobile screen. If I use different types of screen, it's working. The hover is also working. So now our feature section is completed. Now we are going to build this customer support section. So here we have images, and then we have some heading and some description and this list. So let's start building this component. So in the Visual Studio Code, in the component folder, I'm creating another folder called customer support.tsx. So the folder name is not tsx, it's just customer support. And inside this customer support, we are going to create our file, which is customer support.tsx. And here we are going to use our extension to create the boilerplate, and then I'm going to add this in our home component. So in home component, we're going to add our customer support component. So now let's check. So this is our customer support. Now we are going to design this. So in customer support, the first div have a class name of padding top of 5 RAM, padding bottom of 3 RAM, and inside this div we have another div with class name width will be 80%, margin will be auto. We're going to use the grid, and for smaller device the grid cost will be 1, and for large screen the grid call will be 2, and the gap will be 4 RAM and item center. So we are using a grid system, so we are going to divide this in two parts, one for this image and one for the text. So now the first div is for image and the second div is for the text. So the first div have a class name of order1, and in large screen the order will be 2, and in large screen the order will be 1. So what does this mean? So let me show you. So here you can see we have image and then we have the text, but if we inspect and you see the first element is image and then the text. So if I reduce it, you see in the mobile devices the text is in the first position and the image is in the second position. So that's why the image div will initially have order 2 for the smaller devices, and when we hit the large screen the order will be 1. So the image will be the first element. I hope you understand. And inside this div we are going to use our Next.js image tag. So import image from next image, and here I'm going to import the image source. So import support image from slash public slash customer.png, and here the source will be support image and the alt will be support. So let's check. So no, this is not the image we want. We want this support.jpg. Now if I check, now it's working, but our image is on the wrong side. So why? Let's check. So for that we are going to make this div of class name order 1, and in large screen the order will be 2, and here will be our text. So now it's perfect. The image is in the left side and text is in the right side. Now inside this div we have a h1, and the text is, we are going to copy it from here. So this is the text. I'm going to copy this and paste it here. You can use any text you want, it's just a dummy text. So the class name will be text 20 pixel, and medium large screen text 25 pixel, and in large screen text large screen the text will be 28 pixel. Text color will be hash 02073A. So these are text color. Then we have font of bold, then we have the leading of 2 RAM, and in medium and large screen the leading will be 3 RAM. So let's check. So these are heading. Then we have a p tag. Then we have a p tag, and I'm going to use the lorem ipsum to generate some random text. And in this p tag have a class name of margin top of 1.5 RAM, margin bottom of 1.5 RAM, text color will be black, opacity 90, text 15 pixel, and in medium and large screen text will be 16 pixel. So this is our description. Then we have this list. So now after the p tag we have a div of class name, flag, item center, margin bottom of 1 RAM, and space x will be 3. And inside this div we have a icon which is check icon, and then we have a p with our text, list text. Here it is medical and vision, and in this icon we have a class name of width of 1.3 RAM, width of 1.3 RAM, height will be 1.3 RAM. Then we are going to give a color of text red 600. And for the p tag, we have a class name of text 70 pixel text hash 02073 e. Then we have font 500. So these are fast, and we need 3 more. So I am just copy this 3 times. So for the second one, it will be live insurance. Then hit savings. And for the last one, so this is our support list. Now I'm going to show you the responsiveness. So if I inspect, you can see the image in order 1 and the text is order 2. If I reduce, now the text become the order 1 and the image is in order 2. So you can see it's perfectly responsive. If I select a different screen size and different devices, it's fit perfectly. So this is our support section. Customer support section is done. Next, we are going to build this price section. There are 3 price sections: one is starter, premium pack, and ultimate. So now let's start building this price section. So let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and in the component folder I'm going to create another folder called price, and inside this price I'm going to create another file called price.tsx, and I'm going to use the shortcut to create the boilerplate, and I'm going to add this in our home component. So price. So these are price. Then in the price section, the first div have a class name of padding top of 5 RAM, padding bottom of 3 RAM, and then we have in section heading inside this div. So section heading, we are going to import our reusable component which we built previously, and then I'm going to keep the prop heading mini deal for your business, and then heading primary will be meet our pricing plan that suit you. Let's check. So this is our heading. Then we have a div, and we are going to make this div a grid element, and we are going to divide it in 3 parts for our 3 price cut. The width will be class name, and the width will be 80%. The max, the margin will be auto. It will be a grid. Padding top will be 6 RAM. Gap will be 2 RAM. For large screen, gap will be 0. We do not need any gap in large screen. Now in small devices, the grid cost will be 1. In medium, grid calls will be 2, and in large grid calls will be 3, and the item will be sender. Here we have another div, and inside this div we are going to create our reusable component, which is the price card component. Price card. So here we are going to place our price card component. So inside the price folder, I'm going to create another folder, another file, which is price card.psx, and I'm going to create the boilerplate using RAFC. Then I'm going to add this in our price box. So here in our price div, we are going to add our price card, and in the price card, I'm going to pass some props. The first props will be a background. So we have 3 price card and all have different background. So that's why we are going to pass the background as a props. So for the first one, the background will be BG. We are going to pass the full Tailwind class name here, 22840C. Then we are going to pass the price. For the first one, the price will be 90.99. Sorry, for the first one, let me check. So the first one have this color, so not the green color. So let me change this. So hash 811248. So this is the background color for the first price card. Then we have price. Then we have number. This is the first card. So we are going to pass 1. And then the plan. And this is the starter plan. Starter. Now we have to receive these props and give them the proper types using the prop types. So in price card, I am going to create an interface of props, and we are going to receive the background BG as a string. Then we have the number as a string. Then the price string, and finally the plan string. And I'm going to pass this in the main component to prop, and here I'm going to import the BG, number, plan, and price. Now we're going to design this. So one thing I need to show you that the middle card is larger compared to the other two. So we have to make this card a little bigger. For this, here we are going to check. So const large. So for the large card, we're going to check if the number is equal to 2. That means the second card, and we want to make the second card a bigger element compared to the other two. So if the number is 2, then in the large screen we're going to make it larger. So scale 110. But in normal devices, or you can say in the mobile devices, the scale will be 100. and the Z index will be 100, and otherwise an empty string. So now here I'm going to use the class name. Now we have to use the template literal. So the div is relative. Then we are going to use our large variable or design here. So if the number is 2, this style will be applied, otherwise nothing will applied here. So large, then we have a bg gray 100, then we have shadow md, then transform, and inside this div we have another div, and this div has a class name where again use a template literal because here we are going to use our background. So bg, then we have height 200 pixel, will be flex, and in flex column, so flex call, then item center, justify center, rounded top large, rounded top md. So this is our design. Let's check. So this is working, the background here working properly, and we have some roundness in the top. Then inside this div we have a p tag with the plan, and then we have a h1. So inside h1 we have a span, and in the span we are going to place our price. So price slash, and under this span we have per month. So for p tag we are going to give this a class name of text 20 pixel, text wide, font 500, MB means margin bottom 1.5 rem. Then for the h1 we have a class name of text 20 pixel, and the text color will be white. And this span have a class name text 30 pixel, text yellow 300, and font will be bold. So this is the starter and the price. Next we have another div here. This div have a class name of padding 4, margin top 1 rem, and text center. And inside this div we have a p tag with class name text 16 pixel, font 500, border bottom of 1.4 pixel, border gray 300, padding bottom 2, pb2 means padding bottom 0.5 rem. The text color will be black, opacity is 80, No, opacity will be 90, and then margin bottom will be 100, and this is gonna be full access library. So where I am going to copy it 4 times. So the second one, multiple website Next.js project monstack project, and finally TypeScript project. So now let's check. So this is looking good. The next thing we have is the button. So in the button, for the second card, the button color is blue. So here we are using the blue button. For other two, we are going to use the red button. So how can we do that? Let's see. So for that, after this P, I have a div. Class name, padding top 1.5 RAM, not padding top, it's margin top 1.5 RAM, padding bottom will be 1.5 RAM. Then the text will be center, and inside this div we are going to check if the number is not equal to 2, then we are going to use that. Then we have import, we are going to use the button red, and the text will be choose plan. Now I'm going to copy this, and if it is equal to true, then we are going to use our button blue. So that's it. No, it's the red button. Now we are going to add our other two cards. So now it's very easy. We are going to the price section, and we just have to copy this 2 times, and we are going to change the props. So for the second one, the background color is hash 22840C, and the price I'm going to give a random price. This is the second card, and this is premium pack. For the third one, the color is hash 112C60. The price is 39. This number 3, and this the ultimate plan. So ultimate. Now let's check. So you can see everything works perfectly. The second card is larger and it has a blue button. Now check if it is responsive. So I'm going to inspect this and make it a responsive. So this is the 3 card. If now it's 2 and 1 is under the 2, so this is responsive, and you can see it's fully responsive. If I select iPhone 12, it's fit perfectly. So the price section is fully responsive and it is now complete. Next we have this support team section with the image and some text description. So here we are going to use the grid system and we are going to divide in two parts, one for the image and one for this text description. So let's start this section. So let's go to the Visual Studio Code. Again in component, I'm going to create a folder called support team, and inside this folder I'm going to create a file called support team.tsx. Then I'm going to use our shortcut to create the component boilerplate and then add this in our home component. So here we are going to use the support team. So these are support team. Then for the div, I'm going to give a class name of padding top of 7 RAM and padding bottom of 3 RAM. And inside this div, we have another div. It has a class name of width 80%, merchant auto, items, center, grid calls 1 for small device, and in large device the grid calls will be 2. The gap between the two elements will be 2 RAM, and inside this div we have 2 div, one for the text and the description and another for the image. So first we are going to work on the text section. So inside this div we'll have a h1, and here we have, do you need help? Our support team is ready to help you. And I'm going to give this a class name of text 27 pixel, and the medium screen text will be 35 pixel, and large screen text will be 40 pixel. Margin bottom will be 1 RAM. Font will be bold. Then text color will be hash 02073E. So this is the text color. Then we have a leading of 2.4 RAM in mobile view, and in the medium screen the leading will be 4 RAM. Leading 4 RAM. So this is our heading, and then we have and after this h1 we have a paragraph tag p tag, where we are going to use our lorem ipsum generator to generate random text, and this p tag have a class name of text gray 900, opacity 90, text will be 17 pixel, and margin top will be 1 RAM. So this is the description. And then we have this part. So we have an icon, then some text, and another icon and some text. The one is a little heading type and other is a description type. So for this I'm going to import the two icon. So here I'm going to use import icon 1 from slash public slash public slash icon 1, and another is icon 2. I'm also going to import the support image. So import support team image from public slash support team. So now after the p tag we have a div with class name flex item center space 6 and margin top 2 right, and inside this div we have the image, and I'm going to import it in from next image, and the source will be icon 1 and the auth will be icon, and I'm going to give it a width of 60 pixel and height of 60 pixel. So this is our icon. Then we have another div, and inside this div we have h1 with the heading email line support, and then we have a p tag with some description. For the h1 we have a class name of text 18 pixel, text gray 900, font will be 500, and margin bottom will be 0.5 rem. So this is the heading. Then for the p tag we have a class name. In the medium screen we have width of 70%. In a smaller device the width is 90%. Text is 15 pixel. Text color is black and opacity is 85. So this is our description. We have another, so I'm going to copy this and paste it here and change this to icon 2, and this will be live ticket support. So our left part is ready. Now we need to add this image. So for this, in this tip we're going to use our image, and then the source is support team image, and the alt tag is template support. So that's it. Our support team section is ready. Let's check if it's responsive. So this is fully responsive. So as you can see, if I decrease the screen size, it's adapt perfectly. If I select iPhone 12, you see it's looking good. For Samsung Galaxy, it's also looking perfect. So this section is complete. Next, we are going to build this company section. So here we have a heading, some description, one button, and the image. Now let's start building this section. So I'm going to create a folder in my component folder, which is company, and inside this folder I'm going to create a file called company.tsx. Now I'm going to use the shortcut to generate the boilerplate of this component, and then I'm going to add this in our home component. So that's it. So this is our company. Then the first div have a class name of padding top of 6 RAM, then padding bottom of 3 RAM. Then inside this div we have a h1. Here we are going to use company who also work with us. So I'm going to give this h1 a class name, margin bottom 1.5 RAM, font will be bold, text 22 pixel, text will be center, and medium screen text will be 30 pixel, and the text color will be hash 02073. So let's check. So these are heading. Then we have a p tag, and I'm going to use the program ipsum generator to generate some random text, and this p tag have a class name of width 90%, and this small device width will be 85%, medium screen the width will be 75%, in the large screen the width will be 65%, and in extra large the width will be 55%. Margin will be auto, text will be 17 pixel, text will be center, text color will be text gray 950, and the opacity is 80. So these are details or description. Then we have another tree with the text explore details, and it has a class name text center, margin top 1.7 RAM, font 500, cursor will be pointed, and text blue 600. So this is our explore details link. Then we have the image. For this I'm going to use a div with class name, margin top to RAM, text center with 80% and margin auto. And inside this div we have the image. We're going to use the next image here. So image, and I'm going to import the image source, which is import company image from slash public slash this is customer.png. So in the image tag, the source, we are going to use the company image, and for the alt tag we are going to use the text company. So let's check. So our section is looking good. So let's check it is responsive or not. If I inspect, you see it's fully mobile responsive. It's perfectly fit in mobile view. So this is our company section. Now we are going to build the footer section. So this is our footer section. Let's start building our footer. So for this I'm going to create a folder inside our component folder, which is footer, and inside this folder I'm going to create a file called footer.tsx, and then I'm going to use the shortcut to create the component boilerplate. And now I'm going to add this footer in our main layout. So here after the nav, then we have the children, means all the components, and then in last we have our footer. So these are footer. So you can see it's here, the footer. Now we are going to style this footer. So the first div have a class name of padding top of 3 RAM and padding bottom of 3 RAM. Inside this div we have another div. We are going to make this a grid system. So we have class name of with 80% margin auto grid, and small it's grid equals 1. Then we have border bottom of 1.5 pixel, and the border bottom color will be BG slate 300. Then we have padding bottom of 2 RAM, and in medium the grid calls will be 2, and in large the grid calls will be 3, and in extra large the grid calls will be 4. The gap will be 2 RAM, and items are going to start. So inside this div we have another div with class name. In medium screen the margin will be auto, and otherwise the margin is 0. Inside this div we have a h1 with class name text 17 pixel, text gray 900, Then we have font semi-bold, margin bottom of 1.5 gram, and this is the compound. And after this h1 we have a p tag with class name text black, opacity 80, margin bottom 1 gram, then text 15 pixel, cursor pointer, hover, text yellow 600, and inside this div we have about. So I'm going to copy this p tag 4 times, 1 2 3 4, and the next one is affiliate. Then we have careers and culture. And then we have blog, and finally we have press. So let's check. So this is our first part. We are going to copy it 3 times. So 1 2 3. So let's do this. So this is the div. You can create a separate component for this, but I'm going to copy it. Then we have my account. So the heading, it's my account. Then we have raise inquiries, then social media directories, images, and b-roll, and finally we have permission. So this is our second part. Then I'm going to copy it again. So let's copy and then paste. So for the third one, it's our information return policies, privacy policy, then terms and condition, and sitemap, and finally we have store hours. So this is our third part. So here I have a spelling mistake. Now I am going to copy it one more time for the last link. So copy and paste, and then it has about us, then support center, support center customer support about us, then copyright and finally the campaign popular campaign. So these are four parts. The one thing that is left is this copyright text. So let's go to our footer component, and then after this div we have another div, and I'm going to copy the text here. So this is our text, and this div have a class name of with 50% margin auto, margin top 1 RAM, text 15 pixel, opacity 75. So our footer part is complete. Let's see if it's responsive or not. So you can see it's fully responsive. If I select the iPhone 40, it's look good. For other devices, it's adapt perfectly. So our footer is complete. So our full website is now completed. The only thing that is left is to add some scroll animation here. Now we are going to add our animation. Let me show you the animation again. So here you can see the animation, and if we scroll, we have a scroll animation. So we are going to build this animation. So to build this animation, we are going to use a npm package which is called AOS, animation on scroll. We are going to use these packages for our animation. This is a very simple library to use. So here you can see there are different types of animation: fade up, fade left, fade right. So what we need to do, we just need to add this data property in our div or in our component that we want to animate. So if we add this, then the element will be animated on the scroll. So there are other properties. So if I go to the GitHub page, so this is the official GitHub page for AOS. Here you can see they have a bunch of configuration, and you can learn more about this library. So now I'm going to install this package in our project. So npm install, I'm going to copy this and paste it here. So now I'm going to the home component. Then we have to import this two in our component. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. So there is a type error showing, so we need to run npm I dash dash save dash dev hash type slash AOS. So for the type we have to install this. So I'm going to paste it and enter. So this component we are going to use the use effect hooks. So that's why we need to make this component a client component. So I am going to make it a client component by using the use client text here. Now inside this component I'm going to use the use effect to initialize our AOS. So use effect Here I'm going to pass an empty array. It's not dot, it will be a comma. And inside this use effect, we are going to initialize our AOS library. So for this, AOS dot init, and we are going to pass some props or configuration props. So you can learn more about the parameter in the official documentation. So here we need only 4. So first one is duration. The duration will be 1000 millisecond or 1 second, and the ising will be is, then once true. That means we are going to perform the animation once. Then we have anchor placement, and this will be top bottom. So our initialization is complete. Now we are going to apply the animation. So first I am going to the hero section. In hero section, this h1 tag, we have a data dash aos. We are going to apply the fade left here, and for the p tag we are going to use data dash aos equal to fade right, and here we are going to apply a delay. So first this text will be visible, then this text will animate. So for this we are going to pass another data props, which is data dash aos dash delay is equal to 200. Then for the button div we are going to apply a zoom in effect. So zoom in, and data dash aos dash delay will be 400. And last we have our image. For this image div I'm going to copy this and paste it here, and the delay will be 600 millisecond, and the animation will be fade left. So now let's check. So I am going to delete this page. So if I refresh, you can see the animation is working. So this is not fade left, we are going to use fade right here, and left for the paragraph. Now check again. Now it's looking better. Then we are going to apply our animation in this section. So let's go to the feature section, and for the first element, for the first card element, we have data dash aos is equal to zoom in, and we have data dash aos dash anchor placement will be top center. We are going to use top center as our anchor placement. Then I'm going to copy this, and for the next one we are going to apply some delay. So data dash aos dash delay is equal to 200. So we are going to apply 200 millisecond delay. Then I'm going to copy this whole thing and paste it here, and the delay will be 400 millisecond. Then for the next one it's 600, then 800, and finally 1000. So let's check. So if I refresh, you can see it's look great. So it's smoothly coming to the page. Next we have this section. So let's animate this section also. So for this is the customer support section. So here for the image we have data-aos equal to fade left, and data-aos anchor placement is equal to top center. So I am going to copy this. For the H1 we have fade left, so this is going to be fade right, and this is will be fade left, and here we are going to apply a delay. The dash os dash delay is equal to 200. Then I am going to copy this, and for the p tag this will be fade right, and the delay will be 400. Then for this strip we have fade up, and the delay will be 600. And then we have 800, 1000, and finally this. So now let's check. So if I scroll, so this is perfect. This scroll animation also works properly. Next we are going to animate our price section. So let's animate our price section. For this I am going to the price to tsx. Then for the first price card we have data. I'm just going to paste the previous code here. So it will be fade right, fade right. And there we are not going to apply any delay. For the next one we have fade up, and here I am going to apply a delay of 200. And for the third one it's fade left, and the delay will be 400. So let's check. I'm going to refresh the page. So let's scroll. So this is our pricing section. The animation is perfect. So if I refresh this again, so you can see the scroll animation is work properly. Then we are going to animate this section. So let's go to the support team, and here we just animate our image. So data, and just copy this section. We do not need any delay here, and the animation will be of type fade left. So that this is it. I'm going to refresh the page, and I'm going to scroll. So you can see this also works properly. So this is our animation. Our animation is complete. Let me show you the animation in mobile view. So let's select the mobile devices, and I'm going to refresh the page. You can see in mobile view the animation is work properly. So everything is neat and clean. So the price section, the price card, this image. So everything works properly. Now our project is completed. Now only thing that is left is to deployment. Finally, we are going to deploy our project on the Vercel so that you can share the link to your client, or you can add the link in your portfolio. So let's deploy this project in Vercel. So first we need to push this project in GitHub. So I'm going to open my GitHub account. Then I'm going to create a new repository. I'm going to name it agency YT, and I'm going to make it a private repository and then create. Now it's create the repository. Now in the project, I'm going to stop this, and I'm going to initialize the git using git init, and then I'm going to add using git add dot. Then I'm going to commit this, and the message will be first commit. So we done this part. So then we have this. I'm going to copy this and paste it here. Next, we have to add our remote origin. So copy this, and finally git push. Now it will push our project in GitHub. So it's complete. Now let's refresh this page. So this is our repository. Now I'm going to open my Vercel dashboard. If you don't have one, you need to sign up. It's a free platform. So now I'm going to add a new project. And you need to connect your GitHub with this Vercel website. So this is the repository that I am created, agency YT. I'm going to import this, and the project name will be this, and then I'm going to deploy this. Let's wait for some time. It's deploying. Now it's building our project. So it's installing the dependencies. Now it's creating an optimized production build. So our deployment is complete. So I'm going to the dashboard, and this is our domain. You can add custom domain. I have a link in the description of Namecheap domain and hosting. You can buy domain and hosting from there. So this is our link. Now you can share this link to your client, or you can add this in your portfolio. So let's check our website. Everything works properly. The animation. Let's check the responsiveness. It also works properly. So this is our project. If you have any questions, you can ask me in the comment section. In this video, we are going to build this beautiful burger selling website landing page using the latest version of Next.js, which is Next.js 14. And we are going to use Tailwind CSS. Also, we are going to use the TypeScript. So let me show you the full demo of this landing page. So first, we have this logo, and then we have some nav links, and then we have two buttons, one for order now and one for the card. So if I hover, they have some hover effect. Then we have this beautiful sliding hero section. As you can see, it has some auto sliding feature. Also, you can control the sliding, use these dots here. So this is our hero section. It has some image, some text, and a button. Then we have this feature section. You can see the smooth scrolling effect for this card. It has also some hover effect. Then we have this popular burger section where we have a slider where you can slide left and you can slide right. They have some details here. So the burger name, the rating quantity, the price. And here we have a add to cart button. So you can see this component looks pretty good. After this section, we have this rider section. As you can see, the scroll animation here. Here we have this beautiful image. Then we have some text and some feature. Then we have export section. You can see the scroll animation happening here also. So we have three card here for the export. Then we have this beautiful reservation section. Here we have some text, and then in the right side we have a reservation form. Here you can select the number of people. You can add more people option here. Then you can add date here using the date picker. And finally, you can add a time here also. So then you can click on the book now. So this is our reservation form. Then we have a newsletter section with some beautiful design, some input, text input, and a subscribe button. And finally, we have the footer. You can see the footer also looks very good. We have some footer links with hover effect. And this landing page is fully responsive. Let me show you the responsiveness of this website. So here you can see the Navbar is responsive, and here we have the hamburger menu. If I click, you can see a very beautiful Navbar will open. So let me show you again. If I click, first the overlay comes and then the links come. So if I cross, it will close, and you can see a very nice sliding animation here. So this is very premium Navbar, and you can see the hover effect here. So this is our responsive map. And then we have this slider hero section which fit perfectly. And then we have this feature section with hover effect, and then you can see the slider is perfectly responsive, and then this rider section also fit perfectly. Then we have our export section and the reservation section, then the newsletter section, and finally the footer. You can see everything is perfectly responsive in mobile. So if I show you other devices, see here you can see everything fit perfectly for every screen devices. So this is our project today. I'm going to show you how to structure your project, how to structure file, and how to deploy this project in Versa. I'm going to explain every step to you. How to build reusable component, how to make it responsive, and how to add scroll animation here. The starter file of this project are given in the description. And if you have any question related to this project, you can ask me in the comment section and I will try my best to give you the exact solution. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe our channel for more web development content. So now let's start our project. First, we are going to set up our project. So I'm going to create a new folder here. I'm going to name it Burger Landing. And then I'm going to open this folder with Visual Studio Code. And in Visual Studio Code, I'm going to open a new terminal. So I'm going to click here, terminal and new terminal. Then I'm going to search for Next.js. And then I'm going to the installation page. Here I'm going to copy this npm script and I'm going to paste it here. One thing, you have to add a dot slash, and this dot slash means we are going to install all the packages in this folder. Then I'm going to press enter. Now it will take some time. And would you like to use TypeScript? Yes, we are going to use TypeScript. We are going to use ESLint. We are going to use Tailwind CSS. We do not need the source directory. And yes, we are going to use app router. And we do not customize our default import alias. And I'm going to enter. Now it will install all the dependency that we need for this project. So let's wait some time to complete the installation. Now the installation is complete. Let's walk through all the files that are generated. So first we have tsconfig.json. We do not need to do anything here. We have tailwind config.ts, and here we do not need any background, so I'm going to remove it. Then our main folder is this app folder. So here we have a page directory, which is the main page of our website. So if you search for localhost 3000, then this page will appear. So I'm going to remove all the content and I'm going to use a shortcut RAFCE to generate a component boilerplate. And I'm going to name it homepage. So if you wonder how to use the shortcut, then I'm going to show you the process. For this, you have to install a extension. So the extension is called ES7 React Redux React Native Snippets. If you install this, you can use the shortcut. So this is our home page, our main page, and this is the global CSS. So here we do not need this extra styling, and this is the layout page. This is, for example, if you add a navbar here and then a footer here, then this nav and footer will apply to all of the pages. So that means this is our main layout, or you can say this is the wrapper layout for our project, overall project. So we are going to work on this file later. So first I'm going to now run our project using npm rundev. And here I'm going to give some tailwind classes so we can see if the tailwind is working or not. So I'm going to make the text 9xl, and then I'm going to give a color of text rate 900, and in the browser I'm going to open the localhost 3000. So let's see if our tailwind css is working properly. So this is the home page, and you can see the text is large and the color is red. That means our tailwind css is working properly. So then we need some images for our project. So in the public folder, I'm going to create another folder called images. And I'm going to copy some images. So you can have the images in the starter file, and the starter file is in the description where the image is added. So I'm just copying the images here, and you can see these are the images we are going to use. So next we are going to configure the font. So for this project we are going to use a Google font. But the good thing is in Next.js 14 we have the Google font already integrated here. So we can use all the fonts that Google fonts have without any other configuration. So here we are going to import Barlow condensed. So we are going to use this font for this project. So then in this constant we are going to change the name. So here I'm going to change it to Barlow condensed, and I'm going to remove this, and here we're going to use Barlow condensed, and we need to give some property here. The first one is the font weight. So I'm going to use the font weight of 300, then 400, then 500, 600, then 700, and finally 800. And we have to pass another parameter which is subsets, and here we are going to pass Latin. So now we are going to use this constant for our font. So I'm going to copy this, and here instead of the enter we are going to use our newly created constant. So our font is now applied to the project. So you can see the font changes, and now it's our custom font that we are using from Google Fonts. Next, we are going to use icons in our project. For the icons, we are going to use the React icons library. So if I search for React icons, then go to this GitHub pages. So you can see there are a lot of icons to use. If you need any icon, you have to just search here. So if I search for magnifying glass, so you can see it's here. So I am going to the GitHub page. So here the npm pages for the React icon. So then I'm going to install this package. So I'm going to split the terminal and here paste the npm script. So now it's going to install the React icons in our project. And here in the app folder, I'm going to create another folder for our components. In the component folders, we have a home component. So this is the main component where we are going to add all our home page related component, and finally we are going to add this home component in our page, home page component, which is the main page. So here I'm going to use our shortcut, and then I'm going to add this home component in our pages, main home pages. So here I add the home component in our home page, and we are going to add all the home page related component here, like the hero section, the feature section, and all the slider section here. So this is our main home component. So let's check the browser. So this is our home, and then one thing, you can customize your metadata. So here you can see the metadata section where the title is create next. Let me change here. So we're going to use burger, a healthy food. And for the description, this description is helpful for the SEO purpose. So you can add your custom description here. If I save and go to the browser, you can see here the title change. It's a burger, a healthy food. So our overall setup is ready. Now we are going to build our Navbar. So for this, I'm going to create a folder in our components folder, and I'm going to name it navigation. In navigation folder, we have three components. One is nav.tsx, which is our desktop size navbar. Then we have mobile nav, which is for the mobile phone navigation bar. And then we have a responsive nav. And in the responsive nav, we are going to add our two navs, mobile navs and the navs. And we are going to add the functionality of the navbar here. So first I'm going to create the component using the shortcut, and in responsive nav we are going to add our both nav and mobile nav. So nav and then mobile nav, and finally we are going to add this responsive nav in our layout folder. So here in our layout we are going to add our responsive nav. Now if I check, so you can see we have the nav, mobile nav, and then the home component. So our nav is added to our page. So now let's start building the navbar. So let me show you the deployed navbar. So this is the deployed version. So this is the navbar. Here you can see we have a logo, then some nav links, and finally two buttons. So here we are going to use the flex box, and we are going to use the justify between. So let's start building this. So first div have a class name of height 12 vh, and then the background will be white, And one thing, we are going to add a background for our overall page. So I'm going to remove this, we do not need this. And here we are going to add a background, which is hash f4 f1 en. So this is our background for the overall page. Now let's go to the nav section. So here we have background. Then we have another div. This is the overall Navbar link. Here we are going to use class name. In the smaller device, the width will be 90%, and device less than smaller. If I hover, you can see smaller means 640 pixel. So less than this pixel, we have a width of 95%, 5%. Then the MS will be auto, and we are going to use flex, and height will be 100% of the parents, which is 12 VH, and we are going to use item center and justify between. Then we have another nav which is for the logo div. So here I'm going to add a div, and this div has a class name of flex item center and spacex of 2. And in this div we are going to use two items. One is this burger icon and the other is this name. So here I'm going to use fn burger. So this is importing from the React icons, the library we are installed. So here the f burger, you can search this icon in the React icons library, and this icon have a class name of width 1.2 RAM, height 1.2 RAM, and smaller device width will be 1.4 RAM and height will be 1.4 RAM, and the text color will be orange 500. Let's check. So this is our icon. Then we have the text. So each one is burger bite. This text have a class name of text 20 pixel. In smaller and large devices, the text will be 30 pixel. Font will be semi-bold. That's it. Let's save it. So this is our logo. Then after this div, we have the nav links div, nav links. So here we can remove this div, so this logo, and then we have nav links. So here we are going to use a UL, and this UL, inside this UL we have a li, and inside this li we have link component from next link. So we are going to import link from next link. The first link will be home, and here we have to give a href. So href will be just slash. So this URL has a class name of hidden. That means in the smaller device it is hidden, and in large devices it's going to be flex, and the items will be center, and space x will be 10. Means the li will have a space between them. Then the li have a class name of text 20 pixel, font medium, and then we have in hover text red 600. So let's check. So these are first link. Then we have more links. So we have 4 more. So I am going to copy this and paste it 4 times. And for the second one, it is shop, then menu, block, and finally contact. So this is our nav link. For now I am going to comment out the mobile nav. So for this I am going to the responsive nav, and I am going to the comment this out. So this is our nav. Then we have the 2 button. So let's build this. So we complete the nav links. Then we have buttons. So here we have a div of class name, let's item center, and then prefix 4. Inside this div we have the 2 buttons. We are using flex and space between so that they have some space between them. So then we have the first button, and inside this button we have a span, and inside this span we have a bicycle icon, bicycling, bicycling icon, and it's imported from the React icon. And then we have another span with the text of order now. So for the button we have class name of px6 py2 for the very small devices, and the small devices px will be 8 and py will be 3. Font size will be 14 pixels for smaller devices, means less than smaller devices, and text will be 16 pixel higher than the small device, which is 640 pixel. Then we have a background of PG blue 950, and we are going to use the transitional property, and the duration will be 200, and in hover the background color will be changed to BG red 600, and we are going to make it flex. The items will be center as rounded corner, so rounded MD, and space x2 for some spacing between the icon and the text, and finally the text color will be white. Now for the icon, we have a class name of width 1.3 rem, height 1.3 rem, and small and larger devices the width will be 1.7 rem and height will be 1.7 rem. And for this text we have class name of font bold. So let's check. So these are button, but the icon is very small. Let's check. So here we have a missing of 1, so 1.7 rem. So now it's look perfect. Then we have this card button. So for the card button, after this button we have another button, and inside this button we have the shopping cart icon. So I'm going to use this buy shopping bag, and then class name, that's the same class name of this icon. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here. And for the button we have class name of the smaller and large devices, the px will be 6, uy will be 3, and smaller devices we have px4, ey2, and in hover we are going to change the background to BG green 700, and again we are going to use the transition all property. Duration will be 200, and initially the background will be BG orange 600, will be flex, item center, rounded MD. No, we do not need rounded MD, and text will be white. So let's see. So these are card button. So this is complete now. If I check, you can see everything looks good. Now we have a hamburger menu here. So we are going to another icon which is high bar 3 bottom right. So we are going to use this icon here. We are going to give some class name here. So the class name is in the large will be hidden. In the large screen the hamburger menu will be hidden, and it has a width of 2 rem then the height will be 2rem and the text color will be black. So let's check this. So initially it's hidden, but when we hit the large screen, the hamburger menu shows up. So you can see this is perfectly fit in the screen size. So this is our nav. Now we are going to build the mobile navbar. So let's go to the mobile nav section and first uncomment this component here, and in mobile nav for the first div we have a class name of, we are going to use fixed here, then right will be 0. We are going to use the transition all, duration 500, left 0, top 0 and bottom 0. We have height of 100 VH and background color of hash in 0, and we have the Z index of 1002. So this is the background, this is mobile. Inside this div we have a cross icon to close the navbar. So we are going to use a icon here. So I am cross. This icon is coming from the hero icon, and this icon have a class name of absolute top 2rem with right 2rem, width will be 2rem, height will be 2rem, text color will be white. So this is the icon. By clicking this we are going to close our navbar. So then we have another div, and this is for the nav links. So this div has a class name of bg emerald 700, then the transition all, duration 500. We'll use a delay here of 200 millisecond, and flex will be in column direction. Items will be center, justify center, width will be 70% and height will be 100%. So here we are going to place our nav links. So inside this div, so this is the nav div, and here will be nav links. So I am going to copy the enablings part from here. So copy this and then paste it here. And don't forget to import the link from next link, and we're going to change some of the style here. So here we are going to remove all of this and use this space y. So now we are going to spacing them in the y direction. So space y 10, and the text will be, I'm going to select all of this and I'm going to change it to 35 pixel. And I'm also going to select all of this. So in the hover, the text color will be yellow 400 and default text will be white. So this is our nav links. Now we have to implement the functionality for opening and closing the nav. So for this we are going to use the responsive nav component. So one thing is, in Next.js 14 all the components are server component. So if I console log here server, you can see the console log is in the terminal. If I open the browser console, you see nothing. So that means all the component in Next.js 14 is server component. The one thing that you need to keep in mind that in server component you cannot use the use state or use effect hooks or any kind of hooks. The hooks are for the client component. So if I use div const show nav and then set show nav is equal to use state, and then for initial value it will be false. If I save here, you can see there is an error. So if I refresh, you can see it say you are importing a component that needs use state. It only works in a client component. So that means we cannot use the use state in the server component. Now we have to convert this component into client component. To convert this, we just need to use this in top of the file, which is use client. Now it is converted into client component. So now if I refresh, you can see the error is gone. And also if I console log something like console log client, you can see now no console log in the terminal. But if I check the browser console, you can see the client is log here. So that means our component is now a client component. So next we are going to use two functions, one for opening the nav and one for closing the nav. So const open nav handler and set show nav to true, and another is close nav handler, and this one will make the set show nav to false. And now we have to pass some props in our navbar and mobile navbar. So for the nav component, we are going to pass the open nav. and pass the open nav handler function. Open nav handler. And in the mobile nav, we are going to pass the show nav. And then we are going to pass the close nav function. Close nav is equal to close nav handler. Now it's give us some warning, which is we do not have the type in our component. So we have to define proper types for this props using the TypeScript properties. So first in the nav section, we have to define the types for the props that are coming from the responsive nav. So in the nav, we are passing only one props, which is open nav, and it is a function which return nothing. So here I'm going to use a TypeScript feature, which is interface, to define types, and we're going to name it props. You can name it anything you want. So in the props, we are receiving a open nav props, and it is a function which return void. Now I'm going to pass this props type in our component. So props, and now I'm going to import the open nav function, and when we click the hamburger menu, we're going to open the Navbar. So on click open nav, and now for the mobile nav, we are receiving two props. One is show nav props and one is close nav. And show nav props is a type of boolean which is true or false, and close nav is a function and which returns void. So now we are going to specify this type. So in mobile nav, I'm going to use the interface again, props, and this time we have show nav, which is boolean type, and then close nav, which is a function that returns void. We're going to pass this in our component, and we are going to import the close nav and show nav. So in the cross icon, we are going to add the close nav. So on click, we are going to close the nav. Now based on the show nav property, we are going to show our mobile nav and height. For this, we are going to create a variable. So const nav style, and here if the show nav is true, then we are going to use translate x0. That means we are going to show the Navbar. Otherwise, we are going to use the translate x minus 100%. That will hide the Navbar from the screen. So then we are going to use this nav style here. So to use the dynamic property, we are going to use the curly braces and the template literal here. So we're going to remove the backdates here, and here we are going to use the nav style. And for this, we are going to also use the nav style. So curly braces, template literal, and here I'm going to insert the nav style. So nav style. Here we are using a delay. That means first we are going to slide the overlay, and then the main nav links will appear. So let me show you. So if I click here, you can see the overlay first sliding, then the enabling slide. If I click here, it closes. So it's open and closes. And in bigger screen devices, the hamburger menu is hidden. So this is a responsive Navbar. You can see the hover is also working. So everything looks perfect. So our Navbar is complete. Next, we are going to build the hero section. So this is our beautiful hero section. This is a sliding hero section. So here you can see dot. Then clicking this dot, we can slide left and right. So this slide is also have auto sliding feature. So there we have some image, some text, and then you can see there we have some shape here. So we are going to create this shape using clip path properties. So now let's jump into our VS Code and start building the hero section. So for this, in the component folder, I'm going to create another folder called hero. And inside this hero folder, I'm going to create a hero.tsx. And I'm going to use the shortcut to create our component boilerplate. And then I'm going to add this hero in our home component. So here, I'm going to add our hero section. So this is our hero section. Now, for the sliding, we are going to use a npm package, which is React multi-carousel. So let me search the npm package, which is React multi-carousel. So this is the npm pages for React multi-carousel. I'm going to open the GitHub page. And then here you can read all about these packages, how to configure this, and what are the different parameters and how to change this value of this parameter. So I'm not going through all of this. So here you can see a demo. Now I'm going to install the package using the npm script. So I'm going to paste it here and run it. So we have to import this carousel and styling for our slider. So I'm going to import this. Then we have to add a responsive variable. So this is the responsive variable. I'm going to copy this and then I'm going to paste it here. So we are going to change some parameters here. So in the desktop breakpoint, the max will be 3000 pixel and the minimum we are going to give it a, we do not need to change anything here. So we have to change this item. So we are going to have only one items and slides to slide will be one. For this also one and slides to slide one. Then this is one. So this is our responsive variable. Then here we are going to use our carousel component. So the carousel component have some parameter here. So first is additional transform will be 0, arrows will be true, no arrows will be false. We are not going to use arrow, but if you want you can make this true to have some arrow control sliding. Then we are going to autoplay this. So autoplay will be true. Then autoplay speed will be 4000 millisecond, means 4 seconds. Then the center mode will be false. Then we are going to make this infinity, and the responsive variable, we are going to pass our responsive variable here. Item class will be item. You can change the styling for the item here. And finally, show dots, we are going to show the dots, so this will be true. So this is our carousel, and to use this carousel we need to make this component a client component. So that's why we are going to use the use client here to convert this server component into a client component. So now inside this carousel we have a div with class name of width 100%, height will be 88 vh, it will be flex, items will be center, justify will be center, flex will be call, pg will be blue 950, and in md, that means in medium and larger screen devices, we are going to use a custom css style which is clipper. I'm going to name this clipper. You can name this anything you want. So this is our first hero section. So first hero slide, and then inside this div we have an image. Now for the clipper, let me show you. So now this is our background. So here you can see there is a shape here, some cool looking shape. So now we are going to build this using clipper. So I am going to search for clip path generator. So let me find the website. So this is the website where you can generate clip path. So here I am going to use a hexagon, and we're going to make a shape something like this. So this is the shape. Now we just need to copy this. So I'm going to copy this, and in the code you can see we have a custom class which is clip path. So I'm going to the global css, and here dot clip path, and I'm going to paste this, and I'm going to save it. So the clip path is not applied. Let me see why the clip path is not applied. If I remove this, Let's see. Now it's working. So the shape is not perfect, so here we have to make this. And I'm going to copy this and paste in our clip path variable. Save. So now it's look good. But what do we want? We want to show it in the screen, medium or higher devices. So if I do this, so for now I'm going to remove this, and this is our clip path. Let's build the remaining part and then we are going to fix this. So inside this div we have images, so I'm going to import the images that we need. So first image is burger 1, burger image 1, and we are going to import this from slash public slash images slash v1.png, and for the second image it's 2, and here we have 2. So inside this div we have another div, and here we have an image. So we are going to import the image from next image, and the source will be burger image 1, and the auth will be burger. If I save this, so this is our image, and in the div we're going to use the class name of with 80% grid equals 1 in smaller devices, and in medium the grid equals will be 2. Justify center, items will be center, gap will be 2 rem, and margin will be auto. So this is the image. Then we have the div for the text description. So then we have a div, so give it a comment, so image, and then we have the information. So inside this div we have a h1. In h1 we have fast food burger. This h1 have a class name of text 40 pixel, font semi bold, text yellow 400. Then we have no, we do not need anything, that's it. So this is the fast food burger. Then after the h1 we have another h1. Here we are going to use best, then a beer tag for line break, and then burgers. So the h1 we have a class name of text 90 pixel, leading will be 5 ram, uppercase, text color will be white, font will be bold. That's it. Let's check. So these are text based burgers. After this h1 we have a p tag. Here we're going to use another extension which is lorem ipsum generator for generating random text. So we are going to use 25. So let me show you the extension. So this is the extension to generate random text. So this p tag have a class name of margin top 1 rem, text color will be white, text opacity be 70, and font size will be 18 pixel. So these are text. Last thing we have a button, a order now button. So for this I am going to copy this button. So this is in the nav section. So this is the button. I'm going to copy this, and after the p1 I'm going to paste it, and here I'm going to use Control and space to show the suggestion, and then click this, and this will import the icon. So this is the icon. So if I save, you can see the button, but we need to adjust some styling. So here the px will be 8, margin top will be 2 rem, py will be 3, so we do not need this. So I'm going to remove this. Text will be 16 pixel, bg will be green 500. In the hover, bg will be green 700. So here I am going to remove this part. So width will be 1.7 rem and height will be 1.7 rem. So let's check. So this is our button, order now button with a hover effect. Next we have the second slide. So this is the first slide nav div. So then we have the second slider. You can use a reusable component for that, but I'm not going to use this. So I am simply going to copy this one and then paste it here, and I'm going to change some content here. So the image will be burger image 2, and here will be here we will be tasty burger, here top burger, and for the button we have bg blue 500, and hover we are going to use the green one, and for this div the background will be bg red 950. So let's check. So this looks good, the two slide. Mm, let me show you the responsiveness. So we have to make this responsive. For this the image have a class name of hidden in smaller devices, and in medium screen it will become block. So I'm going to copy this class, and for the second slide image I'm going to add this. So now let's check. Now it's fully responsive. The one thing that is, in smaller device we do not need this shaping here. So let me fix this. So here we have click path. So we are going to show this click path in the medium screen devices. So now you can see this is fixed, but also our here I'm going to the global CSS, and that is not working because this is outside of the tailwind CSS. So we need to add this in our tailwind component. So for this we are going to use hashtag layer and then components, and inside this component we are going to use this. So if I do this, then I think it will work. Now you can see this is working properly. If I inspect, so in the mobile devices the first one is looking perfect. So we have to add this in our second slide. So here the click path will only apply in the medium and large screen. So if I check, so now you can see in mobile devices the shaping is not working, but in our large devices the shaping is working. So first it is not working because we are not add this clip path class in our tailwind component. So then when we add this in our layer and our components, then it's working. So our hero section is complete. Now we are going to build the feature section. So this is the feature section with a heading and 3 cards, and every card have a hover effect. Now let's build this section. So for this, I'm going to create a folder in our component folder, which is feature. And inside these features, I'm going to create a file called feature.tsx. And I'm going to create the boilerplate here. And then I'm going to add this in our home component. So here, feature. And here, in our home component, we are going to use a class name of overflow hidden, so that we do not have any scrolling in our website in left or right. So now, so here is the feature. Now we are going to make this component. So for the first div, have a class name of padding top of 5 rem and padding bottom of 3 rem. So the padding is applied, and inside this div we have our heading. So first we have the heading. For the heading we have an h1, and inside this h1 we have a span. So the h1 here we have burger made with, then we have a break. That means we are going to split the text in a new line, and then love, and inside the span we have the care text. And for the heading we are going to use a class name of heading, and I'm going to create this heading class in our global CSS. So inside the global CSS and inside this layer component, I'm going to add dot heading, and I'm going to apply the following style. So for this, we're going to use text of 30 pixel, and in medium and large screen, the text will be 35 pixel. For large screen, text will be 45 pixel. Then in the extra large, text will be 50 pixel. It will be uppercase text. Font will be bold. Then we have text gray, 900 is the color, and in the medium the leading will be 4 rem, and in smaller device the leading will be 3 rem, and the text will be center. So we are creating this variable, this custom class name, so that we can use this for our rest of the section heading. That will reduce a lot of work from us. Then we have, so in the feature section, then after the heading we have our cards section. So cards, and here we have another div with class name of width 90%, and in medium width will be 80%, margin top will be 3 rem, and in medium the margin top will be 5 rem, margin bottom will be 3 rem, and the margin in the x direction will be auto, we are going to use the grid system, and for smaller device the grid calls will be 1, and in medium grid calls will be 2, and in large grid calls will be 3. So we are dividing the section in 3 parts, and we have 3 cards for this 3 part. Then we are going to use a gap of 3 rand. So inside this div now we have the first card. So here we have a div, and inside this div we have another div with class name of padding of 6. P6 means if I hover over, you can see it's 1.4 now. So P6, and in hover we have a BG white, background of white, and it will be rounded LG in transition all, and the duration will be 200. So inside this div we have a image, let me show you. So the card contain a image, a heading, and a description. So we need to import these 3 images. So now I'm going to import these 3 images. So in the top I'm going to import the image 1 from slash publics slash, and its images slash f1 dot jpg, and for the image 2 it's f2, and for image 3 it's f3. So inside this div we have a image, so we are going to use the Next.js image stack, and here the source will be image 1, so image 1, and the Auth, we're just going to use the burger, and this image have a class name of rounded 3xl. So let's check. So this is our image. You can see the hover is work properly. So then we have, after the image we have h1, then it's our burger, and these have a class name of margin top 1.5 gram, text center, text will be 24 pixel, text color will be black, and font will be semi-bold. And then we have a p tag. I'm going to use the lorem ipsum generator to generate some random text, and this p tag has a class name of margin top 0.2 ram, text will be black, text opacity will be 60, and the text will be centered. So if I save this, so these are first card. We have to build the 2 more card here. So for this I am just copy this. So this is the first card, then we have second card. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here, and for the image it's image 2, and for the text it's your opinion is important. So this is our second card. So you can see we need one more card. So this is the third card. I'm going to copy this and then paste it here, and it's image 3. And the title will be chicken burgers. So if I check, you can see the three cards is looks perfect, but in the deployed version you can see this component is different. It has some padding, or you can say margin, in the top, so we have to give this the margin or padding. So for the second card we are going to use a translate y property, so but only in the large screen. So we are going to use translate y of 3 RAM. So if I save, so you can see now the layout looks very nice and professional. It gives a professional vibe to this component. So here one more thing, for the title here we are going to use a class name text rate 600. Now everything looks very nice. Let me show you the responsiveness for this component. So you can see for every screen it adapts perfectly. So if I select iPhone 12, you can see in mobile it looks very nice. So our feature section is complete. Next we are going to build our popular burger section, which contains a slider of product. So this is a slider where you can slide in left and right. So now we are going to build this component. So I'm going to create a folder in our component folder, which is popular burger, and here I'm going to create a file called popular burger.tsx, and I'm going to use the shortcut to create the component boilerplate, and then I'm going to add this in our home component. So popular burger. So this is our popular burger section. So for this slider we're again use our React multi-carousel. So I'm going to copy this from our hero section. So we need these two imports. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here, and then we need this responsive variable. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. So here I'm going to make some changes in our responsive variable. So the first one is, for the desktop, the minimum will be this value, and first the items will be 4 and item to slide is 1. And for the next one, for the tablet, the max size will be 1324 and the minimum will be 764. And here the items will be 2 and item slides will be 1. And then for mobile, the max will be 764 and min will be 0 and items will be 1 and slides to slide will be 1. So these are responsive variable. So now inside the component, for the first div, we have a class name of padding top of 3 RAM and padding bottom of 3 RAM. And then we have our heading. So here I'm going to use a h1, our popular, and then a span, and then burgers. So for the h1, we're going to use our previously made class, which is heading. And for this span, it will have a class name of text rate 600. So let's check. So this is our heading. Then we have our slider. So next, after the h1, we have another div, and this div have a class name of with 80% margin top 4 RAM and margin auto. Inside this div we have our carousel, and we are going to configure this additional transform 0 arrows will be true. Here we need arrow to control our slides. Autoplay will be true. Autoplay speed will be 4000 millisecond, means 4 seconds. Center mode will be false. Then infinity, and for the responsive, we're going to use a responsive variable. Then the item class, and finally we have show dots. So for this I'm going to make it false. If you want, you can use the dot to control the slide. And as we are using the carousel, we need to make this a client component. So I'm going to use the use client to make this a client component. And inside this carousel, we have our burger product component. So here it shows some error. Let's give here a div. So now the error is gone. So we have this card, so we are going to create a separate component for this card only, and then we are going to add all the cards in our carousel. So here we will have a burger card component. So I'm going to create it here, burger card tsx. By using reusable component, you can then use this component anywhere in your project. So now I'm going to add this burger card here. We're going to pass some props in our burger cart. The first one is the title. So for the first one, it's beefy bite. Then we're going to pass images. For first one, it's slash images slash b1.png. Then we're going to pass reviews number. So for this one, we are going to use the 6, and we are going to pass the price. And now we have to receive these props and give these props the proper typing. So I'm going to the burger cart section, and here I'm going to use the interface and props, and we're going to receive title, which is the type string. We're going to receive image of type string. Then we're going to receive the price of type string, and we're going to receive, let me check, reviews. So reviews, which will be type string, and I'm going to pass these props here. So it's reviews. Maybe the spelling mistakes. There will be a E. So now it's not showing us any error. Here I'm going to import the image, the price, the reviews, and the titles. For the first div, we have a class name of background will be white, E6, and rounded LG, and M3. So M3 means margin 0.75 gram. Then inside this div, we have another div with class name of width 200 pixel, next to auto, and height will be 200 pixel. And inside this div we have image, so we can comment this as image div. So inside this div we have image, so we are going to use our Next.js image component, and the source will be the props that we are receiving, and for the alt we are going to use the title, and then we are going to use width of 200 pixel and height of 200 pixel, and then we have a class name of width 100%, height 100%, and object will be cover. So let's check. So this is our first image. Then after the image we have h1 of title, class name of margin top 1.3 ram, text 22 pixel, text color will be black, and font will be semi-bold. After the title we have another div with class name of flex, item center, margin top of 0.5 ram, and then space x 3. And inside this div we have another div with class name of flex item center, and we do not need any spaces here. And inside this div we have a star icon, so we are going to use fa star, and it has a class name of width 1 rem, height of 1 rem, and text color will be text yellow 600. So I'm going to copy this 4 more time. So let's see. So this is our title and this is the review, and you can see there also have the review count. So after this step we have another div, and here we are going to pass the reviews. It has a class name of text black and opacity 600. So this is our review, so you can see the review count. Maybe we are going to increase the opacity a little bit, so opacity 80. Then we have the description and then price and add to cart button. So after this step we have a p tag. Here we are going to use lorem ipsum to generate some random text. In this p tag have a class name of margin top 0.5 rem, text color will be black, text opacity will be 70, and let's check this. So these are description. So after this p tag we have another div with class name of flex, and margin top will be 1.4 rem, items will be center, and justify will be pt. Here we are going to place our price and the add to cart button. So the first we are going to use the h1 tag for the price. So here we are going to use our price from the props, and this h1 have a class name of text 25 pixel, font will be bold, text color will be text red 700, not 700, we're going to use 600. So let's see. So this is our price. Then we have the button. So button, and inside this button we have a shopping icon. So shopping bag. This button have a class name of px4 py2 in hover bg green 700, transition will be all, duration will be 200, initial background color will be bg orange 600, will be flex item center rounded md, and spaces will be 2. No, we do not need the spaces here. The text will be white, and the icon will be class name of width 1.3 rem, and height will be 1.3 ref. Now let's check. So this is our one card item, so one box, so we need more here. So in the popular burger section we have to copy this, so I'm going to copy this 8 times. So I'm going to copy this 8 times. I'm going to change only the images, but you can change the title, the reviews, and the price. So B1, B2, B3, B4, B5, B6, B2, B3, B4, B5, 6, B7, B8, another one for B9. So now let's check. So this is our popular burger section with the slider. So you can see it's working properly. So let me show you that this component is perfectly responsive. So I'm going to inspect, and in responsive mode, let me reset this. So you can see in large device there are 4 items, then 2 items, and finally in mobile devices 1 item. So if I select iPhone 12, you can see the component adapt perfectly with the screen size. So our popular burger section is completed. Next we are going to build the deliver section. So here we have a beautiful image and some text content. We're using grid here and divide this part in two, and one is for the image and another for this text content. So let's start building this section. So for this I am going to create another folder in our component folder. So I'm going to name this delivery, and inside this folder I'm going to create a file called delivery.tsx, and I'm going to use the boilerplate to create the component structure, and then I'm going to add this in our home component. So here delivery. So now let's check. So this is our delivery text, and now for the first div we are going to give some padding. So padding top will be 8 RAM and padding bottom will be 3 RAM. Then inside this div we have another div. This is our main div. So here class name width will be 80%, mx will be auto, and we are going to use the grid and item center. And for a smaller device we are going to have one column, and when we hit the large screen we are going to use the grid calls 2, and there will be some gap of 3 RAM. So inside this div first we have the image. So here we have a div, and inside this div we are going to use our Next.js image tag. So now I'm going to import the image. So import delivery image. You can name it anything you want. We are going to import this from our public images, and it is delivery.svg. So here in the source, we are going to pass this delivery image, and for the alt text, let's just use the delivery text. Delivery. Now let's check. So these are beautiful image. Now we are going to build the text section. So first we have a heading, then a small description, and then this three list with icons. So after the image we have the text content. So here we have a div, and inside this div we have a h1. So the text will be your, then we are going to use a span favorite burger, and the way. So the h1 have a class name of text 30 pixel, in medium text 40 pixel, in large scale text 50 pixel, and extra large text will be 60 pixel. Font will be bold, and we're going to use leading 3 RAM for small device, and medium and large the leading will be 4 RAM. And for the span we are going to use text red 600. So now let's check. So this is our heading, so we need to make it uppercase, so I'm going to use the uppercase here. So these are heading, then we have a small description. So after the h1 we have a p tag. I'm going to use the lorem system to generate some random text, and here we have a class name of margin top 2 RAM. Text color will be black, font size will be 17 pixel, and text opacity will be 70. So these are description, then we have the list. So after the p1 we have a div, and the div have a class name of flex item center. In this div we are going to place our icons and our text, and we are going to make this flex, and we are going to separate them from a small distance. So that's why we are going to use space x3, and margin top will be 2 RAM. So inside this div we are going to use a bike icon, you can search this in the React icons library, and this icon have a class name of width 2 RAM, height 2 RAM, and text red 600. And then we have an h1 delivery in 30 minutes. So this h1 had a class name of text 18 pixel, text black, and font medium. So let's check. So these are first list. In the actual we have uppercase, but for now I'm going to leave it as like this. So I'm going to copy this. We need two more. So 1 2. For the second one we're going to use another icon, so which is your fast food, and here the text will be free shipping from 75. And for the third we have BS door open. Here the text will be delivery on your doorstep. Now let's check. So there is the three list. We have to change one thing, and for the second one we do not need empty 2 RAM. We are going to use empty 1 RAM. And for the second one also 1 RAM. Now it's look good. So this is complete. Let me show you the responsiveness. So if I inspect, reset this, so as you can see it's adapting its content perfectly, and in mobile view it's looked perfectly fine. So if I select, you can see it's fit perfectly for every screen devices. So this delivery section is completed. Next we are going to build our export section. So this is our export section. Here we have 3 export card here with name, their professional qualification, and then some description. So let's start building this section. So I'm going to create a folder in our component folder, and I'm going to name it team. And inside this I'm going to create a file, just team.tsx, and I'm going to use the shortcut to generate the boilerplate. Then I'm going to add this component in our home component. So after the delivery we are going to add our team section. So this is our team. Now we are going to start building this section. So for the first div we have a class name of padding top of 5 RAM, padding bottom of 3 RAM, and inside this div we have a h1, and the text is meet our export, and then we have a span shapes. So here we are going to use our previously created class name, which is heading, and for this we are going to add a text color of red 600. So now if we check, so this is our heading, and after this heading we have another div and this div has a class name of margin top 5 RAM, width of 80%, margin will be auto, and we are going to use the grid system, and grid calls 1 for small device, medium devices grid calls will be 2, and large grid column will be 3. And we are going to use some gap between the card, so we are going to use gap 3 RAM, and then the item will be center. So inside this we are going to use another reusable component, which is team card. So I'm going to create another component called team card.tsx, and I'm going to use the RAFCE and then add it here. So we do not need to copy same code again and again. That's why we are going to use this reusable component. So I'm going to use team card here. So we have 3 team card. So I'm going to copy it 2 times. So these are 3 team card. Now we need to pass some pros for our team card. So for the first one, we're going to pass the image, which is slash images slash t1.jpg, and we're going to pass a name and a position. I'm going to copy this and paste it here. For the second one, we have image 2. For the third one, we have image 3. For the name, I'm just going to change the name. For the second one, the position is executive. Chef. For the third one, we have head chef. Now we have to define the types of our props, and we have to pass the props type in our team card. So I'm going to use the interface props, and we are receiving an image of type string, then a name of type string, and a position of type string. Now I'm going to pass the props here in our component. So props so here we have some spelling mistake. Now it did not show any error. So next we have this team card section. So inside the first div we have our image. So I'm going to use the Next.js image component for this, and for the source I'm going to pass the props that we are receiving. So here we are going to receive our props image, name, and position. For the source I'm going to pass this image props, and for the alt tag I'm going to pass the name, and then height will be 400 pixel, width will be 400 pixel, and then class name rounded to XL. So we are going to give the image a rounded shape, and then margin will be auto. So let's check. So these are 3 images. Then we have the title, the position, and the description. So after the image, we have a h1, and the h1 will contain the name, and the name we are going to receive from our props. And for the h1, we have a class name of text 40 pixel, text gray 800, margin top will be 1.5 rem, then text will be center, font will be bold. So these are title, or you can say the name. Then we have the position. So I am going to use a p tag for the position, and the p tag has a class name of margin top 0.4 rem, margin bottom of 0.4 rem, px will be 4, py will be 1, bg green 600, text will be white, mx will be auto, width will be fit, and finally the font will be medium. So these are position. Then we have the description. So after the p tag, I'm going to use another p tag, and I'm going to use the lorem ipsum generator to generate some random text. So this p tag has a class name of text center. In the medium screen, the width will be 70%, margin will be auto, text color will be text gray 600, margin top will be 1 rem. So this is our description style. So these are description here. We can reduce some text from here. So let's check. So these are description. So this component is complete. Let me show you the responsiveness of this component. So you can see now it's showing the 3 card. If I decrease the screen size, you can see it adapting perfectly with the screen size. If we reduce more, you can see now we have 1 card. So if I select individual mobile devices, you can see it's fit perfectly. So our team section is completed. Next, we are going to build the reservation section. You can see here we have some text and some information about the reservation, and in the left hand side we have a reservation form with some input field, one for selecting how many people, and one for selecting the date, and another for selecting the time, and then a book now button. So now we are going to build this component. So I'm going to create a folder inside the component folder, and I'm going to name it reservation. And inside, inside this reservation we have a component called reservation.tsx. I'm going to use the shortcut to generate the boilerplate, and then I'm going to add this component in our home component. So here we are going to add our reservation component. So this is our reservation text. So the first div have a class name of padding top of 5 RAM, then relative positioning, margin top of 2 RAM, then we have a padding bottom of 5 RAM, margin bottom of 3 RAM, and we are going to use a background image, so bg url, and here we are going to put our image url, so slash images slash bg dash black dot jpg. So let's check. So here you can see our background. So here we also have bg center, then bg cover. So this is our background. Inside this div we have another div. So this div have a class name of absolute. This is for the overlay. So overlay, we're going to use a black overlay in our component. So this is the overlay component. So absolute width will be full, height will be full, background will be hash 0000000 a6, then top 0, left 0, right 0, and bottom will be 0. So here you can see we have a back overlay. After this div we have another div. So this div has a class name of width 80%, relative. We are going to use a z index of 20. So after the z index we have mx of auto. We are going to use the grid to divide our section in two parts. So one for this text and one for this reservation form. That's why we are using grid. So now we have grid, then grid calls will be 1, and in large screen grid calls will be 2. Items will be center, not end, it will be center. Then we have a gap of 3 RAM. So here we have our text content inside this div. Then we have our reservation form. So in the text content inside this div we have a h1. So this h1 has a class name of text 30 pixel. In the medium screen text will be 40 pixel. Then we have in large screen text will be 50 pixel. Text color will be white, font will be bold, and in the small device leading will be 3 RAM, and in medium screen and larger screen the leading will be 4 RAM. So this is our heading text. I'm going to copy this and then I'm going to paste it here. So this is our text. Here we have missing a W, so with 80%, now it's look good. After this H1, we have a P tag for the description. So here I'm going to use lorem ipsum generator to generate some random text. And this P tag has a class name of text 17 pixel, margin top of 1 rem, text color will be white, text opacity will be 50. So let's check. So these are description text, then we have an icon, and then two text. We are going to use the flex here. So one flex for this icon and the other part will be this text. So after the p tag, we have a div with class name of flex, margin top of 2 rem, then item will be center, and we have some spacing between them, which is spacex 4. So inside this div we have another div. So this div has a class name of width 3 rem, height of 3 rem, background color will be red 500, rounded will be full. Then we have flex item center. We are going to place a icon inside this div. That's why we are using flex to center this icon inside this div. Then we have justify center, and this will be in column direction. Then inside this div we have a phone icon. So I'm going to use a icon from the React icon library. So this icon have a class name of width 1.7 rem, height 1.7 rem, and text color will be white. So let's check. So this is our phone icon, but it's not looking good. So here we have some spelling mistakes, so it will be 3 rem. Now if we check, now it look good. So after this div, we have another div for our text. So here we have an h1. The text will be quick order 24/7, and then we have another h1 with the phone number. I'm going to use a dummy phone number here. So the first h1 have a class name of text 25 pixel, text will be white color, font will be semi-bold. And for the second h1 we have a class name of text yellow 300, text will be 30 pixel, and font will be bold. So let's check. So this is our text and mobile number. Then we have our reservation form. So for the reservation form, I'm going to create a separate component. That's how this project will be more maintainable. So here I'm going to use reservation form.tsx. I'm going to use the boilerplate shortcut, and then I'm going to add this inside this div. So reservation form. Now in the reservation form the first div have a class name of bg green 700 p6 and rounded lg, and inside this div we have a icon. So we are going to use an icon here. It's coming from the React icon library. So this icon have a class name of with 5 RAM, height will be 5 RAM, text color will be white, margin top will be 2 RAM, and margin will be auto. So let's check. So this is our reservation form and this is the icon. So after the icon we have a h1 with the text reservation. So this one h1 has a class name of text center. I'm going to use control and space key for the suggestion. So then we have font, and if I click control and space it will show the suggestion. So we are going to use font bold, then uppercase, text will be 30 pixel, in the medium screen text will be 40 pixel, and in large screen text will be 50 pixel, and margin top will be 0.5 RAM, and text color will be white. So these are reservation text. Next we have this book your table and then the input section. So after the h1 we have a p tag, this book your table. This p tag has a class name of uppercase, then text 20 pixel, in medium text will be 25 pixel, text color will be white, font will be semi bold, and text center. So this is the styling for this p tag. Next we have the input section. So after this p we have our inputs. So I'm going to create a div here. The div will have a class name of margin top 2 RAM, and inside this div we have another div with class name of flex call, and smaller devices the flex will be row, and space y will be 3, in extra small devices and small and large devices the space y will be 0. Then the item will be center, width will be 80%, mx will auto, justify will be between, and space x will be 4. So inside this div first we have a select. So we do not need, for the name we have people and id people. So this select have a class name of px10 ey 2.5 bg will be transparent, rounded will be lg, outline will be none, font will be bold, then text will be 17 pixel, text color will be white, border will be 2.2 pixel, and border color will be border gray 100. And inside this select we have 4 options, so I'm going to use option into 4 to create 4 options. First value will be 1, then 2, then 3, and then 4. So first we have 1 people, then 2 people, 3 people, and then 4 people. So I'm going to select all of the option and then give them a class name of text black. Now let's check. So this is our select box. Next we have this date input section. So after this select we have another input of type date. We do not need name and ID. This input have a class name of px10, then py 2.5 bg transparent rounded lg outline none font bold, text will be 17 pixel, text color will be white, border will be 2.2 pixel, border gray 100. So this is our date. You can see this calendar icon is in black text. We are going to fix this a little later. So then after this div we have another input with type of time. We do not need name and ID. This is a class name of px10 py 2.5 bg transparent will be block width of 80%, mx of auto, then we have margin top of 1 rem, rounded lg, and outline none, font bold, text 17 pixel, text color will be white, border will be 2.2 pixel, and the border color will be border gray 100. So this is our time input section, and then we have a button. So I'm going to create another div with class name of margin top of 2 rem, width will be 80%, text center, and mx auto, and inside this div we have a button of book now. So the button have a class name of px8 py3 rounded lg margin bottom of 3 rem, text of 16 pixel with a full BG blue 950 transition all, duration will be 200 milliseconds, and in hover background color will change to red 600 and the text color will be white. So let's check. So these are book now button. So this component, you can see the time icon and the calendar icon is in black, but we want it to be white. So for this I am going to the global.css, and here outside the component you have an input type of date webkit webkit calendar dash picker dash indicator. Then we are going to use filter and invert. So it will change the color from black to white. So it's not changed. Try the next line of code. So import type time webkit dash, then we have this line calendar picker indicator, here we have a missing dash, it will be webkit, and here also the filter will be invert one. Then I'm going to copy this, and after this indicator we're going to use the after and invert out. So now let's check. The color is not changed. So input. So the problem is here we have a typing mistake. So here we have a calendar picture. Now let's check. Now the color changed and it's now white. So let's see if this is responsive. So you can see I'm going to reduce the size, screen size. As you can see, this component adapt perfectly with the screen size. So our reservation section is complete. Next, we are going to build the newsletter section. So here we have a heading for join, and then have a little description and then an input with a subscribe button. Now we are going to build this newsletter section. So I'm going to create a folder in our component folder, and I'm going to name it newsletter. And inside this newsletter, I'm going to create a file called newsletter.tsx. I'm going to use the shortcut to create the component, and then I'm going to add this in our home component. So here I'm going to use a newsletter. So we have to import this. So I'm going to use Control and space for the suggestion, and then I'm going to import this component. So this is our newsletter. Then for the first div, we have a class name of padding top of 5 rem, padding bottom of 5 rem. Then we have then inside this div we have another div, and this div has a class name of text center, and inside this div we have a h1 for join for hot offers, and this h1 have a class name of text 28 pixel. In small, for extra small device text will be 28 pixel, but for the smaller device the text will be 38 pixel, and in medium text will be 50 pixel, and text color will be black, and font will be bold. So if I check, so this is our text, but we have to make it uppercase. So we are going to make it uppercase. Now it's look good. So after the h1 we have a p tag. Here I'm going to use the lorem ipsum generator to generate some random text, and this p tag have a class name of text black, text opacity will be 70, width will be 85%, and in the medium or large screen the width will be 60%, and margin will be auto. So this is our description text, and after this we have our, so what do we have our input and subscribe button. So after that p tag I'm going to create a div, and this div have a class name of flex item center, not baseline, item center SpaceX2. Inside this div we are going to place our input and button, and we are going to make this a flex item. So after SpaceX2 we have margin top of 3 rem, justify will be center, and inside this div we have input and then subscribe button. So for the input I'm going to use the input of type email. We do not need name and ID, and the placeholder will be email address, and for the class name we have px5 py4 bggray 400, and width will be 40%, outline none, rounded LG, and for the placeholder the text color will be black. So let's check. So this is our input for the email address. So now we have the button. So here the button, subscribe. And inside this button we have a class name of px8 py4 bg green 700. In the hover, the bg green 900, transition all, duration 200, rounded MD, text wide, and font bold. So let's check. So this is our subscribe button. So this is our newsletter section. So now we are going to check its responsiveness. So you can see it's adapted perfectly with our screen size. So our newsletter section is completed. Next, we are going to build the footer section. So this is our beautiful footer section with 4 parts. So we are going to use the grid system here and divide this in 4 parts. Here we have some links, footer links, and also some icons. So let's start building this beautiful footer section. So for this, I'm going to create another component or another folder in our component folder, which is footer. And inside this footer, I'm going to create a footer.tsx component. And I'm going to use the shortcut. And now the question is where we are going to put the footer. So we are not going to put it here. We are going to put the footer in our layout component, so that all the pages have this footer attached to it. So here I'm going to use the footer. So this is our footer. Now for the first day, we have a class name of pt5 ram, pb of 3 ram, bg gray 900. So these are background color. Then inside this div, we have another div with class name of width 80%, padding bottom of 2 ram, border bottom will be 2 pixel, and border bottom color will be gray 300, and the border opacity will be 50. Then we have margin auto, and we are going to use the grid. For the small devices, there will be 1 column. For the medium, there will be 2 columns, and in the large, the grid columns will be 4. And we have a gap of 3 ram, and items will be in center. Then inside this div, we have the first part. So first part of the footer section. So here we have a div and inside this div, if you see, here we have our logo. So I'm going to copy it from the nav section. So the navigation in the navbar. So I'm going to copy this logo. If you want, you can create a separate component for the logo, but I'm not doing it because in real world we have an image for our logo. So from that we do not need to create any separate component. So here I'm going to paste our footer, not footer, it's the logo, and I'm going to import this icon from the hero icon. So this is our logo, and I'm just going to give the text color of white. So text white. So this is our logo, and after this logo, so make a comment here, logo. So after the logo we have a p tag, and I'm going to create some random text here using the lorem ipsum generator. The p tag have a class name of text white, text opacity will be 60, and margin top will be 0.4. So this is our text. You can remove some part of the text here to make it short. So this is our text. Then we have this email and phone number. So after the p tag we have another p tag. Here we have a dummy email address, sample.com, and this p has a class name of margin top of 1 rem, text white, and then we have another p tag with the phone number. So I'm going to create a dummy phone number here, and this p tag have a class name of text red 300, then text 19 pixel, and font will be bold. So these are phone number and email. So here maybe we have an extra ink. So this is our first part. Then we have the second part. So after this div, I'm going to create another div, and here we have h1 of products, and this h1 have a class name of text 23 pixel, font semi bold, margin bottom of 2 rem, and text white. And after this h1 we have a p tag with chicken burger, and the p tag has a class name of margin top of 0.7 rem, text color will be white, opacity is 60, in the hover text will be yellow 300, then transition all, duration of 200, cursor pointer, and width will be fit. So we have more of this footer link, so I'm going to copy it 4 times 2 3 4. and I'm going to change the content here. So for the second one, we have beef burger, then crispy burger, classic burger, and delight burger. So let's check. So this is our first link. So here I think we have something missing, which is in the grid it's not item center, we're going to use item start. So now if I say, you can see they have the items start position, and then we have another same type of link. So I'm just going to copy the second part. So I'm going to copy this, and then after this step, it's third part, I'm just going to paste it here and change the content. For the first one, we have the heading will be quick link, then we have home, then about, then menu, products, and finally news later. So if I check, so this is our third part. Then we have this opening hours as a heading and some text about the opening time and a social icon. So for this, after this div, we have our fourth part. So I'm going to give a comment of fourth part, and here we have a div, and we have this same type of h1. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here, and here I'm going to say it as opening hours, and it is going to be uppercase. So now I'm going to save this. So this is our opening hour. Then inside this div, after the h1, we have a p tag. So here we have Monday to Friday, and then we have a span 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. and I'm going to copy this, and next we have Saturday 8 p.m. 8 a.m. to 12 a.m. So this P have a class name of text white, and text will be 80 pixel, and the pen will have a class name of text yellow 300, and I'm going to copy this styling and paste it here, and also I'm going to copy this and paste it here. So now let's check. So this is our to time, then we have our social icons. So after this p tag, we have social icons. So I'm going to create another div, and inside this div we have three icons. One is Facebook icon, so for the div we have a class name of flex, margin top of 2 rand, Then item center SpaceX will be 6. And for the icon, we have a class name of width 1.5 RAM, height 1.5 RAM, and text blue 400. I'm going to copy this 2 more times, and second icon is Instagram, and the text color will be text red 400. So here we are going to use the 600 or 400, and then we have Twitter. This text blue 300. So this is our social icons. And finally we have this copyright text. So I'm going to copy this text from here, and then after this div we have our copyright text. So here we have a P. I'm going to paste it here, and this text will be inside a span. And for the P tag we have a class name of text center text white opacity 50 margin top 1.5 gram, and for this span the class name will be text yellow 300. So let's check. So this is our copyright text, and our footer is completed. So let's check the responsiveness. So responsive, and reset this. You see, first we have the 4 part, then if we reduce, now it's 2 part, and then if we reduce this more, so you can see the footers are adapting with the screen size perfectly. So this is our footer. Next, we are going to add some animation in our website for more user attraction. So let me show you the animation. So here you can see a scroll animation. So the feature section are coming to the screen with a beautiful scroll animation. Then we have this rider scroll animation, and then this export section animation. So we are going to build this animation now. So for the animation, we are going to use a npm package which is called AOS, animation on scroll. So I'm going to search this, and I'm going to the GitHub page. So here you can see the animation library. It is very easy to use. You have just to write this data AOS property in your div that you want to animate on scroll. So there are different types of animation: fade down, fade right, flip, zoom, and more animation like zoom out down, zoom out left, and you can use different parameter to control the animation. So now I'm going to install this in our project. So for this I'm going to use the npm install script, and I'm going to paste it in our terminal. Now it's installed successfully. So we are going to configure this in our home component. So first we have to import these 2 lines. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it in our home component. So here if I hover, you can see it needs to download or install the packages. So I'm going to copy this npm script and I'm going to paste it here for the type installation. And in this file we are going to use effect to initialize our AOS. That's why we are going to convert this into a client component using this use client text. So now it's a client component. So here we are going to initialize our AOS using use effect. So for this use effect, and inside this use effect I'm going to create a function called init AOS, and it will be a async function. And inside this we are going to import our AOS using await so import AOS. Sorry, it will be inside this function. So now it's okay. Then we have AOS dot init, and inside this we are going to pass some parameter. So first one is duration, which is 100 millisecond, means 1 second. Then we have easing, and here we are going to use the ease. Then we have once true, and then anchor placement will be top center. And then we are going to call this function. So init AOS. So our initialization is complete. Now we are going to apply the animation in our component. So first we are going to apply the animation in our feature section. So in the feature, for the first card we have a data dash AOS, and here we are going to use fade left, and we are going to use the data dash AOS dash data dash AOS dash anchor dash placement. For this we are going to place the anchor placement in top center. So I'm going to copy this, and for the second card here we are going to use zoom in, and we are going to use a delay. So here I'm going to use a delay of 200 millisecond. It will be data dash AOS dash delay. I'm going to copy this, and for the third card we have fade right. So fade right, and the delay will be 400 milliseconds. Now let's check. So if I refresh, you can see the animation. So this is our feature section animation. Then we have animation for this rider section. So I'm going to open the delivery section. And here for the image, we have data-aos is equal to fade right, and data-aos-anchor placement with top center. So this is the animation for this image, the delivery section image. So you can see the animation work properly. Then we have the animation in our export section. So I'm going to open the team and team card, not team card, team.tsx, and I'm going to wrap this team card inside it deep. So deep, and then I'm going to apply the animation in the deep. Now for the first team card, we have data-aos will be fade right, then data-aos-anchor placement will be top center. I'm going to copy this, and for the next card, here we have a zoom in effect, zoom in, and we have a delay of 300 milliseconds. And for the third card, we have fade right, and the delay will be 600 milliseconds. So let's check. So this is our feature section animation, then the rider section, and finally team section. So all the animation works properly. Finally, we are going to deploy our project in Vercel. For this, we first need to create a repository in our GitHub account. So I'm going to open my GitHub account. And here I'm going to create a new repository. And I'm going to name it Burger Landing Website. So I'm going to make it a private repository and then create repository. And in the code, I'm going to stop it now. And here, first I'm going to initialize Git using the Git init. And then I'm going to add all the file using git add dot. Then I'm going to commit. and for the message first commit. So here we completed this part. Then I'm going to copy this and paste it here. Next we are going to add our origin, remote origin, and finally we are going to push our project. So it's complete. Now refresh the page. So this is our Git repository. Next I'm going to open a virtual dashboard, and here add new project, and then I'm going to import this. Just now we are push it in our GitHub repository. So I'm going to import this project. The name will be the burger landing website, and then I'm going to click the deploy button. Now this will deploy our project in Versa. So it's now installing our dependencies. Now it's creating an optimized production build. You can see it's Next.js 14 app. Now it's generating the static pages. Now the deployment is complete. So I am going to the dashboard, and then this is our link. So I am going to click this. So now our website is live. So if I scroll, you can see the animation works properly and every section is looking perfect. So let's check the responsiveness. So you can see the responsive navbar, the slider, the feature section, popular burger section, rider section, the export section. Everything looks perfect. Now you can share this link to your client, or you can add this link in your portfolio. So finally our project is completed. So in this video, we are going to build a job portal web application from scratch with using the Next.js 14, TypeScript and Tailwind CSS. So let me show you the full demo of this web application. So first we have a logo and then a sign up button. Then we have a hero section where some text, a search bar and the image. Then we have popular job category section with beautiful hover effect. Then we have a featured job section with beautiful job card. Then we have a view all job button, and finally we have a footer. Here you can see we have a button. If I click here, it will bring us to the top. So it is a scroll to top button. So then we have, if you click on the view all jobs, it will bring you to the all job page. So this is our all job page. Here you can see it says that show result of 6. So we have 6 total of job. Then you can see all the job are listed here. In this page we also have the scroll to top button. Now if I click any of the job, it will open the job description page. So if I click here, you can see the job description page is open. Here we have the job description, key responsibilities and skill. And then we have a section for related job. In this page, we also have the scroll to top button. And then you can see here, it says that sign up to apply. That means we are not able to apply if we are not signing. That means we have to sign in to apply for a job. So here we are using Next.auth Google authentication for the sign up process. So let me show you the Google authentication here. So if I click here to sign up, it will bring us to a beautiful sign up page. Here you can see a button called sign up now. So if we click here, then it will open the Google sign in. So you can see the Google sign in here. It says choose an account. So I'm going to choose this account to sign up. So it asked for the permission. So I will click on the continue. Now you can see we are now authenticated. Here you can see we have our profile picture. Then we have a button for job a post. And now if I go to a individual jobs, then you can see the button changed. It now says that apply now. So if I click here on the apply now button, you will see a beautiful pop-up animation here. So here it says application successful. So we are going to build this also. And the application is fully mobile responsive. Let me show you the mobile responsiveness of this website. So if I select iPhone 12, you can see that all the contents are fit perfectly in the mobile devices. So this is our home page. You can see everything looks very nice. And then if I go to the view all jobs, this page also looks very nice in the mobile view. And finally, for the job details, it also fit perfectly in our mobile. So here if I click on the apply now, you will see the pop-up animation, the pop-up box also appear very nicely. And to log out from the application, we have to click on our user profile. So if I click here, then it will log out and redirect us to the sign up page. So we are being in the sign up page. So this is our full application. We are going to build this from scratch. You will learn how to structure a project, how to add Next auth Google authentications, how to uh, routing in Next.js 14, how to build a reusable component, and many more. So the starter file will be added in the description. And if you have any question related to this project, you can ask me in the comment section. So now let's start our project. First, we are going to set up our project. So I'm going to create a new folder and I'm going to name it Job Portal WebApp. And then I'm going to open this folder with Visual Studio Code. And then I'm going to open a new terminal here. And then I'm going to open my browser and search for Next.js. And then I'm going to open the installation page. Here you can see a npx script. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it in our terminal, and I'm going to add a dot slash so that all the packages are installed in this folder. So now I'm going to click enter. Now it will asked us some question about the project. So it asked us, would you like to use TypeScript? Yes, we are going to use the TypeScript. We are going to use ESLint. We are going to use Tailwind CSS. We do not need the source directory, and we are going to use the app router, and we do not need to customize our default import aliases. So I'm going to enter. Now it will install all the packages that is needed to initialize our project. So now all the packages are installed successfully. Then go to the tailwind config.ts and then remove this part. We do not need this. Then this app folder is our main folder. We are going to work on this folder. So first go to the page and delete all of this. And I'm going to use a shortcut called RAFC for component boilerplate, and I'm going to name it home page. So this page is serve as our main page. So here I'm going to give some tailwind classes to check if tailwind is working properly or not. So I'm going to give it text of 9xl and text red 500, and then in global css I'm going to remove all of this, we do not need this. And then in layout, so this is our main layout. So here we are going to use our navbar, our footer, and all the component that we want in all of our pages. So this is our layout. So now if I run our project using npm run dev, then it will run our project. Now if you wonder how I create the shortcut for creating component boilerplate, let me show you the extension. The extension I use is called ES7 React Redux and React Native Snippet. So you have to install this extension to create a shortcut for component boilerplate. So now let's open our browser and go to the localhost 3000. So it will load our project here. So you can see our tailwind is working properly. Now we are going to add font to our project. Now Next.js 14 have built-in Google font implementation. So here you can see it's import the inter font from Next font Google. So here we are not going to use the inter font. So here we are going to use the plus Jakarta Sans font here. So we are going to import it from Google font, and then here we are going to use this font. So then we are going to call this and then pass some parameters. So the first parameter is the font weight. So here we are going to use the 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700 and 800. So we are going to use import all the font weight, and then we have to give another parameter which is subset. So here we are going to use the Latin, and then I'm going to change this constant name and I'm going to just simply name it font, and here in the body class name I'm going to pass the font dot class name. So our font is perfectly initialized. Then here you can see we have a metadata. So here we have a title. So for the title I'm going to give a new title which is Jobify find your find your dream job. And for the description I'm going to add find your dream job. You can add your own description here, it is very helpful for the SEO. So now our metadata is applied. So let me show you the result. So you can see here we have our title which is job if I find your dream, and if I inspect and hover on the font, you can see it's using the plus Jakarta Sans font. So our font is also working. Now for the project we need some icons. So for the icons we are going to use the React icon library. So I'm going to search for React icon, and then I'm going to open the GitHub pages. Here you can see we have a lot of icon here. You just have to search for any icon. So if you search for up arrow, then you can see there are a lot of up arrow icon here. So now I'm going to open the npm pages of React icons. Then I'm going to copy this npm script, and then I'm going to split our terminal, and here I'm going to run the npm I react icons and then enter. So it will now install the react icons package in our project. So for this project we also need some images. So for this I'm going to create a new folder in the public folder, and I'm going to name it images. So in the images I'm going to copy the images that we need. So these images also attached in the starter file, and the starter file is in the description. So I am going to copy this in our image folder. So these are the images that we are going to use in our project. Now for this project we need some dummy data. So here we are going to use some dummy data for our jobs. So I am going to create a data.ts file in the root level of our project. So here I'm going to copy the job data, so job dummy data that we are going to use. So I'm going to copy the data here. So this is our job data. Here you can see I declare a interface of for our jobs, and it's a type of id, which is type of number, title which is type of string, image which is type of string, and all the typing. Then we are declaring a job data variable, and here we are assigning the type. The type will be an object of array of objects. So here you can see we have six object inside a array. So this is our job data. This is the dummy data we are going to use for our application. Then I'm going to create a component folder in the app folder. So component. So here we are going to use our reusable component and other component that we need. So this is our basic project setup. So now we are going to build the Navbar. So here you can see this is our Navbar. We have a logo and a sign up button. So let's build the Navbar now. For this, I'm going to create another folder inside our component, and I'm going to name it home. In this home folder, we are going to add our home related component. So first here we are going to create a home.tsx file. So in home.tsx we are going to add all our homepage related components like the job card, and other homepage component here, and then we are going to add this home component in our page component. So let me show you. So this is our home component. Now I'm going to add this in our main page.tsx. Here I'm going to add our home component. So this is our home component, and we do not need this tailwind classes. Here we are going to use a overflow hidden, so we do not need any overflow here in our page component. So this is our home component, and inside this home component now I'm going to create another component which is nav.basics. So I'm going to use the shortcut to create the component boilerplate, and then I'm going to add this nav in our layout because we want the nav bar for all the pages. That's why in the layout here I'm going to add our nav bar. So this is our nav bar. Now you can see first we have the nav, then we have our home. Now let's start building our nav. So for the first div we have a class name of height 13vh. Then we have a overflow hidden and a shadow of medium. Then we have another div. So here we are going to use the flex box to separate the logo and the sign up button. So this div we are going to give a class name of width of 90%,
Then in medium and large, width will be 80%, and then height will be 100%, and margin will be auto, flex, the item will be center, justify will be between, and then we have our logo image. So logo. Now I'm going to import the logo image. So import logo image from /public /images /logo.png. So here I'm going to use another div. So this div have a class name of width of 115 pixel, height of 150 pixel, and in medium, the medium and large skin, the width will be 250 pixel and height will be 250 pixel. Now inside this div we are going to use a link, because when we click on the logo we are going to redirect to our home page. So I am going to import the link from next link, and the href will be just / our home page. So now inside this link we are going to use our Next.js image component. So I'm going to import the image from next image, and then here we have our source, which is the logo image that we are import. Then we have a all tag. Here I'm going to use the logo text, and then we have a width of 250, height of 150, and then we have a class name of width 100% and height of 100%. So now let's check. So this is our logo, and here you can see a shadow here, looks very nice. So now we have to build the sign up button. So after this div we have another div. Here we are going to use the class name of flex item center and SpaceX 4. So when we are login, here we are going to use one for user icon, user image, and then one button for the job, post a job. That's why we are going to use a flex, and we are going to separate these two. So if I show you, so if I go to sign up and sign up now, you can see after sign up we have a user logo and a job a post button. That's why we are going to use the flex, so that they are have a separate by some distance. So now here we have our first we have our sign up button, but here we are also going to use a link. So after clicking the sign up button we are going to redirect the user to a sign up page. So here for the href we are going to give a path name of /sign up, and then inside this link we are going to use our button. So in the button the text will be sign up. So the button have a class name of px of 4, py of 1.5, font size will be 14 pixel, and the smaller device text will be 16 pixel, in the small and higher screen size devices the px will be 6 and py will be 2, background will be bg blue 600, font will be semi bold, Text color will be white, rounded will be LG, and in hover the background will change from blue 600 to blue 800, and we're going to use the transition all and duration of 300 milliseconds. So this is our button. So let's check. So the button looks nice, very nice. Now if I click in the sign up, then it will say 404, this page could not be found because we do not create the page here. So creating the sign up page, we have to create a folder in our app folder. So we have to create a sign up folder here, and inside this sign up folder we have to create a component called page.tsx, and you must give a name of the page.tsx, otherwise it will not work. So here I'm going to use the shortcut to create the component, and I'm going to name it sign up. So now the page is created. Now if I click here to sign up, then you can see it says sign up. So we are redirect to sign up page, which is localhost 3000 slash sign up. So now if I click on the logo, it will bring us back to the home page. So these are home page. So now we are going to implement the sign up page. So for this I am going to create another component in our another folder in our components folder, and I'm going to name it auth. So we're going to add our auth related. So we're going to add our auth related component in our auth folder. So here I'm going to name it create a signup.tsx and react arrow function to create a component boilerplate. So here we can change it to sign up page. So that's it. Now in the sign up, so it will be in the components, not in the home. So now it's okay. So in the component folder we have a home folder and a auth folder. So in the auth folder we are going to create our auth related component. So here we are going to create our sign up page here, sign up component here. So the sign up component, the first we have class name of overflow of hidden. We do not need any overflow here. Height will be 84 VH. Then we have a flex call, then item center, justify center. So go to the sign up page. So these are sign up page. Let me show you the sign up page. So if I log out, you can say this is our sign up page. So we have an image and then a sign up now button. So here we have our image. So I'm going to import the image. So import image URL from /public /images / here we are going to use the chair.jpg image. So now here I'm going to import the image component from the next image, and for the source will be image URL, and for the alt tag I'm just going to give a image text. Then we have a width of 400 and a height of 200. Let's check. So we have to add this in our sign up page. So go to the sign up page, and here we are going to add our sign up component. So sign up component. So in the sign up page we are importing our sign up component. So now if I check, here you can see our image is perfectly added. So after the image we have our button. So sign up button. So here we have a button with class name of px12, py of 3, margin top will be 2 rem, background will be purple 700. In the hover the background will change from bg purple 900. Then we are going to use some transition here, and the duration will be 300 milliseconds. Then we have rounded of lg, and text color will be white. So text white. And here we are going to have sign up now. So let's check. So it's looking very nice. So this is our sign up page. So this is our home page, and if we click here, this will be redirect us to sign up page. So these are Navbar and sign up page. Next we are going to implement our authentication using the Next.js. So first I'm going to search for Next.js. So then I'm going to click here to getting started, and then I'm going to copy this npm script, and I'm going to split the terminal, and I'm going to run the command. So it will install the Next.js in our applications. So now here we are using the app router. So that's why we need to initialize it differently. So here we need this route. So this is for the page, but for the app router, so we need to do this. So Next.js handler and export this. So I'm going to show you how to do everything. So first create a file in the root level of the package.json and name it auth.ts. So here first import next. So import something from next auth, and the something is we are going to import this next auth options. Then import the provider from next auth. So import next auth slash providers slash Google. So we are going to import the Google provider. Google provider. So after importing the Google provider, then we have export const auth options, and it is a type of next auth options, and it is equal to, and the providers, here the providers will be the Google provider, and then Here we have a client ID. We have to pass the client ID and client secret. So we have to pass client ID and client secret. Now for now, I'm going to keep it empty. And next I'm going to show you how to get your client ID and client secret. So here, after this, it says satisfy. Satisfy next auth options. So for now, I'm going to give a dummy data here. So next I'll show you how to get your client ID and client secret. So after this, go to the next auth and then copy this part. So copy this and then in the app folder, create a new file and then paste the part you copy and then enter. So it will then automatically create the route for you. So here we have to import our auth options from slash auth. So we are going to import our auth options here. Then we are going to import next auth from next auth. We do not need the next here. So we are going to import the next auth from next auth, and then we have to create a handler is equal to next auth, and here we are going to pass our auth options and then export the handler as get and handler as post. So now we need the client ID and client secret. So we need the client ID and client secret. For this, go to the Firebase and open the Firebase app and then go to the console. So it's opening and then add a project. So I'm going to name it job portal YT and then click here continue, and I'm going to disable the Google Analytics for this project, and now it will create the project for us. So it will take some time to create the project. So let's wait for the project to finish creating. So it's finished now. Click here to continue. Now get started by adding a Firebase to your app. So we need the web. So click here to web, and now you have to give a app nickname. So I'm going to name it job portal YT and then register app. So it will then register our app in Firebase. So now it's completed. Now click here and then here click here in the authentication section and now get started. and then we are going to select the provider as Google, and then enable the Google. And for the support image, I'm going to give my email here, and then I'm going to save. Now it will initialize our provider. So this is enable. Now click here and scroll, and in the web SDK configuration, here you will get your client ID and also the client secret. Now we are going to add this in our config folder. So we are not directly adding the client ID and client secret here. So for this, I'm going to create a file called .env.local, and here we are going to use our client ID. So Google client ID, and then Google client secret, and we also need a next auth URL. We also need a next auth secret, and another environment variable that we need, which is the next public URL. So now copy the client ID and then paste it here, then copy the client secret and then paste it here. For the next URL, we're going to add our localhost. So copy this and then paste it here. And for the secret, you just need to give a random secret. So it can be anything you want. And for the next public URL, we're going to add our localhost. But when we deploy this project in the Vercel, then we have to give the deployed URL as our next public URL. So this part is complete. Now we have to add the Google client ID and client secret in our auth file. So here in the client ID we're going to use, so now we are going to add our client ID here. So process dot env dot Google client ID, and then here we have process dot env dot Google client secret. So here we are going to add a this sign, which means that the Google client ID and Google client secret is must there. So that's it. So let's check what happens. So if I click here sign up and then sign up now, so sign up now is not working because we do not add anything here in this button. So for this I'm going to open my sign up component, so auth and sign up. Then here in the button, in the on click, we're going to sign up our users. So sign in, and we're going to import the sign in from next auth react, and then we're going to first pass that the Google, we're using the Google, and then we are going to add our we are going to add our route. So after the sign up, which route the application will be redirected. So we want to go to the home page. So here we are going to use our process.end.next next public URL. So add a template literal and then add this like that. So here something is not looking good. So we have to give a parameter here, which is no. We have to first give a curly braces and then the callbacks, and the callbacks will be process dot end dot next public URL. So these are callbacks. So after signing in, the application will be redirected to our home page. So if I use the sign in here, we have to make it a client component. So here I'm going to use the use client. So if I use the use client, then it will work. So now you can see the error is gone. So if I click the sign up now, so now it's opening the, so here you can see the access is blocked because the redirect URI mismatch. To solve this, copy this URL and then go to the Google Cloud console. So then open the Google Cloud platform, then go to the console. It will open your cloud console, and here then all project, find the project you declared. So we are declared that the job portal YT. So I'm going to open this. So now you can see working in job portal YT, and then go to the dashboard and then open this API. So click here, go to the API overview, and then go to the credential and this web client, and first here add a new URI and paste the link that you copied and remove the this part. So it's only localhost 3000, and here authorized redirect URI. So add a URI and now copy the full link. So we have to add our deployed URL here also after we deploy. So I will show you that later when we deploy the project. So now click here to save. Now it's saved. Now go to the application. So refresh and now sign up now and choose an account. So I'm going to choose this account and continue. Now we are sign in now. So the sign up process is working properly. So next we have to pass our session in all the pages, all the components. So for this I'm going to create a new folder in our component folder, which is HOC. HOC means the higher order component. So here we are going to add our session related component here. So I'm going to show you what is this session related component is. So here I'm going to name this client provider dot tsx, and here we are going to convert this a client component, and then I'm going to use the shortcut to create the component boilerplate, and then we are going to create an interface here. So interface, here we are going to receive children as our prop. So props types will be children. Children is type of react dot react node. So react node. Now we are going to pass this in our component, and we are going to import the children. Now for the return statement, we are going to return session provider from Next.React, and then inside this we are going to pass our children. So that is our higher order function client provider. Now we are going to add this in our layout. So I'm going to open the layout. Now in the layout we are going to wrap our entire thing in the client provider. So I'm going to import the client provider, and then I'm going to wrap everything in this client provider. So that's it. Now we have wrapped our component using the client provider. Now if I go to the home component and in the nav component, and then here const session, and we are going to await this. So for this we have to make this a async function. So now in Next.js 14 we can make our component a async component, as this is the server component. So await get server session, so which is imported from Next.auth, and here we are going to pass our auth options. So auth option, we are going to import this from the auth, and now if I log the session, so if I log session, you can say it's logged it here. So the user, the name, the email, and the user image. So our authentication is works perfectly. So and we are getting the user information here. So next we are going to do some checkup. So this is the sign up button. So we are only show it if the user is not signed in. So if we do not have session, then we are going to show the sign up button. Now next, if we have session, then if we have session, then we are going to show the user icon. So for this I am going to create a helper component. So if we have session, then we are going to use a reusable component here, which is user. So we are going to add our user here. So for this, first I'm going to comment this, and in the component folder I'm going to create another folder which is helper, and here I'm going to create a new component which is user dot tsx. So in the user, this will be a client component. So I'm going to convert this into a client component. Here we are going to receive the session as a props. So we are declaring an interface of props, and here we are getting session, which is type of session. and then we're going to pass the session here and then import it here. So now go to the Navbar, and if we have session, then we are going to add our user here. So user, and we have to pass our session. So session is equal to session. Now go to the user, and for the first div we have a class name of cursor pointer, and then inside this div we have a image. So here we are going to use the normal image tag, and the source will be session dot user dot image, and for the alt tag we are just giving the name user. So we are disabling this yes linked, and next we have a width. So next we have a class name of width 50 pixel, and then we have height of 50 pixel, rounded will be full. So that's it. Now let's check. So now here we see our profile picture here, and if we click the profile picture we are going to log out from the application. So for this div on click, so in the on click handler we are going to sign out. So I'm going to import the sign out from Next.js React, and here we're going to give a callback. So after the sign out or logout we are going to redirect the user to sign up page. So that's why the callback in the callback we are going to give the URL. So process dot end dot next public URL, and then slash sign up. So we are going to redirect the user in the sign up page. So that's our user. So now if I click here, it's log out and here redirect to the sign up page. So if I sign up again, so it's sign up directly because it's connected to the Google after the first sign up. So next we have a job a post button. So in the Navbar, so if we have the session, then I'm going to copy this button, paste it here, and I'm going to change it to sign up to post. So what is the button text? So it's job a post, so it will be post a job, or you can say job a post. No, post a job, and I'm going to change it blue to orange. So orange. So that's our post a job button. So everything is look perfect. So let's check everything again. So if I log out, it will redirect us to sign up, And then if I click here to sign up, it will sign up and we will have our user button and post and job. So let's check the responsiveness. So in the iPhone, it's looking very nice. So for the sign up page, it's also looking very nice. So if I click sign up, it will sign up. So our authentication is works perfectly. So this is our Next.js Google authentication system. Now we are going to build our hero section. So this is our hero section where we have some text, a search bar and an image. So let's start building this component. So for this I'm going to create a new component in our home component and I'm going to name it hero.tsx, and I'm going to use the shortcut to create the component boilerplate, and then I'm going to add this in our home component. So here I'm going to add our hero section. So this is our hero section. Now you can see it's a hero. So let's start building the hero section. So for the first div we are going to apply some padding. So padding top of 5 RAM and then padding bottom of 3 RAM. Then inside this div we have another div, and this div has a class name of width of 100%. Then we have height of 60 VH, and we are going to use the flex. Then we have flex call, so flex in the column direction. Then we have item center, and then we have justify center. And then inside this div we have another div. So this div have a class name of width 80%, and margin will be auto, and we're going to use the grid. The grid calls will be 1 in the small devices, and in large and high screen devices it will be grid calls 2. Then we have item center. Then we have a gap of 2 rem. So this is our grid, and inside this grid we are going to add our two parts. So one part is the text and one part is the image. So that's why we are going to divide the grid into two parts. So first we have the content. So this is the content div, and then we have the image. So then we have image. So this is our image div. So first add the image here. So for this I'm going to import the image. So import hero image from public, then images, and then hero.svg. So here we are going to use our Next.js image component. So I'm going to import this, and the source will be hero image, and for the alt tag it will be just hero. Then we have width of 700, and then we have a height of 400 pixels. So for this div it will be hidden in the small devices, so the image will be hidden and it will show only in the large screen. So in the screen size less than 124 pixel we are going to hide this image. So let's check. So this is our image. This is looking very nice. Then for the content, the first div have a h1, and then we are going to use a span, and inside the span we are going to have this text. So easiest way and then we're going to break the line, and then we have the text to get your new job. So for the span, the class name will be text blue 500, and for the h1, the class name will be text 28 pixel, and small devices text will be 35 pixel. So this text 28 pixel in the small extra small devices. Then for the large, text will be 45 pixel, and in extra large the text will be 60 pixel. Then the text color will be hash 052648. So this will be the text color. Then leading will be 3 RAM, and in large screen the leading will be 4 RAM, and font will be extra bold. So remove this. So this is the text. Then we have this text description text, so I'm going to copy this text, and then after the h1 we have a p tag, and I'm going to paste the text here. So this p tag have a class name of text, color will be hash 4f5e64. Then the font size will be 16 pixel, and in medium the font size will be 18 pixel, and margin top will be 1 rem. So this is our description. Then we have this search box. So then after the p tag we have our search box. So we have a div with class name of margin top of 1.5 ram, and then inside this div we have an input of type text. We do not need the name and id, so the placeholder will be search job, and this input have a class name of width 60%, in medium screen width will be 70%, and in large screen width will be 75%, and then px will be 5, ui will be 4, outline will be none, then rounded LMD, background will be bg grade 500, no bg grade 200. So let's check. So these are input box. Then we have a button. So for the button, after the div we have a button tag, and the text will be search, and this button tag have a class name of px5 ey4, outline none, rounded right md, then the bg blue 500, and then we have a text of white. So this is our search button. So this looks very nice. So this is our hero section. Let me show you the responsiveness. So you can see first we have the image and the text. So if I reduces the screen size, the image will be hidden and we only left with the text content. So if I decrease the screen size more, you can see it's fit perfectly. So if I select iPhone, you can see it's also looking very nice, and if I select iPad mini, it's also looking very nice. So our hero section is perfectly responsive. So we completed the hero section. Next, we are going to build our job category section. So this is our job category section where we have different type of job category and the image, heading, and the number of position that is opening. And the job category have a beautiful hover effect. So we are going to build this component now. So for this, I am going to create a new component in our home folder, and I'm going to name it job job category dot tsx. So here I am going to use the RAFC to creating the component boilerplate, and then I'm going to add this in our home component. So after the hero, I'm going to add our job category. So this is our job category. Here you can see we have the job category. So now for the first div, we have a class name of PT of 20 and PV of 12, and then inside this div we are going to create a reusable heading component. So here we are going to create a heading component so that we can reuse this heading component uh, for other section of our project. So here you can see we have the same type of heading. So that's why I am creating a reusable heading component. So for this I am going to open my helper folder, and here I am going to create a new component and I am going to name it heading.tsx. So here I am going to create the component boilerplate RAFCE, and then I am going to add this in our job category section. So here I am going to add our heading. So that is our heading. So here we are going to pass some props in our heading. One is we are going to pass the main heading, and then we are going to pass the subheading. So if I go to the deployed version, you can see this is our main heading. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it in our main heading. And then for the subheading, this is our subheading. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. Now we have to receive these two props and give them a proper type assignment in our heading component. So I'm going to open my heading component, and here I'm going to declare a interface of props, and we are receiving a main heading which is type of string, and we are also receiving a subheading which is also type of string. Then I'm going to pass these props in our component. So props, and then I'm going to import the main heading and then subheading. So then for the first div we have a class name of text center and p3, and then inside this div we have a h1 of main heading, and then a p for subheading. So first the h1 have a class name of text black, text of 27 pixel, text opacity will be 90, then font will be bold. And for the p tag, for the subheading, we have a class name of margin top of 1 rem, text of 15 pixel, text gray 800, text opacity of 80, and then font will be medium. So now let's check. So I think I do not save the job category, so I have to save this. So now you can see our heading mini as half heading and our main heading is appear in the screen. Now next we are going to build this job section, job category card. So then we have another div after the heading. We have another div with class name of width 80%, margin will be auto, and we are using the grid system. Grid calls will be 1, and in medium grid calls will be 2, and in large grid calls will be 3. Margin top will be 4 rem, gap will be 3 rem, and items will be centered. So inside this div where we have another div, and inside this div we are going to add our job category card. So here we are going to create another reusable component for the job category card. So in the helper folder I am going to create another component which is job category card.tsx. I'm going to use the shortcut to create the component boilerplate, and then I'm going to add it here. So we do not need any div here. So here I'm going to add our job category card. So in job category card we are going to pass some props. So the first props we are going to pass is the image. So the image will be the images slash icon1 dot png, and then we are going to pass the category. So the category first one will be finance, and then we are going to pass another prop which is open position. So here I am going to pass 23. So we have nine total job category cards. So I'm going to copy this 9 times. So the next one will be 2, icon 2, and the category will be marketing, and let's say the opening position is 30. Then we have icon 3, icon 4, icon 5, icon 6, icon 7, icon 8, and icon 9. So first we have the category of finance, marketing, then we have design, then we have development, then human resource, Then we have automotive jobs. Then we have customer services. Then we have health and care. And finally we have project management. So now we have to receive our props and give them proper types in the job category card component. So I'm going to open the job category card, and here we have the interface of props, and here we are receiving image, which is type of string. Then we are receiving category, which is type of string. Then we are receiving open position, which is also type of string. And then we are going to pass these props in our main component, and here I am going to import the category, the image, and sorry for that, and open position. So now we are going to create our job category card. So first div, we have a class name of p4 border of 2 cursor pointer in hover. We are going to scale 110, and in the hover we have a shadow of small. Then we are going to apply some transition, and the duration will be 300 millisecond. Then the border color will be border gray 500, rounded will be LG, border opacity will be 10. So this is our job category box. Next we have a div with class name of flex item center and SpaceX 4. So here we are going to use the flex. So one is for the image and other is for the text, and we have some space between them, that's why we are using the SpaceX 4. So first we have the image. So here we have going to import the image component from next image, and then for the source will be the image that we are getting from our props. And for the alt, so for the alt I'm going to use our category text. Then we have width, I'm going to 60 pixel, and for the height also 60 pixel. So this is our image, looking very nice. Then after the image we have our content. So first I'm going to declare a div, and inside this div we have a h1 of category, and then we have a p tag. Here we have open position, so open position, this will be the value, and this is the text. So if I pass 23, then it will be 23 open position. So for the h1 we have a class name of text 17 pixel, font will be semi bold, margin bottom will be 0.4 rem, and then for the p tag we have a class name of text 14 pixel, text color will be black, font semi bold, and text opacity will be 50. So now let's check. So this is our popular job category. This is looking very nice. Let's check if this is mobile responsive. So you can see first we have 3 items, and if I decreases the screen size, now it's 2, and then it's 1. You can see it's fit perfectly with the screen size. So if I select a individual like iPhone 12 Pro, you can see this looking very nice. So our job category section is fully mobile responsive. So now we completed our job category section. Next we are going to build the featured job section. So this is the featured job section with beautiful job card. So and then we have a view all jobs button. So now we are going to build this section. So for this I'm going to create a new component in my home folder, and I'm going to name it featured jobs .tsf, and then I'm going to use the RAFC to create the component boilerplate, and then I'm going to add this in my home component. So after the job category we're going to add our feature jobs. So let's check. So these are feature jobs. Now for the first div we have a class name of pt20 and pv of 12, and then here we are going to use our heading, a reusable component that we are building earlier. So here for the main heading we are going to use featured jobs, and for the subheading I am just going to copy from the deployed version. So this is our subheading, so I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. So this is our heading. So you can see featured jobs, and then we have the subheading. So after the heading we have a div with class name of margin top 12, width of 80%, mx will be auto, grid, and then we have grid cost 1, and in large screen we have grid cost 2, and the gap of 12. So inside this we are going to use our data. So I am going to import the so it's job data. So I'm going to import job data. So I'm going to import the job data from our data.txt folder, and then I'm going to map through all of them, and then we'll get an individual job. So we'll get a job, and then we're going to return a link. So the href, so we have to first import it from our next link, and the href will be, so this is the featured card. So if we click here it will open a
job detail page. So that's why the href will be slash job slash job details slash, then we are going to pass the job id, so job dot id. So we are going to create this route later. First, now just copy it now. So inside this link, so we have to give a key here. So for the key, we are going to use job dot id, and then inside this link we are going to create a reusable component which is job card. So let me create the job card component. So we are going to create the job card component in our helper folder. So here I am going to create a job card.tsx, and then I'm going to create the component boilerplate using RSCE, and then in the feature job, so here we are going to add our job card. So now it will map through and create a job card for every job. So here we are going to pass a props which is job, and we are going to pass our job object. Now we have to receive these props in our job card. So here we have the interface props, and we are receiving a job which is type of job. So if I show you here in the data.ts, we are also exporting our interface job. So which one we are importing here? So this is the job type we are importing from our data. Now I'm going to pass our props in our component, and here I'm going to import the job. Now for the first day, we have a class name of p4 mb6, then we have relative border of 2, cursor pointer, so not cursor weight, it will be cursor pointer, and in hover, so in hover we have scale of 110, and in hover we have a shadow of small, then we are going to use our transition all, then the duration will be 300 millisecond, border color will be border gray 500, and then we have rounded LG, and the border opacity will be 10. So let's check. So you can see it's our job card with hover effect. So it created the 6 job card by mapping through our job data. Then inside this we have another div with class name of flex item center and spacex of 6. Then inside this div we have the image. So image. Now we are going to declare a div, and inside this div we are going to use our Next.js image tag, image component. So for the image, the source will be job dot image, and for the alt I'm going to use job dot title. Then the width will be 50, and then height will be 50 pixel. Now let's check. So you can see we have the image. So after this div we have another div for the content. So content, and here we have another div. Inside this div we have a h1 for our title. So job dot title. This h1 have a class name of text 17 pixel, font semi bold, margin bottom of 0.4 rem, and then after this h1 we have another div. This div have a class name of flex, item center, and medium. Basics will be 10, and in the smaller device basics will be 4. And inside this div we have another div with class name of flex, item center, and then basics 2. So here we are building this part. So the total will be inside a flex, then this part will also be a flex where the icon will be one flex items and the text will be another flex item. So there inside this tip we have an icon. So the first one will be a map location, and we are going to import this from our React icons that we are installed earlier. So then this icon have a class name of width 0.8 rem, then height also 0.8 rem, text color will be pink 700, and then we have a p tag where we will have our job dot location. So the p tag have a class name of text 14 pixel, then we have text of black, font of semi bold, and text opacity will be 60. Now you can see we have the title and then the location. Next we have the salary. So I'm going to copy this tip. So let's give a comment here. So this is the location, and then this will be the salary. I'm going to copy this tip and paste it here, and here I'm going to have a money icon. So bi money, and it's also going to import from the React icons. And then we have our job dot salary. So now if I save, so now it's looking very nice. We have the location and then the salary. Next we have this tag, so full-time private urgent. So this tag, so after this div we are going to have
another div with class name of flex item center SpaceX2, and the smaller device SpaceX will be 4, margin top will be 1 RAM, and then inside this div we have another div with class name of text 10 pixel, and small and large device text will be 14 pixel, text color will be black, text opacity will be 80, px will be 3, in the small and large device px will be 6. So first px will be 3 and then px will be 6, py will be 1, rounded will be full, rounded full, then we have background opacity of 30, font will be semi bold, capitalize, and then finally background will be bg green 400, and here we will have job dot job type. So it will be here, and then I'm going to copy this 2 more times, and for the second one it will be private and then urgent. So the second one have a background of bg red 400 and then bg blue 400. So now if I save, now it's looking very nice. We have the hover effect and everything looks nice. Let's check the responsiveness. So if I inspect, so here you can see the content fits perfectly with the screen size. So now if we click here, we do not have the page that we give the link. So that's why the job details page is not working, but we will build it later. Now we need the button, which is view all job button. So for this I am going to open the featured jobs, and after this div we have a link. So link, and for the href, so clicking this view all jobs, we are going to open a new page which is all job page. So the href will be slash job slash all jobs. Then inside this link we have a div of class name text center and margin top of 3 RAM, and then inside this div we have a button, and the button will have the text of view all jobs. The button have a class name of px8 py2 font semi bold, in hover the background will be blue 900, transition will be all, duration will be 300 millisecond, and background will be normally blue 700. Rounded will be LG, and then the text color will be white. So if I check, so these are view all jobs button. So if I click here, it will say 404 because the job detail, the all job page is not implemented yet, but we are going to implement it later. So this is our featured job section. Next, we are going to build the footer section. So this is our footer section. Here we have 4 parts. So here we are going to use the grid system. Here we have a title, some description, and some social icon. So now we are going to build the footer section. So for this, I am going to create a new component in the home folder, which is footer.tsx, and I'm going to use the component boilerplate using the RAFC, and then I'm going to add this footer in the layout. So layout, after the children, we're going to add our footer so that it will add it to all our pages. So the footer is added. Now here you can see the footer text. So now we are going to build our footer section. So for this, the first div have a class name of pt of 5 ram, means padding top of 5 ram. Then we have padding bottom of 3 ram, and background of #111 111. Then so that's it. Let's check. So this is our footer. Then after this div we have another div, and this div have a class name of width of 80%, margin will be auto, and we are going to use the grid system. So grid, then we have grid calls 1 for small devices, and in medium it will be grid calls 2, and in large it will be grid calls 3, and for extra large it will be grid calls 4. Then we have a cap of 3 ram, items will be start, then we have padding bottom of 2 ram, then we have border bottom of 2, and then the border color will be white, and the border opacity will be 10. So here you can see the border looking very nice. So then inside this div we have another div, which is our first part of the footer. So we can just create a comment of first part of footer. So in this div we have a h1. So here we are going to give the text Jobify, simply our application name. Then we have a class name of text 24 pixel, text of white, margin bottom will be 1 ram, font will be bold, and we are going to use the uppercase. So this is our title, and after the h1 we have a p with some random text. So I'm going to use the lorem fsum generator to generate some random text here. So just remove this part. Then the p have a class name of text 14 pixel, text of white, and the text opacity will be 70. Now let's check. So this is our description text, and after this we have the social icon. So now we have the social icons. So here first we have a div of class name, margin top of 1.5 RAM, and flex, item center, and then SpaceX of 3. And then inside this div we have another div, and here we have a class name of width 2.4 RAM, height 2.4 RAM. Then we have BG blue 600, rounded will be full. Then we have a flex, then item center, justify center, and flex direction in the column. So flex call. Then inside this div we are going to use some social icons. So here the first one is if Facebook F, and this icon is imported from React icons. So then this icon have a class name of text white. So now if we check, so this is our first icon, which is the Facebook icon, and we have 3 more. So I'm just going to copy this. So I'm going to copy this 3 more time. So the second one will be the Twitter icon. So if a Twitter, and here the background will be BG Sky 400. The third one will be if a YouTube icon from the React icon, and the color will be red 600. And finally we have the Instagram icon. So if a Instagram, and the background will be BG red 400. So now if we check, so this looking very nice. Next we have this about us with some footer links. So this is our first part. Then we have the second part of footer. So here we have a div, and inside this div we have a h1, which is a heading about us, and this h1 have a class name of text 22 pixel with a fit, text color will be white, font will be semi bold, and margin bottom will be 1.5 gram. So after this h1 we have a p tag. So here you can use link tag if you want, but I'm simply using the p tag. So here we have job. In this p tag have a class name of text 15 pixel, width will be fit, text color will be white, and in over text color will be yellow 300, cursor will be pointer, and text opacity will be 30, and margin bottom will be 0.7. So now if we check, so here we have our first link. So we have 4 more links. So I'm just going to copy this p tag 4 more time. 1 2 3 4. The next one is privacy. So privacy. Then we have policy. Then application. Then candidates. So now it's looking very nice. Next we have this quick link section, which is very similar to this about us section. So I'm just going to copy this section. So I'm going to copy this part. So copy this and here give a comment of third part of footer. So here the title will be quick link. Then we have all jobs. Job details. How to apply. Then resume. So we do not need this. I'm going to just delete this. So this is our quick link. Then we have the get in touch, which is also similar to this quick link and about us part. So I'm going to copy this again. So I'm going to copy this and here I'm going to give a comment fourth part of footer, and then this will be get in touch. Then here we have some phone number, so I'm going to use a dummy phone number here. And then here we have a dummy email. And then we have address. So we do not need this one, so I'm going to remove this, and if I save, you can see this looks very nice. And finally we have this copyright text here. So I'm going to copy this text from here, and then here we have a h1 with the copyright text, and the class name will be margin top of 2 rand. Text will be 14 pixel, width will be 80%, image will be auto, text color will be white, and opacity will be 50. Now let's check. So this is our copyright text, which is looking very nice. Let me show you the responsiveness of the footer. So you can say it's fit perfectly with the screen size. So this is fully mobile responsive. If I select iPhone 12 Pro, you can see everything looks very nice. So our footer section is completed. Next, we are going to build the scroll to top button. So this is the scroll to top button. So initially it's hidden. So if I scroll some distance, then it will appear. And if I click here, it will go to the top. So now we are going to build this feature. So for this, I am going to create a helper function. So helper component here, and I'm going to name it scroll to top dot cases, and I'm going to create the component boilerplate using RAFC. So in this component, we are going to use the use effect and use state. As you can know, the use effect and use state component can only work in the client component. But in Next.js 14, every component is server component by default. That's why we have to convert this into a client component. So I'm going to convert this a client component using the use client text. And then here I'm going to create a state variable. So first one is visible and set is visible, and it will be a use state, and then the initial value will be false. Then we have the toggle visibility. So we are going to use the use effect, and inside this we are going to create a function which is toggle visibility, and it will be an arrow function. So here we are going to check if the window dot scroll y, that means the scroll in the y direction, if it is greater than 200, then we are going to set is visible to true. Then we are going to show the button, else we are not going to show the button. So set is visible to false. So now in the Windows scroll event, so window dot add event listener, we are going to add event listener which is the scroll event listener. So in the scroll we are going to run our toggle visibility function. So that's it. But in use effect, it is very recommended to clean up your function. So if you add a event listener, it will be recommended to remove the event listener in the cleanup function. So here I'm going to use the return and arrow function, and then I'm going to copy this and paste it here, and add event listener we are going to replace it with remove event listener. So that's it. Then we have the actual scroll to top function. So const scroll to top, so it will be a arrow function. So here we are going to window dot scroll to top, so scroll to, and here we are going to go to the top of 0. So we are going to the top, and the behavior will be smooth. So the behavior will be smooth. So this is our scroll to top function. Now we have to design our button. So for this, the first div have a class name of fixed, and the bottom will be 4, and animate pulse. So this is the built-in tailwind animation. So we are using animate pulse, and the right will be 4. So inside this div, we are going to check if is visible is true, then we are going to show our button. So the text will be, no, we do not need any text here. We are going to use an icon, so arrow icon, up arrow. So we are going to import a fa arrow up. So we are going to use this button here, and the button tag have a class name of bg blue 500, text color will be white, rounded will be full, width will be 12, height will be 12, flag, item center, justify center, and on focus the outline will be none. So this is our component. Scroll to top. Now we are going to add this in our layout so that every page can access this button. So I'm going to open the layout, and after the footer we are going to add our scroll to top button. So now let's check. So if I so the logic is somehow wrong. So you can see first it's showing and then it's hiding. So let's check. So here I am using the inverse condition, so not condition, but it is wrong. So now it will work. So initially it's hidden. If I scroll some distance, then it will show up. And now the clicking is not working because we do not add our function here to on click. So here in the on click, we are going to run our scroll to top button, scroll to top function. So now let's check. So you can see it's showing after some distance of scrolling, and it's hidden in the top. And if I click here, it's go to the top with very smooth behavior. So you can see it's working very nicely. So our scroll to top button is working properly. Next we are going to build our all jobs page. So if I show you, so if you click here to view all jobs, then it will open the all jobs page. If you can see here, we have a slash job and slash all jobs route. So here it says show result of 6 and then all our job card. So here also have the scroll to top button. So now we are going to build this page. So for this, in the app folder, first I am going to create a job folder, which will be slash localhost 3000 slash job, and inside this job we have another folder which is all jobs, and then here we are going to create our page.tsx. So now if I create a component here and it is all jobs, and then go to our application, and now if I click here, as you can remember, we already declared the route for clicking this view all job. So if I click here, now you can see it's here the Navbar, the footer, and here you can see all jobs. So our route is working properly. So here we are going to build our all jobs page. So now, so first the div have a class name of margin top 12, width will be 80%, mx will be auto, margin bottom will be 12, and then inside this div we have another div with class name of margin bottom of 2 rem, and then
inside this div we have a h1, and here we are going to show result, and here we are going to show the number of result. So for this we have to import our job data. So I'm going to import our job data. So you can see import job data from our data file. So this is our data.ts, and here we're going to use our job data.length. So then it will give us the length of our job data array. Then for the eighth one we have a class name of font semibold. So now if I save, you can see it says show result of 6. That means we have 6 total of jobs. Then we have another div with class name of space y8. Then inside this div we have job data dot map. So we are going to map through all of the job data, and we'll get individual job, and for individual job we are going to return a link, and we are going to import the link from our next link, and here the href will be slash job slash job details, and then slash the id of the job. So job.id. We are going to implement this route later. So then we are going to give a key which is also job.id, and inside this link we are going to show our job card. So we are going to use our reusable job card component. So job card, and this job card needs a props which is job, and we are going to pass our job object. So that's it. Let me show you. As you can see, it's working properly. We have our all 6 job, we have our footer, we have our scroll to top button, and we have the hover effect also. So our all job page is working. Now if I show you the responsiveness, you can see it's fit perfectly in the mobile devices also, and it's adapt with the screen sizes. So our all job page is done. Next we are going to build the job detail page. So if I click on an individual job, you can see this is a job detail page where we have our job card, then a button to apply now, and then the job description, the responsibility, skill, and then we have the related job section. So this is our job detail page. Now we are going to build this section. So for this, for the route in the job, so if I show you the route, it is slash job slash job details and then slash the id. So we have our dynamic routing here. So we are going to use dynamic routing. So for in the job folder, I am going to create another folder which is job details, and here we are going to build our dynamic routing. So for this we are going to use our third bracket. In here we are going to give a parent. So we are going to receive the id as a parent. So I'm giving the name id. You can give anything you want, and then inside this we are going to create our page.tsx. Now if I create the component boilerplate using RFC and name it job details. So now if I go to the application app and if I click any of the job, you can see it's job slash job details and the id is 2. So our routing is work properly. So now here we are going to make this a async component, and then here we have to receive the params, which is our id. So here we are going to use the curly braces, and here we are going to get our params. Then we are going to use the colon and then second bracket. So the params will be id, and which is type of string. So now if I lock the id, so it's not id, it's params dot id. So if I log params dot id, you can see it's showing the id, which is 2. So now we get our id. Now using this id, we have to filter out our job. So which job we are clicked. So for this, we are going to create a constant. So the single job, so which we are going to get using our params or our id. So single job, here it will be, so job data, we are going to import the job data, and then we are going to use the find method. So dot find, so we're going to find the job. Here we will get all the job here, and we need to give a condition. So based on that condition, we will get the job. So the condition is the job dot id, and the id is a type of number, and our param is a type of string. That's why I'm going to convert this job id to a string using the dot to string function, and then I'm going to compare it with our params dot id. It will give us the single job. So if I log here the single job, then you can see it give us the job. So here you can see the id is 2, it gives the job which id is 2. So it's working properly. So then we are going to design our job detail page. So for this, first we have a class name of emp20 and mb of 12. Then inside this div we have another div. The class name will be block, but in small and higher. So block will be in the extra small devices, and small and higher devices it will be flex. Items will be center, justify will be between, width will be 80%, and margin will be auto. So here we have our first div. So this div have a class name of flex 0.7. So we are going to take up the 70% of the width of this flex for this component, and here we are going to use our job card component, and we are going to pass the job, which is here the single job. So we are going to give a this sign so that it's always there. So single job data will always be there. Now if I check, so here you can see we have the job card here. Then we are going to import our session. So we are going to check if the user is login or not. So based on the login or not login, we are going to show different types of button. So one for the
apply now button, and another is sign in to apply button. So now here const session is equal to await. So we are using await, that's why I am declared this component as a async component. So await get server session, and here we are going to provide our auth option, which is import from our auth file. So this is the auth file. So now after this tip, so here we are going to check if there is session, then we are going to show a apply button. So apply button, I'm going to create a separate component for the apply button, because in the apply button we are going to use our toast, react toast, which is the, so let me show you, which is the notification. So if I click here apply now, you can see a beautiful notification, yeah, toast notification. So we're going to use this in our apply button, and that's why the apply button needs to be a client component, and that's why we're going to create a separate component for this apply button. So in the helper, I'm going to create a component called apply button.tss, and here I'm going to use the component shortcut to create the button, and then here I'm going to add our apply button, and then if the user are not sign in, so if there is no session, then we are going to have a link, which is import from next link, and the href will be to the sign up page, so slash sign up. So if there is, the user is not logging, then we are going to redirect the user in the sign up page. And here we have a button which is says sign up to apply. So this button have a class name of px8 py3 bg emerald 600 rounded lg, text will be white. So now if we check, here you can see we have the user, that's why it's a apply button. So if I log out, it will redirect us to the sign up page. So now if I go to individual jobs like this one, backend developer, so you can see now we do not have authenticate user, so login user, that's why it says sign up to apply. So now let's build the apply button. So for the apply button, inside this div we have a button apply now, and this button have a class name of px10 rounded lj, py will be 3, background will be bg blue 600, text color will be white, font will be semi bold, transition will be all, duration will be 300 millisecond, no 500 millisecond, and then in hover we have bg blue 900. So now if I check, so we have to sign up. So if I click on the sign up, So we are now login. Then if I go to this full stack developer, and you can see the apply now button. So now we want, if I click here apply now, we will have a toast notification. For this we are going to use a React library, which is React Toastify. If I go to React Toastify and if I go to their GitHub pages, so this is their official page. You can learn more about by reading the documentation. So for the installation, we are going to copy this npm script and then paste it here. It will then install the package, and then so first we need to import these two. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here, and we have to make this a client component to use the React Toast device. So I'm going to use the use client here, and then we have to give a toast container at the bottom. So I'm going to add here, and for the position we are going to position this in the top center. And now we need a function. So here I'm going to call this const apply handler. It will be an arrow function where we have toast dot success, and we are going to pass the message which is application successful. So now we have to give this in the button click. So in the button, in the on click, we are going to run our apply handler function. So now if I say, now let's check. So now if I click here, you can see application successful. Our toast is working perfectly. So if you can clear it by clicking the pause button. So that is our toast. Then we have this job description, key responsibilities and skill section. So let's build this. So for this, let's go to our job detail page, and after this div we have another div with class name of margin of 16, width of 80%, mx will be auto, and inside this div we have a h1 where it says job description. So this is the heading, and it has a class name of text 20 pixel, font semi bold, and that's it. So this is our job description. Then after this h1 we have a p tag, and here I'm going to generate some random text using the lorem ipsum generator extension. So here we have a class name of empty4, text color will be black, and text opacity will be 70. So these are job description. Then we have the key responsibilities. So I'm just going to copy these two and paste it here, and here we have key responsibilities. I'm going to copy this and paste it here. So here I'm going to add some more text,
So this is our key responsibilities. Here we have a margin top of 8. So now it's looking good. Then we have the skill section, so skill part. So after the p tag we have h1. So I'm just copy this one and paste it here. Here we have the skills, and after this h1 we have a ul with class name of margin top of 4, and here we have a li. The first skill is React.js. So this li has a class name of margin top 4, text black, text opacity 70, and I'm going to copy it multiple times. So React.js, Next.js, tagging CSS, TypeScript, and next auth. So now if we check, so these are skill section, and lastly we have our related job. Here you can see we do not have all the job here, we only have the 4 jobs. So we have to somehow cut the job data into 4 jobs. So for this, in the top we're going to create a variable, so first 4 job, and here we are going to use a job data dot slice, and we're going to slice the first 4. So that is our first 4 job. Now after the ul we have our h1, the heading. So I'm going to copy this and then paste it here, and that text will be related job, and then I am going to copy our, so let's go to the all job page, and I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here. So here instead of space or 8 we are going to have an empty of 4, and then instead of the job data we are going to use our first 4 job, and in the link we have a class name of space y6. So now if I save, and now you can see we have our related jobs. So everything is looking very nice. Now one thing that we are missing is this icon here in our jobs card. So for this I am going to open the job card section,
And here at the end we are going to use a div with class name absolute. Top will be 1 RAM and right will be 1 RAM. So inside this div we are going to use a icon which is a bookmark icon. So this icon have a class name of width 1 RAM and height of 1 RAM. So that's it. Now it's looking very nice. So this is our job description page. If we click on the apply now, we have the toast, we have the related job, skill, and everything. This page looks very nice. Let me show you the responsiveness. So you can see it's adapting perfectly with the screen size, so job description, key responsibility, related job. We also have the scroll to top button. So if I select the iPhone 12, you can see it's also looking very nice. So if I click here, we have the toast and all the content fit perfectly. So our job description page is completed. So our project is done, and finally we are going to deploy this project in the Vercel. So for this I'm going to open my GitHub, and here I'm going to create a new repository. I'm going to name it job portal WebApp, and I'm going to make it private, and I'm going to create a repository. So the repository is created. Now here I'm going to close this and I'm going to stop running the project, and here first I'm going to initialize the project using git init. Then we're going to add our file using git add dot, and then we're going to use the git commit -m, and the message is first commit. So we have done this. Next we have this grid branch main, so I'm going to paste it here. Then we have to add our remote origin, so I'm going to copy this and paste it here. And finally we are going to push our project, so git push u origin main. Now it will push our project in the GitHub. So it's completed. Let's refresh. So this is our project. Now I'm going to open the Vercel. If you don't have any account in Vercel, you have to create one, and it's totally free. So this is the Vercel dashboard. Now I'm going to add a new project. So now we have to import our Git repository. So this is the repository that we just created. So I'm going to import this, and the project name will be the same. And here one important thing, that is you have to give the environment variable. So let's go to our .env.local file. Here we have a bunch of environment variables. So first we have the Google client ID. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here, and then I'm going to copy the value and paste it here, and then click on the add. Then we have the Google client secret, and then this is the value, and add this,
Then we do not need to pass the next auth URL because it will automatically replaced with our Vercel URL. So, but we need to give this next auth secret. So next auth secret, and I'm going to copy this and paste it here, then add. And finally, for the next public URL, this will be our deployed URL. So we are going to add this later after we deploy the project and we have a URL. Then we are going to add this environment variable. For now, let's hit deploy. Now it will deploy our project in the Vercel. So now it's installing the dependencies. Now it's creating an optimized production build. And you can see it's using the Next.js 14, the latest version. Now it's collecting the page data. So the deployment is complete. Now go to the dashboard. So go to this job portal dashboard. So here we have our domains. So now click here. Now copy this. So this is our next public URL now. So we have to give this as an environment variable for this project. For this, I'm going to open this setting, and then here we have the environment variable, and then I'm going to add the next public URL, and the URL will be this. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here and then save. So the environment variable is saved now. Now we have to deploy this again. So for this, I'm going to open this deployment tab, and here click on the three dot, and then I'm going to redeploy. So then I'm going to redeploy this project. So it will redeploy with the new added environment variable. Now, if you click here to sign up and then click here to sign up now, you can see it will give us an error. So it says access block, this app request is invalid because the redirect URI mismatch. So that is because we are not adding our this URL in our Google console, Google Cloud Console. So for this, copy this and then go to the Google Cloud Console and then open the cloud platform and then go to the console and we're in job portal YT, go to the dashboard, go to the API overview and then credentials, this web client, and here add your deployed URL. So copy this part, remove this part, and then for authorized URI paste the complete path. So you have to add this in two times, first for our local host and then one for your deployed URL. So now click here for the save. Now it's okay now. Now you can see it's completed our redeployment. Now if I click here, it will open our application. So let's sign up now. So sign up now. You can see it's already signed up. So here you can see our profile picture, the post a job button, and we have our featured job. So if I click here, view all job, so now we have the all job page. Now if I click here on any of the job card, it will open the job description page. Here you can see this is the job description page. We have our scroll to bottom button, scroll to top button, and then if I click here to apply now, we have our application successful pop-up toast, and everything is looks very nice. And if I click here on our user icon, it will log out and redirect us to our sign up page. So you can see everything works properly. So here you can see sign up to apply. So the deployed versions also works properly. So now you can use this link and you can show this to your potential client. You can add this to your resume.
In today's video, we are going to build a web hosting website template using Next.js 14, Tailwind CSS, and TypeScript. Let me show you the full demo of this website. So if I refresh the page, you can see we have the animations happening in our hero section. Then here, first we have a navbar with a logo and then nabling. The nabling have a very beautiful hover effect, and then we have a button of login. Here we also have a beautiful hover animation. Then we have this hero section, we have some text, and then we have two button. These two button also have the hover animation. Then you can see first our navbar is static. So if I scroll some distance, it becomes fixed and it changes background color, which looks very nice. Then we have this about section with scroll animation. So here you can see this about us section have a scroll animation. So here you can see it's have a scroll animation. When we scroll, the element will come to the screen with a very nice animation. So here we have an image, some text, some description, and a list, beautiful list type component. Then we have this hosting option section with beautiful scroll animation. And let's see what happened when I hover on this card. So here you can see this card have a very beautiful hover animation. So you can see it's very nice hover animation and it's looking very premium. So I'm going to show you how to build this kind of hover effect in a card. Here we have cPlan button, and then we have this domain search option with scroll animation. Then we have the hosting solution section. Here you can see we have another beautiful component which is a slider, but this is very premium slider. So you can see this slider is very nice. So I'm going to show you how to build this type of slider using sweeper.js. Then we have this pricing card section where we have three pricing card: basic, standard, and premium. And here we have a button with very nice scroll hover animation. Then we have this client review slider where you can slide from left to right, right to left, and it's also have a auto sliding feature. So if I wait some times, you will see it will auto slide. Then we have this block section, and finally we have this beautiful footer section. And here you can see we have a button. So if I click this button, it will go to the top. So it is a scroll to top button, and it's coming to the top very smoothly. and initially it's hidden, but if I scroll some distance, then it will appear in the screen, which is a very nice feature that every website must have. Next, one of the most important feature of a website is responsiveness. So let me show you the responsiveness of this website. So let me select first a mobile device. So now you can see everything fit perfectly. Here we have a hamburger menu. So if I click here, a sidebar will open where we have our home, about service and all the nav links. Here we have a button to close the sidebar, and it will close the sidebar with very nice sliding animation. So if I click here, first you can see a overlay comes and then this main component comes. And if I close, it will close very nicely. So we are going to build this. Then you can see we have our about us section that fit perfectly in the mobile devices, hosting option card. Then we have this domain search. Then we have this slider. You can see in mobile devices it also looks very nice. Then we have this pricing section, then client review slider, block section, and then finally the footer. And here if I click here, it will go to the top. So everything fits very perfectly in the mobile devices. Now if I select another type of devices like iPad mini, you can see here it also fit very nicely. If I scroll, you can see every section fit perfectly in the iPad version. If I select another type of mobile like Samsung Galaxy, we will see here also everything fit nicely. Our website is fully responsive. In this video, I am going to explain every step from scratch. How to initialize a Next.js project, how to structure your project file, how to build reusable component, how to make your website responsive, and how to work with the third-party libraries in your project. And finally, I'm going to show you how to deploy your project in live server. So I encourage you to watch the full video to get a complete understanding of this project. And the starter file and the full code of this project will be given in the description. If you have any question related to this project, you can ask me in the comment section. And please like, share and subscribe our channel for more interesting web development project video. Now let's start building our project. Now we are going to set up our project. For this, I am going to create a new folder and I am going to name it wave host template. And I am going to open this with Visual Studio Code. And in Visual Studio Code, I am going to open a new terminal. Then I am going to open my browser and search for Next.js. And then I'm going to open their installation page. And here we have a npm script for npm create next app latest. I'm going to copy this and here I'm going to paste it and add a dot slash so that every file will be added in our web host template folder. Then I'm going to press enter. It asked me, would you like to use TypeScript? Yes, we are going to use TypeScript. We will use ESLint. We will use Tailwind CSS. We do not need the source directory. And important, we are going to use app router and we do not need to customize our default import aliases. So I'm going to enter. Now it will take some time to initialize our Next.js project and install all the packages that are necessary to run a Next.js project. So let's wait some time to complete this installation process. Our installation is completed. Now open your tailwind config.ts. Here remove this extend part, so we do not need this part, and then open this app folder. So this is our main folder where we are going to work on, and here first open this global.css and remove all of this. We do not need this one. We are going to build this project using tailwind css and we are going to style everything from scratch. Then go to the page. So this is the main page. So if you go to the localhost 3000, then this page will appear in the screen. So I'm going to remove everything here, and I'm going to use a shortcut which is RAFC to create a component boilerplate, and I'm going to name it homepage. So if you want to use this shortcut, you have to install a extension which is this ES7 React Redux React Native snippet. So if you install this extension, then you can use this shortcut to generate a component boilerplate very easily. Now I'm going to test if our tailwind CSS is working or not. That's why here I'm going to give a class name of text9xl and then text red 900, and here you can see if I hover over, it will give us the corresponding CSS classes. So if you want to have this type of feature, you have to install another extension which is mm, this tailwind CSS intelligence. So you have to install this extension. Now I'm going to run npm run dev. Sorry, it will be npm run dev, and I'm going to open localhost 3000. Let's see if our tailwind CSS is working or not. Here you can see we have our large text and the color is also red. That means our tailwind CSS is working properly. Then here we have a layout. So this is the overall layout for our project, and here we are going to customize our font. So in Next.js 14, Google font is already integrated, so we do not need to import externally in our project. So here you can see it import the inter font from Next font Google. So for this project we are going to use plus Jakarta Sans, and it will be imported from Next font Google. And then I'm going to change this constant name to font, and here I'm going to remove this and I will use plus Jakarta Sans. And here first we are going to use the font weight, and I'm going to use all of these 200, 300, 400, then 500, 600, 700, and 800. We have to pass another parameter which is subsets, and here I'm going to use the Latin. Now here for the body class name we are going to use font dot class name. So that's it. And this layout we can add our footer and navbar. So if I add a navbar here and a footer here, then this navbar and footer will be attached to every page that we will create in this project. So we are going to work on this later. Then let me check if our font change or not. So if I inspect, and I hover on this, you can see it says plus Jakarta Sans. That means our font is worked properly. Now we are going to change our metadata. So this is our metadata. So for this title, I am going to give a web host template Next.js. And for the description, I'll give this. So web host website template using Next.js. So this metadata is very important for the SEO purposes. Now if I check, here you can see our title says web host template Next.js. Next, we need some images for our project. So that's why in public folder, I am going to create a new folder called images, and I'm going to copy some images in our images folder, and these images will be attached in the starter file, and the starter file is in the description. So these are the some of the picture we are going to use in our project. Next, we will need some icons to work in our project. So for this, we are going to use an icon library which is called React Icons. So here you can see they have a lot of icon collection we can use. Now I'm going to open their npm pages, and here copy this npm script, and then I'm going to split my terminal, and I'm going to paste this and run this. So it will install the icons in our project. Next, in app folder, I'm going to create another folder called components. And inside this component, I'm going to create two folders. So one is home and another is helper. So all the helper component and helper function, we are going to use this helper folder. And for all the home page related component, we are going to use this home folder. And here you can see our React icons is installed successfully. So in home, I'm going to create a file called home.tsx, and I'm going to use RAFC to create the component boilerplate. And this home component, we are going to add our home page related component, like different types of sections like client review section, then price card section, and then finally we are going to add this home component in our main page component. So here I'm going to use our home component. Now we do not need this classes here, and in home we are going to give a class name of overflow hidden. So we do not need any overflow in our project. So this is our project setup. Now we are going to build the navbar of our website. So if I show you the navbar, here you can see we have a logo, some nav links, and then a login button with beautiful hover animation. And you can see if I scroll some distance, it becomes fixed and its background color changed to blue. So to build this, I'm going to create a new folder inside my home folder, and I'm going to name it navigation. And inside this navigation, I'm going to create three files. One is nav.tsx. So this is for the desktop navbar, and I'm going to create a component boilerplate using RAFCE. Then I'm going to create another file called mobilenav.tsx, which is for the mobile navigation bar, the sidebar that will open in the mobile devices. Then another file is responsive nav.tsx. Here we are going to declare our logic to make our navbar responsive, and also here we are going to add our both navbar and also the mobile navbar. Then we are going to add this responsive nav in our layout folder. So in our layout component, we are going to add our responsive nav, so that our nav is attached to all the page that we are going to create in this project. So that's it. Now if I check, here you can see now we have nav, mobile nav, and then home. Now open your nav.tsx, and the first div we have a class name of fixed width will be full, that means width 100%. Then we are going to add a transition, and the duration will be 200 millisecond, and we are going to apply a z index of 1000. So here we are adding the transition because later we are going to add this feature where we scroll, it becomes fixed and its background change, and it will happen with the transition. You can see it's happening with the transition.
That's why we are declaring transition and the duration property here. Then inside this div we have another div, and this div have a class name of flex. Items will be center, height will be 10 vh, and in large screen height will be 12 vh, justify will be between, width will be 4 by 5 means 80%, and mx will be auto. Now inside this div first we have our logo. So logo, for this I'm going to create a div with class name of font bold, text color will be white, and text will be excel, that means 20 pixel, or we can use 2 excel which is 24 pixel. Then inside this we have a span, and for this div we have the text host, and inside this div we have w, and the span have a class name of text 3xl, and medium screen text will be 5xl, (4xl) which is 36 pixel, and if we use 5xl, no, I think 4xl is enough. And then we have font of bold, and text color will be yellow 300. So that's it. Now if we check, so you can see this is our logo. It's white, that's why it's not visible now. When we apply this background it will be looking very nice. Now for this moment I am going to comment the mobile name, and in home I am going to remove this text for now, so that we only have this. For now I am going to give this a background color of BG blue 950, so that you can see it what's happening here. So you can see we have our logo. Then after this div we have our nav link. So we have our nav links. So first we have a UL with a class name of, in large screen it will be flex, and in smaller devices it is hidden. Items will be center, SpaceX will be 10, in large screen SpaceX will be 12, and in extra large SpaceX will be 14. And then inside this UL we have a li, and inside this li we have a link which is coming from next link. And here first we have a home, and we have to provide a href, and for this one I am just giving a hash, and this link we are going to give a class name of nav link. So we are giving this link tag a custom class name which we are going to implement now, because our all other nav links will be
this same type of styling. That's why we are creating a custom class and then we are going to add this class, so that we do not need to repeat the same styling again and again for all other nablings. To create this custom nabling class, I am going to open my global.css, and here I am going to create a new layer, then components, and we are going to declare nav link, and here we are going to apply some tailwind styling. So first we have relative, text will be extra large, width will be feet, and it will be a block, after block, and after the content will be empty string. Then after we are going to use absolute positioning, and in after height will be 3 pixel. Then after the background will be yellow 300, text color will be white, text white, and after width will be full, font will be medium. Then in after we have scale x0, so first we are not going to show it, and in after hover we are going to show it scale x 100. Then we have in after we are going to add a transition, so transition, and we are going to add a duration of 300 millisecond, and we are going to set the origin to right. So that's it. Now if I check, you can see we have this beautiful hover effect in our home component, so just like this one. Next we have 4 more of this type nablings. So now it's easy for us. We'll just copy this li, and the second one will be about, then we have hosting, then domain, and finally help center. Now if I check, so it's looking very nice. So we have all the nav links here. Next we are going to build the login button. So here you can see we have a very beautiful animation in our login button. So to build this button, I am going to create a helper component. So inside the helper folder, I am going to create a file called button.tsx, so that we can reuse this button for our other component. So I am going to create a rfce button, and then this button will receive some props. That's why we need to give a types for this button. So for the props, we are receiving the children, which is type of React dot React node. Then we will receive a background color, which is of type string. Now we are going to pass this here. So props, and now here I'm going to put the background and children. So this will be now a button component. So button tag, and inside this button we have a span, and then inside the span we have our children. Now for the button, I have a class name of, and here we are going to use our template literal so that we can use our props as a variable here. So first we have our bg, so that coming from our props. Then we have relative, height of 10, width of 32, in medium height will be 12, and in medium width will be 40, rounded will be LG, text white, overflow will be hidden, then font will be medium, shadow will be 2XL, transition all, duration will be 200 millisecond. Now before, we are going to use the absolute positioning. Before, bottom will be 0, before left will be 0, before right will be 0, and before top will be 0, and in before margin will be auto, and before the height will be 0, and also the width will be 0, and in before it will be rounded SM, and before we are going to add a background color, which is BG indigo 600, and we are going to add a duration. So before duration 300 millisecond, and the before animation type will be ease out. In hover, text will be white. In hover, shadow will be indigo 600, and hover we have, now we are going to add our before to height 40, and before hover width will be 40, and in hover before opacity will be 80. So now if I save, so our button component is complete. Now open your Navbar, and after the UL we are going to declare a div. So this div will contain login, button, and burger menu. So this div will have a class name of flex, items will be center, SpaceX will be 6, and inside this first we have a button which is coming from our dot helper, and the text will be login, and we have to pass
a props which is background. The children's we do not need to pass because the wrapping login text will be the children. And for the background, this one we are going to use bg orange 600. That's it. Now if I check, so this is our login button, but the text color is not working properly. So let's check. So here for the span, we have to give a class name of relative and z index of 10. So now if I check and if I hover, you can see it's perfect now. So it's working properly. Now we are going to implement the feature where when we scroll, it will change its background color to blue and it becomes fixed. So for this, I'm going to give the background like different types of background like bg blue 500, and I'm going to give this a height of 100 pixels so that we can scroll. So now you can see it's fixed and its background color is not changing. So we're going to fix this now and implement this feature. So for this, in the nav, we are going to convert this a use client. So in Next.js, all the component is by default a server component, but if we need to use the use state, use effect types of hooks, then we must convert this component into a client component. So we convert a component, a client component using this use client directive. So now it's converted into a client component. Now we can use our hooks here. So first I'm going to create a use state hooks. So it will be nav sticky and then set nav sticky and use state initially it will be false. Now here I am going to declare a use effect hooks, then an arrow function, and inside this we are going to create a function called handler. It will be an arrow function, and inside this I am going to check if window dot scroll y is greater than or equal to 90, then we are going to set our nav sticky to true, and if windows dot scroll y is less than 90 pixel, then we are going to our set nav sticky to false. Then in the scroll event listener, so window dot add event listener, and in scroll event we are going to call this handler function. So that's it. And then I am going to convert this class name into a template literal, and I'm going to remove the double quote, and here I'm going to check
So if nav sticky is true, then we are going to set its background to bg blue 950. Otherwise it will be just fixed. You do not need to change the background. So now you can see, so I have to reload this page. It's not working, I think. So we have to remove this background. So now you can see, if we scroll a certain distance, it changes its background color and it become fixed. Next, after this button, we have our burger menu. So for this I'm going to use a icon which is coming from React icons, and these icons have a class name of width 8, height of 8, in MD width of 12, width of 10, and in MD height of 10, and text color will be white, and rotate will be 108. Now if I say, let me change the background color here so that we can see the result. So here I'm going to use bg blue 950 for now, so that you can see. Here you can see we have our burger menu, but initially it will be hidden. It will only show when we are in the mobile devices. I think the size is too big, so here we can give width 2.3 RAM and height will be 2.3 RAM. Now if I say, now it's looking good, and it will be hidden in the large screen. So if I do this, you can see it's hidden now and everything works properly. So let me give a comment here. So this is the login button and this is the menu button. So that's it. Now if I inspect, and you can see in mobile devices our nav links are hidden and we have our hamburger menu. Now let's work on the mobile Navbar. So for this, the first div have a class name of fixed, not the first div. So inside this div we have another div which is an overlay. So these are overlay. So this div have a class name of fixed top 0, left 0, right 0, bottom 0. Not basis, it will be bottom 0. Then we are going to use a transform, then transition all, because we are going to have a sliding animation in our overlay also. That's why I'm using a transition all. Duration will be 500 millisecond. Z index will be 1000. Then background will be black. Opacity will be 70. And height will be screen to 100 and V8. So now if I say, and I have to uncomment our mobile app. Now if I say, you can see we have our overlay here. So black overlay. Next we have our nav links. So here we have a UL. This UL have a class name of text color will be white. It will be fixed position, and flex items will be center. Justify will be center. Flex will be in column direction. Height will be 100%. We are going to use the transform, then transition all. Duration will be 300 millisecond, and here we are going to use a delay of 300 millisecond because we want that first the overlay will come to the screen, and after some delay the nav links will come to the screen. So that's why we are going to use a delay of 300 millisecond. Then we have width of 4 by 5, which is 80%. In medium screen it will be width will be 60% in medium screen, and background will be BG blue 900, and space Y will be 14. Z index will be 1006. 10,006, or we can use 100 and 1006 so that it is top of this overlay. Next, inside this UL we have our li with the link tag, which is coming from next link, and here will be home, and href will be just a hash, and this one will be have a class name of nav link that we created previously, and that's the beauty. We do not need to reuse or copy our style again and again. We just need to copy this class name. Here we are going to add some extra classes, which is text 25 pixel, and in smaller devices text will be 30 pixel, and text color will be white. And now if I say, you can see we have this first link home. So here we have a mistake, it will be nav link. Now you can see we also have our hover effect. So after home we have about, then services, then we have, let's see what we have, home, about, hosting, domain, and help center. So this one will be hosting domain, and then we have help center. So here it will be so after hosting we have domain, and then I'm going to copy this. So this one, and this will be help center. So help center, that's it. There something is wrong. We have this extra one, we do not need this. So here we have home, about, hosting, domain, and help center. And next we need a cross icon to close our sidebar or this navbar. So after the UL we have close button. So here I am going to use an icon which is FA X mark coming from React icon, and these have a class name of absolute. Top will be minus 1.4 RAM, and right will be 1.4 RAM. Width will be 2.2 RAM. Height will be 2.2 RAM. Text will be white. So that's it. So if I refresh, somehow it's not showing. It will be inside the UL. So after this li we have this close button. So now you can see, now we have this cross icon to close our navbar. So this part is done. Next we are going to make our nav responsive. For this I'm going to open my responsive navbar, and I'm going to make this component a client component. So use client, and here I'm going to declare a state which is const show nav and set show nav, and then use state. Initially it will be false. Now I'm going to create two functions. One is show nav, which is the arrow function, and it will set our show nav to true. Show nav handler, I'm going to name it show nav handler, and another one I'm going to name this close nav handler, and it will set our nav state to false. Now we have to pass some props in our navbar and mobile number. For the navbar we are going to pass open nav a props, and we are going to pass our show nav handler. And for the mobile nav we are going to pass show nav. So in the show nav we are going to pass our show nav variable, and another props we are going to pass here, which is our close nav. So close nav, and here we are going to pass our close nav handler. So close nav handler, and now we have received this props in our component, and then give these props a proper type definition. So first I'm going to open my nav, and here we are going to use a type of props, and here we are receiving a open nav props, which is a type of function that return void. And here I'm going to give this props, and I'm going to import our open nav. Then inside this navbar, when we click on the burger menu, so on click we are going to add our open nav. That's it. Then in the mobile nav, we are going to define a type of props, and here we are receiving a show nav, which is type of a boolean, and we're receiving a close nav, which is type of a function that return void. And now I'm going to add this prop in our mobile nav, and I'm going to import the close nav and a show nav. So next, when we click on this close button, so on click we are going to close our navbar. Now based on this show nav, so if this is true, then we are going to show our sidebar, and if it is false, then we are not going to show our mobile sidebar. So that's why I'm going to create a constant. So const nav open style, and here if the show nav is true, then we are going to make it translate x0, and if it is false, then we are going to remove this from our screen. That's why we are going to use translate x minus 100%. Now we are going to add this in our overlay, so we are going to make this a template literal, and here we are going to use our nav open style, and also for the nav ul. So for this we are going to convert this a template literal, and I'm going to remove the double quote, and here we have our nav open style. Now let me check if everything is all right or not. So if I refresh, here we have our button hamburger menu. If I click it, you can see our nav opens with very smooth animation, and if I click the cross, it will close very smoothly. So our animation and our sliding all working properly. So this is our desktop navbar, and if I inspect, so this is our mobile navbar. So you can see first we have the overlay, and then this navbar component welcome. So this working properly, and we do not need this background because we are going to add the background in our hero component. So that's why for now I'm going to remove the background for our navbar. So here I am going to remove this. So now you can see it's white, but when we add our this hero section background, this will looks very nice. So for now our navigation bar is fully completed. Now we are going to build our hero section. So if I show you the hero section, you can see here we have some text to button and a image. So to build this, I'm going to create a new folder inside my home folder and I'm going to name it hero. And inside this hero folder, I'm going to create a new file called hero.tsx. And here I'm going to use my RAFCE shortcut to create the component boilerplate, and then I'm going to add this in my home component. So here I'm going to add our hero just like that, and here in page we are going to add our home component. So now in the home, the first div have a class name of width full padding top of 4 VH. Then we have in medium screen padding top of 12 VH, and height will be screen, and background color will be BG blue 700. So now if I save, you can see we have our background just like this one, and here we have our hero text. And now if I scroll, you can see after some distance this navbar changes background color. So for now I am going to remove the scroll, so I am going to remove this class name here. Now in the hero, the first div, and inside this div we have another div with a class name of flex. Justify will be center, and flex direction will be in column. Width will be 4 by 5, which is 80%. Height will be full, and mx will be auto. So by doing this, our text will be in the middle. Now inside this div we are going to define our grid system, because we are going to divide this into two parts. So one is for this text content and one is for the image. So here we have a div with class name of width full, mx will be auto, and we are using grid calls 1 for smaller devices, and in large screen it will be grid calls 2, and items will be center, and gap will be 12. Now inside this div we have our text content. So we have a div for text content, and then we have another div for image content. So this is for image content. Now I'm going to start with the text content. So inside this div we have another div with class name of flex, item center, spacex will be 3, px will be 6, py will be 2, width will be feet, rounded full, border 2, and border gray 300. Now inside this div we first have an icon, so we are going to use ci discount one icon, which is coming from the React icon library, and this icon have a class name of width 6, which is 1.5, height will be 6, text color will be yellow 300, and then we have a span where it says 30% discount first month purchase, first month purchase. And this pen have a class name of text XS, which is extra small 12 pixel. Then in medium screen, text will be large and text color will be white. Font will be semi bold and text opacity will be 70. That's it. Now if I check, here you can see we have this box with that text, just like this one. Then we have our title. So after this div, we have a h1, and this h1 we have the text of premium hosting technologies, and this h1 have a class name of text to excel, text 3 excel, which is 30 pixel. Then in medium we have text 4 excel, which is 36 pixel. Let me use 5 excel, which is 48 pixel. Then we have in large we have text of 55 pixel, and extra large text will be 65 pixel, and it will be a relative positioning. Z index will be 1, and in medium screen, so it will be Z1, and in medium screen we're going to use a leading of 4.5 RAM. Otherwise in smaller devices leading will be 3 RAM, and margin top will be 4, text color will be white, and font will be bold. Now let's check. So this is our heading, which looks very nice. Now here you can see we have a bar here. So after the h1, so here we have a break tag, and then we have a span, and the span have a class name of absolute. Then bottom will be 4, z will be -1, minus rotate 6, left will be 0, width will be 1/2, which is 50%, h3, bg will be orange 400, bg opacity will be 70, and rounded will be full. So now if I save, now here you can see we have this bar which looks very nice, just like this one. So after this h1 we have a p tag. So here I am using another extension which is lorem ipsum. So let me show you. So I am using this extension to create a random text content for my website. So this is very useful. If you want to add some demo content in your website, you can just use this lorem ipsum. So this p have a class name of empty of 8, empty of 4. Then we have text extra small, and then we have in medium text will be base, text color will be white. Now let's check. So this is our description, which looks very nice here. Then we have another div with class name of empty of 8, flex, item center, SpaceX will be 4, and inside this div we are going to have two buttons. So I'm going to use our button component that we built earlier. Now you can see we just need to add this component here, and we do not need to repeat our button styling again and again. So for this button it is get started, and this button have a props which is background, and for the first one we have bg till 600, and we have another button which say lan and price, and its background color will be bg amber 600. Now let's check. So these are two buttons with the hover effect, which is exactly like this, and it's looking awesome right now. Next we have this image. So for this, inside this div I am going to use Next.js image component. So I'm going to import image, and here for the source we have slash images slash hero 1.svg, and then this image have a alt tag which is hero width of 650, height of 650, and it has a class name of object cover. And for the div we have a class name of, it will be hidden initially for smaller devices, and in large devices it will show as a block element, and its margin will be auto. So now let's check. So this is our image, which looks very nice. Now let me check the responsiveness. You can see now our Navbar also looks very nice. Now if I check the responsiveness and select the mobile devices, you can see it looks very nice. In mobile devices we are hiding our images and everything works properly, and all the content fit perfectly. And if I go to the iPad, in iPad it also looks very nice, and in the large devices you can see we have our image. So our hero section is completed. Next we are going to build the about us section. So let me show you the about us section. So this is the about us section where we have our section heading, then a image and some content. So to build this I'm going to create a new folder inside my home folder, and I'm going to name it about, and inside this folder I'm going to create a new file called about.tsx, and here I'm going to use the RAFC to create a component boilerplate, and then I'm going to add this inside my home folder, and I'm going to import it and add this. Now here you can see we have our about. So for the first tip, we have a class name of padding top of 20 and padding bottom of 16, and then inside this div I'm going to create another reusable component, helper component, which is section heading, so that we can add this section heading for our future section. So here we are going to have a section heading. So for this I'm going to create a new folder inside my new file inside my helper folder, and I'm going to name it section heading dot tsx, and I'm going to create the component boilerplate, and this section heading will receive some props. So it will receive a props which is heading of type string, and I'm going to add this prop inside this component, and I'm going to import the heading. Now inside this div we have a h1 with our heading, and then we have another h1. Here we have the subheading. If you want, you can create another props where you are sending your this secondary heading, but I'm for now hard coded it. Now for the styling, the first div have a class name of text center, and for this h1 we have a class name of text to excel. In smaller devices text will be 3xl, in medium text will be 4xl, and it will be in uppercase. Text color will be blue 950, and font will be semi-bold. And for this h1 we have a class name of width 11 by 12, so which is 91.66%, and in smaller device we have a width of 10 by 12, which is 83%, and in medium we have width of 3 by 5, that means 60%, and in large we have width of 2 by 4, which is 50%. Text will be small, and in medium text will be base, margin top will be 4, mx will be auto, text will be gray 800, and then text opacity will be 70, and font will be medium. Now if I save, and then I'm going to open my about section, and here I'm going to add our section heading, and it receives the props which is heading, and for the heading we're going to pass about us. Now if I save and check, you can see this is our about us section heading. So I can make it some more words. Now it's look nice. Next, after the section heading, we are going to define a grid system, because here we are going to divide it into two parts, one for this image and one for this content. So for this, here we have a div with a class name of width will be 4 by 5, which is 80%. Then mx will be auto. Then we have items of center. Margin top will be 24. Grid. Then we have grid calls 1 for small devices, and in large we have grid calls of 2. So here we'll have a space, and here grid calls 2, and gap will be 12. Then inside this div we have image content first, and this is the div for image content, and next we have text content. So this div is for the text content. So for the first one, this div have a class name of mx auto. Then in large screen mx will be 0, and margin bottom will be 8, and in large screen margin bottom will be 0. Now inside this div we are going to use our Next.js image component, and for the source, so here we have slash images slash about 2.png, and for the alt we are going to use something like about us. Then we are going to pass the width, which is 550, and height will be 550, and a class name of rounded lg, and minus rotate of 12. So if I save and check, so the image is not showing. Let me check. Slash images slash about 2 dot, so it will be jpg, so not png. Now here you can see we have our image, which looks very beautiful. Next we have our text content, so just like this one. For this, inside this div we have a h1, and for the content I am going to copy it from here and paste it, and this h1 have a class name of text to excel. In medium, text will be 3xl, text color will be hash 2d 3c 58. Then we have font of bold. Now let's check. So here you can see we have our title. Next, after this h1 we have a p with some random text, and then we have another p tag with some more random text, and for the both of this we have a class name of padding top of 4, text will be base, text color will be hash 5561 and 80, and text opacity will be 70. And for the first p we have a padding top of 8, So now if I save, you can see this looks nice. Let me copy some text from here and paste it here. So that's look nice, just like this one. Then we have this list type items. So for this, after P, we have another div with class name of padding top of 8, flex, items will be center, and SpaceX will be 8. And inside this div, we have another div with class name of width will be 16, height will be 16, rounded will be full, BG color will be gray, 200, flex, then items will be center, justify center, and flex direction will be in column. And inside this div we have a image. So this, for this image I'm going to use the Next.js image component, and for the source we are having a flash images slash i1.svg, and for the alt we are going to give this the name of icon, width will be 40, height will be 40. And if I save, so here you can see we have this icon with this rounded background body. And after this div we have another div, and here we have h1 wave hosting, and then a p tag. And for this h1 we have a class name of text lg, and medium text will be extra large, and text color will be text gray 700, font will be bold. And for this p we have a class name of margin top of 1, text will be base, then we have text color will be hash 5561 and 80, and text opacity will be 70. Now if I save and check, so here you can see we have this title and little description text which looks very nice. Now we have two more, so for this I'm going to just copy this one, so this is the div. So here I just give a comment fast item, then this one will be second item, and here the icon will be i2. Then we have for this one we have WordPress hosting, and this is the third one, so third item, and here will be i3, and it will be a VPS host. Now if I save and check, you can see it looks nice. Now let me show you the responsiveness. So if I inspect and if I select a mobile devices, you can see we have our heading, our image, and our text content, which looks very nice and it fit perfectly with our screen sizes. Now if I select another type of mobile devices, it's also looking very nice. If I select iPad devices, here it also looks very nice. So our about us section is completed. Next we are going to build the hosting option section. Here you can see we have 4 beautiful card, and this card have a very beautiful hover effect and very advanced hover effect. So you can see, so we are going to build this now. To build this, I'm going to create a new folder inside my home folder, and I'm going to name it hosting options.tsx. Sorry, not the tsx, just hosting options. I'm going to remove this tsx part, and inside this I'm going to create a file called hosting options.tsx, and here I'm going to use a shortcut RAFC to create the component boilerplate, and then I'm going to add this in my home component. So after the about, we are going to add our hosting options. So I'm going to add this. Now if I check, here you can see we have our hosting option text. Now for the hosting options, the first div have a class name of padding top of 20 and padding bottom of 16, and then inside this div first we have our section heading. So section heading, so I'm going to import our section heading component, and here we are going to pass the heading, which is our hosting options. Now let's check. So you can see we have our section heading. Next we are going to define our grid system. So here we are going to divide our grid into 4 part for 4 card. So here define grid system. So here we have a div with class name of width will be 85%. Then we have empty of 20. We are going to use the grid calls will be 1, and in medium grid calls will be 2, and in large grid calls will be 3, and in extra large grid calls will be 4, and we have mx of auto, and we have gap of 8. Now inside this div we are going to create a reusable card component. So we are going to create a hosting option card component which will be reusable. So for this I'm going to create a new file inside my hosting option, and I'm going to name it hosting option card.tsx, and I'm going to use RAFCE to create the component boilerplate, and then here, so hosting option card 1, here we have a div, and inside this div we are going to add our hosting option card, and here we are going to pass some props for our option card, and the first one is the icon. We are going to pass an icon which is slash images slash i4.png, and we are going to pass a title. For this one we are going to have WordPress hosting, and we are going to pass a price which is 2.99, and we have 4 cards, so I'm going to copy this 3 more time. So these are second card, which will be, so it is I4, then we have I5 dot png, and here we have wave hosting, and it will be something like 399. Then we have I6 dot png, and here we are going to have the title VPS hosting for like 499. Then this is will be I7, and let's name it shared hosting, and let's say it will be 199. And this one will be card 2, this one will be card 3, and this one will be card 4. Now we have to receive these props and give them a proper TypeScript typing. That's why it's complaining now. So for this, I'm going to open my hosting option card, and here I'm going to create a props, and here we're receiving a icon which is type of string. Then we are receiving a title which is type of string, and then we're receiving a price which is type of string. And now here I am going to provide our props, and I'm going to import the icon, price, and title. So that's it. Now to build this advanced hover effect, we are going to use a npm package. So the npm package we are going to use is react tilt parallax. So react parallax tilt, we are going to use this package to build this awesome hover animation. So here you can see they have demo and they have the documentation. You can learn more about this by reading this documentation. So for now I am going to copy this and I'm going to install it in our project. Then we have to import it. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here. You can see it's installed successfully. Then we're going to convert this div into a tilt, and here we are going to pass a class name of parallax effect, and then a perspective of 500. And then inside this we are going to have a div with class name of bg gray 200, rounded will be lg, height will be full, padding will be 6, and width will be full. And then inside this div, and one thing that is, we have to convert this into a client component. So I'm going to use client directive to convert this into a client component. Now inside this div we have our image icon. So here we have a div, and here I'm going to use our Next.js image component, and for the source we are going to use our icon which is coming from our props. Then for the alt we are going to use the title, then we have a width of 80, height of 80, and we have a class name of image auto, margin top will be 8 and margin bottom will be 8. Now let's check. So here you can see we have the box with this beautiful hover animation. You can see how easy it is. We just add a package and then we are just adding a tilt component, and that's it. That's how we are going to add a very premium hover effect in our website. So after the image, we have a h1 with our title, and this h1 have a class name of text center. Text color will be hash 232 C45. Then font will be semi bold, and we are going to use the capitalize, and text will be extra large. So this is our heading. After the heading we have a p tag. So here you can see we have a p tag with this text. So I'm going to copy this, the demo text, and I'm going to paste it here, and this p tag have a class name of text center. Then we have text color of black, text opacity will be 70, margin top will be 4, margin bottom will be 4, and let's check. So this looks very nice. So after this p1 we have another p tag, and it says starting from, and here a dollar sign, and then we are going to add our price, and here we have slash month, and this p tag have a class name of text hash 232 C45, and then it will be a font of semi bold, text will be base, and text will be center. That's it. Now let's check this one. So here you can see we have this starting from the price, just like this one. Next we have, after this p we have a button, and inside this button we have a span of C plan, and then we have a icon which is bi arrow to right, and this icon is coming from the React icon library. Now for the button we have a class name of px6 py of 2, font will be semi bold, then we have text of blue 950, in hover we are going to have bg blue 700, then we have transition all, duration will be 200 millisecond, mx will be auto, border will be 1.2 pixel, border color will be border gray 400, border opacity will be 25, margin top will be 8, it will be a flex, items will be center, SpaceX will be 2, and rounded LG. Now if I hit save and check, you can see here we have our beautiful button, but its text color is not changing. So in hover, the text color will also change. So hover, we have text of white. Now if I save and check, now it looks very nice. So now our hover also work properly. We have this beautiful advanced hover effect, and let me show you the responsiveness. So if I inspect and if I select mobile devices, here you can see we have our card which is fit very nicely with our screen size, which looks very nice. If I select another mobile devices, you can see here it also looks very nice and fit perfectly. And if I select iPad, here you can see we have two card which looks very nice. So our hosting option section is completed. Next, we are going to build the domain search section. So let me show you the domain search section. So this is our domain search section where we have a heading, a input box, and a compare of different types of domain. So to build this, I am going to create a new folder inside my home folder, and I am going to name it domain search. And inside this folder, I am going to create a new file called domain search.tss. And here I am going to use the RFC to create the component boilerplate, and then I'm going to add this inside my home folder, home component. So here I am going to add our domain search. Now if I show you, so here you can see we have the domain search text. Now go to your domain search component, and for the first div we have a class name of pt of 12. Then in medium screen we have a padding top of 20 and padding bottom will be 16. Then inside this div we have another div with class name of, so here we have a class name of width of 90%, padding will be p6, then we have rounded to excel, bg will be blue 700, and mx will be auto. So here you can see we have the box with the background color. Then inside this div we have our heading. So heading h1, and it says, so for the content, so I'm going to copy this and paste it here. So this h1 have a class name of text center, then we have margin top will be 8, text color will be white, font will be semi bold, then text will be extra large, smaller text will be twice XL, then in large text will be 3XL, and in extra large text will be 4XL. And tracking will be wider, and if I save, you can see we have our heading here. Next we have this search box. So after the h1 we have our search box. So for this we have a div with class name of relative flex, items will be center, width will be 11 by 12. So if I hover over, you can see it's 91%. And in medium, width will be 10 by 12. In large, width will be 9 by 12. MX will be auto. Margin top will be 12. Rounded will be full. And height will be 12. In medium, height will be 16. And background will be white. If I save, you can see here we have a beautiful box. Then inside this div, we have our inputs. So it is search input. And then inside this, we have a input of type text. And the placeholder will be register a domain name. And this input have a class name of width 4 by 5, height will be full, bg will be transparent, px will be 8, outline will be none. Now if I save, here you can see we have our search input. Then we have the button. So after the input we have button. So here we have a button and it will be search domain, and this button have a class name of absolute, and it is hidden in extra small devices, and in small devices it will be a block. Right will be 4, height will be 4 by 5, which is 80%. Font will be semi-bold. Then in hover it will be busy rows 700. Then we have transition of all, and duration will be 300 milliseconds. Width will be 40%, and in large devices width will be 20%. BG will be blue 900. Text will be white. Text will be extra small, and in smaller devices text will be small, and in medium text will be beige, and rounded will be full. Now if I save and let's check, so this is our button which looks very beautiful. Then we have this list. So after this search box div, we have a compare list. So here we have a div with class name of width will be 11 by 12. In MD width will be 9 by 12. Margin top will be 8. Margin bottom will be 4. It will be a grid. MX will be auto. Items center. Grid calls will be 2. And in medium screen grid calls will be 3. And in large grid calls will be 4. in large grid calls will be 5. Then we have gap of 4, and in large gap will be 12. That's it. Then we have a p tag inside this div which says compare, and this p have a class name of text will be white, then font will be semi bold, text small, and in medium text will be large. So now let's check. So this is the compare text. After the p tag we have a div, and this div have a class name of text white, and inside this div we have a span for .com, and then we have another span for the price. So here let's say it's 619. Now for the first span have a class name of text base, and in medium screen text will be extra large, text color will be yellow 400, and then we have font of bold, and we are going to use the underline. And for this price span we have a class name of font of bold, and text will be base. Now if I save and check, here you can see we have our .com and the price, but they are stick together. So I'm going to give a space in our price. Now it looks okay. Next we have this 3 more. So for this I am going to copy this div 3 more times. So the first one is .com, then we have .net. Let's change the price here. So after the .net we have .info, so this will be .info, and let's say its price is 219. Then we have .org, and it will be for like 3. Now if I save, now you can see it looks very nice, similar to this one. Now let's check if it is responsive or not. So if I inspect, and if I select a mobile devices, and here you can see it fit perfectly in our mobile devices, and in mobile devices we hide our button. And if I select iPad devices, here you can see it's also fit very nicely in iPad. So our domain search section is completed. Next we are going to build this hosting solution section where we have this text, and here we have this beautiful slider. So here you can see we have this awesome slider. So we are going to build this now. So to build this I'm going to create a new folder inside my home folder, and I'm going to name it feature, and inside this folder I'm going to create a file called feature.tsx, and here I'm going to use RAFC to create the component boilerplate, and then I'm going to add this in my home. Here I'm going to add our feature just like that. And now if I show you, here you can see we have our feature text. Next, for the first div we have a class name of pt of 16 and pb of 12. Then inside this div we have our section heading. So here I am going to use our section heading component, and here we are going to add our heading, which is our hosting solution. And if I save, you can see we have our heading. Next we are going to define a grid system, and here we have a div with class name of width 4 by 5, mx will be auto, margin top will be 12, in medium margin top will be 20, items will be center. We're going to use grid calls of 1 for smaller devices, and in extra large grid calls will be 2 and gap will be 12. Now inside this div we have two parts. So if I show you, here you can see we have this text content and then we have this slider. So here we have first text content. So this div is for the text content, and then we have a slider. So this div is for the slider. So let's first work on the text content. So inside this div we have h1. Here we say we provide hosting solution, and this h1 have a class name of text to excel. Then we have in medium text will be 3xl, in large text will be 4xl, text color will be blue 950, then it will be a font of bold, and tracking will be wider. So if I save, so this is our heading. Then after the h1 we have a p. So here we have this demo text. I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here, and this p have a class name of margin top of 8, margin bottom of 4, text color will be black, then text will be sm, in medium text will be 4, text will be base, then we have font of normal, and we have opacity of 70. Now if I save, here you can see we have our text. Then I'm going to copy this one and paste it, and here we have a margin top of 4. So if I save, you can see now we have two paragraphs, so which looks nice. Then we have this slider. So for this I'm going to create a reusable component here, new component here. So inside this div I am going to create a sweeper slider component. So inside the feature I am going to create a new folder called sweeper slider.tsx, and here I am going to use rafc to create the component boilerplate, and then here inside this div I am going to add our sweeper slider. So now if I show you, here you can see we have the text sweeper slider. So to build this advanced slider we are going to use a npm package which is sweeper.js. So I'm going to search for react sweeper, and here you can see they have the sweeper demos. Here you can see they have different types of demos here which you can use. So this is the demo, and they have a lot of demos here to use. So I'm going to open their docs and sweeper react, and then I'm going to install this package. So npm I sweeper, and I'm going to paste it here and run it. It will install the sweeper.js in our project, and then I am going to import this sweeper and sweeper slider. So I'm going to copy these, and then here I'm going to paste it. Next I'm going to import this CSS. So I'm going to copy it and then paste it here, and then I need to import two extra CSS for the slider that we are going to build. So for this I'm going to import sweeper slash CSS slash effect cards. So sweeper slash CSS slash effect dash cards, and then I'm going to import something from sweeper slash modules, and I'm going to import effect cards. And now here I'm going to return a sweeper component. So sweeper component, and here we are going to pass some props. First one is effect, which will be cards. Then we have grab cursor to true, and then we have modules, which will be effect cards, and then it have a class name of width 280 pixel, height will be 380 pixel, and in medium width will be 500 pixel, and in medium height will be 380 pixel, and padding will be 8. Then inside this, so one thing that is we have to convert this component into a client component. So I'm going to use client, and now inside this sweeper we have a sweeper slide, and here we have our content. So the sweeper slide have a class name of sweeper slider. This is a custom class, and we are going to build this. We are going to build this class in our global CSS. Next, so in sweeper slider, so we have this custom class. We have to make it in our global.css, and then for the first one we have a background color of hash CE1111. So right now if I say, so here you can see we just have a box. So next I'm going to create this sweeper slider class. So in our global CSS, first open your global.css, and then here we are going to add dot sweeper Then we have slider, and here we are going to apply. So we are going to apply text black. Sorry, here we are going to apply flex. Items will be center, rounded to excel. Then font will be bold, text to excel, and text color will be white, and padding will be 4. Now if I say, here you can see we have this content here. Now let's go to your sweeper slider, and inside this sweeper slider we are going to use another component, which is feature card. So for this I'm going to create a new component here, which is feature card.tsx. So in feature card we are going to create this card. So here I'm going to use RAFC to create the component boilerplate, and then I'm going to add it here. So here we have feature card, and this feature card will receive some props. So first it will be receiving a prop, which is /images/ i1.svg. Then the title will be web hosting, and now I'm going to copy this 8 more time. So the next one will be i2, and then we have shared hosting, then we have i3.svg, which is bps hosting. So bps hosting, then we have i4.png, so this will be png, and here the title will be WordPress hosting. Then we have i5.png, and it will be cloud. So it will be cloud hosting. Then we have i6.svg, and the title will be reseller hosting. Then we have i7 dot so i6.png, so it is a png file, and i7 will also be a png file, and it will be email hosting. Then we have i8.svg, and it is e-commerce hosting, and we do not need this one. And now I'm going to change the background color. So first one will be red, then the second one will be hash 00233f, then we have hash 027143, then the fourth one will be hash 844f09, then the fifth one will be hash 37 4E01. Then the sixth one will be B40A2F, and then we have 08AB9D, and finally we have 780478. So now if I save, here you can see we have our slider working perfectly. We have this different type of background color, and our slider is looking very nice. Next, we have to receive these props in our feature card and build a feature card content. So for this, in the feature card, I am going to use a type props, and here I am receiving an image of type string, and then a title of type string, and now I am going to pass it here. I'm going to import the image and title. So inside this div, we'll have another div with class name of W20, H20, MX will be auto. Then we have background of white, rounded full, empty will be 8, MB will be 6, flex, item center, justify center, and flex will be in the column direction. Then inside this div, we have a Next.js image component, and here the source will be our image props. Alt, I am going to use the title as our alt, and width will be 50 and height will be 50. Now if I save, here you can see we have our icons. Then after this div, we have a h1 with the title, and this h1 have a class name of text center. Then text color will be white, font bold, tracking width, and text will be 2x. So here you can see we have our title here. Next we have a p tag, and here we have some random text. So this p tag have a class name of empty4, text will be white, text opacity will be 75, text will be small, and text center. Now if I save, here you can see something is wrong. So text will be small. So now it looks nice, just like this one. Then after this we have a button with view details, and this button have a class name of text base block. In hover it will be bg yellow 300, transition all, duration will be 150 millisecond, margin top will be 6, mx will be auto uppercase, then we have text of black, px will be 8, py will be 2, rounded full, font semi bold, and cursor will be pointer. So if I say, here you can see we have our button, but it did not look like this one. So here we also have a bg white. So bg white, now it looks very nice. Now our slider is also working properly, where you can slide using your mouse, or in mobile devices you can slide through touch the screen. So this looks very nice. Now let me show you the responsiveness. So if I inspect and select a mobile devices, you can see here we have section heading or text content, and you can see in mobile devices the slider also looks very nice. So if I select a different types of screen sizes, you can see here it also looks very nice, very premium. And if I select like iPad mini, here you can see it also looks very nice and our slider works properly. So our feature section is completed. Next we are going to build the pricing section. So if I show you the pricing section, here you can see we have 3 price card with hover effect. Then here we have a button to get started. So to build this, I'm going to create a new folder inside my home folder, and I'm going to name it price. And inside this folder I'm going to create a new file called price.tsx, and here I'm going to use RAFC to create the component boilerplate, and then I'm going to add this in my home component. So here I'm going to add my price. So now if I show you, here you can see we have the price text. Next, in the price, for the first div we have a class name of padding top of 20 and padding bottom of 16, and then inside this div we have our section heading, and here I'm going to use section heading component from our helper folder. And here for the heading we are going to pass our pricing. Now if I save and show you, you can see here we have our pricing. Next we are going to define the grid system. So define grid system, because we are going to divide the space into 3 parts for our 3 card. So this div have a class name of width 4/5, then we have mx of auto, margin top of 20, and we are going to grid calls will be 1 in small devices, and in large the grid call will be 2, and in extra large the grid calls will be 3. Then we have gap of 12, and items will be center. Then inside this div I am going to create a price card component, so which we are going to reuse here. So inside this div we are going to use a price card reusable component. So for this I am going to create a new component inside my price folder, and I am going to name it price card.tsx, and here I am going to use RAFC to create the component boilerplate, and then here I am going to add our price card. Now we are going to pass some props inside our price card. So first one we are going to pass is an image. So slash images slash it will be p1.png, and we are going to pass a plan. So for this one it will be a basic plan, and then we are going to pass a price. So for this one will be 9.99. Now we have to receive these props in our price cut component and then give them a proper TypeScript type definition. So for this I'm going to open my price cut, and here I'm going to create a props type, and here we are receiving an image of type string. Then we are receiving a plan of type string. Then we are receiving a price, which is also a type of string. Now we are going to pass this props inside our price cut component, and then here I am going to import the image, the plan, and then the price. Now here for the first tip we have a class name of, so here we have a class name of bg hash e3f0ff, and then in hover it will be increase in size. So here I am going to use a scale of 110. Then we are going to use some transition, using transition all. Duration will be 500 millisecond, and rounded will be lg, and padding will be 4, and in medium and higher screen padding will be 10. Now if I save, here you can see we have our first card with the background and hover effect. So now here we have our image icon. So here we have our image icon. So for this I'm going to use Next.js image component, and here for the source we are going to use our image props that we are receiving, and for the alt we are going to use our plan, and then we have a width of 50 and then a height of 50, and also we have a class name of margin top of 8 and margin bottom of 8. Now if I save, here you can see we have this beautiful icon. Next, after the image we have a h1 with the plan, and then we have a p tag with the text of added privacy and security features. Now for the h1 we have a class name of text to excel, font will be bold, tracking will be wider, and text color will be text blue 950. And for the p tag we have a class name of margin top of 2, text will be black, text opacity will be 60, text size will be beige, font will be medium. Now if I save, here you can see we have this title basic and this added privacy and security feature. Next we have this bar here. So to build this bar, so here we have the bar. I'm going to create a self-closing div, and here we have a class name of margin top of 8, margin bottom of 8, height will be 1.5 pixel, then we have opacity of 20, rounded will be lg, then we have bg gray of 500, then we have margin of auto. Now if I save, here you can see we have this bar which looks very beautiful. Then after this div we have another div, and inside this div we have another div, and here we have a icon which is fa check, which is coming from the react icon, and then we have a p with the text free domain, and then here we have a dollar sign, and then we have our price that we are receiving, and then we have value. Now for this div we have a class name of flex, items will be center, margin bottom will be 8, and SpaceX will be 2. And for the icon we have a class name of text green 600, and for the P we have a class name of text base, font will be bold, then we have text color will be text blue 950. Now if I save, here you can see this looks very nice. We have 3 more, so I am just going to copy this div 3 more time, and for the second one we have the text of regular security patching. Then for the third one we have http/2 enabled servers. Then for the last one we have free object cache pro. Now if I check, you can see here we have the 4 list, which looks very beautiful. Then we have this get started button. So for this, after this div, so here we can give a comment like list, and then after this div we are going to use our button component, which is coming from our helper, and here we have get started, and here I'm going to pass a background of bg rows 600. Now if I save, here you can see we have our button, which looks very nice. Now we need 2 more card, and it's easy for us. Now we just need to add our price card component. So this one will be our second card, and this one will be our third card. And for the second one we have p2.png, and third one we have p3.png, and here it will be standard, and price will be 29.99, and this one will be premium, and this one will be 59.99. Now if I save, and here you can see we have our 3 card with 3 different icon. We have basic, standard, and premium. Here you can see the price will be 9.99, this will be 29, and this will be 59, and here we have our get started button. And now let me show you the responsiveness of this component. So if I select a mobile devices, you can see the content fit perfectly with the screen size, and if I select different types of mobile devices, you can see it fit perfectly. And if I select a iPad mini, it also looks very nice in the iPad devices. So our price component is complete. Next we are going to build the client review section. Here you can see we have a beautiful slider for our client review, where you can slide left or right, and this slider has the auto sliding feature. So if I wait some times, you will see it will slide automatically. So now we are going to build this component. So for this I am going to create a new folder inside my home folder, and I'm going to name it client. I'm going to name it client review. And inside this I'm going to create a file called review.tsx, and I'm going to use RAFC to create the component boilerplate, and then I'm going to add this inside my home component. So here I'm going to add my review. Now if I save, here you can see we have our review text. Now inside this review component, for the first div we have a class name of padding top of 20, padding bottom of 16, and then inside this div we have our section heading. So here we have our section heading. So for this I am going to import my section heading component from the helper folder, and I am going to pass the heading, and here I am going to pass our client review. Now if I save, and here you can see we have our section heading. Now here we have another div with class name of width 4x5, margin top of 16, and we have mx of auto. And now inside this div I am going to create another component which will be a review slider. So I am using this component so that we can manage our client review component very easily. So for this I am going to create a new file here, and I am going to name it review slider.tsx, and here I am going to use RAFC to create the component boilerplate, and then I am going to add this here. So here we are going to use our review slider. Now if I show you, here you can see we have this review slider text. Now for this slider you can use the sweeper.js that we are used previously to build this, but I'm going to show you another npm package for sliding, which is React multi-carousel. So I'm going to use React multi-carousel, and if I open their npm package, here you can see they have demo, they have the documentation, so you can learn more about these packages here. But for now we need to install this, so I'm going to copy this and paste it here and hit enter. And then first we need to import this carousel and this css, so I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. Then we need this breakpoint, so responsive variable, so I'm going to copy this, I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here. Now here I'm going to change some value, so here for the mean I'm going to use this value, and the item will be 3 and slides to slide will be 1, so you want to slide one item. And then for the tablet, here we are going to use 1324 and the mean will be 764, and the items will be 2 and slides to slide will be 1, and here it will be 764 and mean will be 0, item will be 1, and slides to slide will be 1. So that's it. Now here instead of this div we are going to use carousel, and here For now I'm going to declare a div so that it does not complain. And here we have to pass some props. So first one is additional transform, it will be 0. Then the arrows will be true. Then autoplay will be true. Autoplay speed will be 5000 millisecond, which means 5 seconds. Center mode will be false. Then we have infinite. Then for the responsive, we are going to pass our responsive variable. And then we have item class is equal to item. And one thing that is, we have to make this a client component. So for this I'm going to use client to convert this into a client component. Now here I'm going to create another reusable component, which is review card. So for this I'm going to create another component in my client review, which is review card.tsx. And here I'm going to use RFC to create the component boilerplate. And then here I'm going to add our review card. So review card just like this. Now if I show you, here you can see we have our review card text, and this review card will have some props. So first one, we're going to pass the image, which is /images/c1.png, and we're going to pass a name. So for this one we're going to pass my name, and we have 4 of these review cards, so I'm going to copy it 3 more time. And the second one will be c2, c3 and c4, and I'm going to change the name here. You can give any name you want. Now we have to receive the props in our review card, so I'm going to open the review card, and here we're going to use type props, and here we are receiving an image of type string, and then we are receiving a name. It is name or title, so it's name. We are receiving a name of type string. Now we have to pass this here, and we are going to import our image and the name. Now for the review card, the first div have a class name of p6 m4, and background will be hash 0449BA. And then if I show you, here you can see we have our slider working, and we have our card with background color. Next, inside this div, first we have our rating. So for this, here we have a div with class name of flex. Items will be center, basics will be 2, and margin top will be 4. And here inside this div we have a icon, which is fa star, coming from the React icon library, and this icon have a class name of width 4, height 4, and text color will be yellow 500, and we have 5. And now if I save, here you can see we have our rating star. So just like this one. Then we have a p tag for our review text. So here we have a p, and I'm going to use the lorem ipsum to generate some random text, and this p have a class name of margin top will be 4, text color will be white, then we have text opacity of 70. Now if I save, you can see we have our review text. Let me increase it some more. So it looks nice. Then we have our profile for the client. So after the p we have client profile. So for this one we have a div, and this div have a class name of flex, margin top will be 8, items will be center, spacex will be 4, and then inside this div we have another div, and here we have our image component. So I'm going to use the next image, and this image have a source of the image cross that we are receiving, and then we have a alt. For the alt I'm going to use the name, then we have width of 60 and height of 60. Now if I say, you can see here we have our client profile image. Then after this div we have another div with the h1 of the name, and then a p tag with the position. For this one I'm going to CEO WDW WebDev warrior. So for the h1 we have a class name of text LG, so which is 18 pixel. Then we have text of white, and we have uppercase. And next for the p tag we have a class name of margin top of 0.3 ram. Then we have text of 15 pixel, text color will be white, and opacity will be 70. Now if we check, so first we have to save this, and now if I check, here you can see we have our profile completed, and here we have our slider works properly. Now if I show you the responsiveness, and if I select a mobile devices, you can see it looks very nice in the mobile devices, and the slider also works perfectly. And if I select the iPad mini, here you can see we have two sliders, and our sliding is also works perfectly. So our client review section is completed. Next we are going to build the block section. So if I show you the block section, here you can see we have 3 blog posts here, and here we have a simple hover effect. So to build this I'm going to create another new folder inside my home folder, and I'm going to name it block, and inside this I'm going to create a new file called block.tsx, and here I'm going to use the RAFC to create the component boilerplate, and then I'm going to add this in my home component. So after the review we are going to add our block. Now if I save, you can see here we have our block text. Next, for the block, the first div have a class name of padding top of 20, padding bottom of 16, and then inside this div we first have our section heading. So we have section heading, and here I am going to import my section heading component from the helper folder, and here we're going to add our heading, which will be our blog. If I save, here you can see we have our section heading. Next, we are going to define a grid system because we are going to use 3 card and we are going to divide our space in 3 parts. Define grid system. So here we have a div with a class name of width 4 by 5, which is 80%, margin top of 12, and in medium screen margin top will be 16. We're going to use grid calls will be 1, and in large screen the grid calls will be 2. Then we have in extra large the grid calls will be 3, and gap will be 12, and mx will be auto. Now inside this div we are going to create a reusable component, so which is block cut component. So here we are going to use a block cut component. So block cut. Now I'm going to create a new component inside my block folder, which is block card.tsx, and here I'm going to use arrayfc to create the component boilerplate. And now here I'm going to add my block cut component. So this will be the fast block cut. So I'm going to use a comment of fast block cut, and here we have our block cut. So block cut. Now we are going to pass some props in our block cut. So first prop we are going to pass is image. So for the first one we have an image of slash images slash b1 dot png. Then we are going to pass a title. So for this one I am going to use 10 reasons to use good web hosting. So I'm going to use this as a title. Then we are going to pass a date, and here I'm going to pass 4 May 2024. Then we are going to pass username. For this one I'm going to pass my name, and then we are going to pass a user role, which is web developer. Then we are going to pass a user image, which is slash images slash c1.png. So now if I save, here you can see we are passing this date, this title, this image, this username, and this user role. So now we have to receive our props in our block card and give them a proper type definition. So for this, in the block card I'm going to use a type props, and here we are receiving a image which is type of string. Then we are receiving a title of type string. Then we have a date of type string. Then we are receiving username, which is also a type of string. User image of type string. Then we are receiving a user role, which is type of string. Now we are going to pass this inside our block card. So here I'm going to pass our props, and I'm going to import the date, the image, the title, username, user role, and then username. So here user image, user role, and username. Now for the first div of the block card, have a class name of bggray 100, shadow of md, shadow gray of 300, rounded will be md, overflow will be hidden. Now inside this div we have our image. So here first have a div with class name of with full, and then inside this div we have image which is coming from next image, and here we have the source which is coming from our props, that is image. The alt, I'm going to use the title as our alt text. So title, then width will be 400, height will be 400, and it has a class name of width full and height of full. Now if I save, here you can see we have our image which looks very nice. So after the image div we have another div with class name of p6. So this is our content. Now inside this div we have a h1 with the text web hosting. So here we have another div, and inside this div we have this h1. So inside this div we have a h1, and this div have a class name of flex. Items will be center and SpaceX will be 4, and this h1 have a class name of text small, font will be semi bold, text color will be black, text opacity will be 70. Then after this h1 we have a div with a class name of flex. Items will be center, SpaceX will be 2. Then inside this div we have an icon which is by calendar icon, and then we have a span with our date. Now this icon have a class name of text blue 950, and this pen have a class name of text small, font will be semi bold, text color will be black, text opacity will be 70. Now if I save, here you can see we have our text web hosting, and then we have our date. Next we have our title. So after this tip we have our title. So here we have a h1 with our title, and this h1 have a class name of margin top will be 4, text will be LG, in medium text will be Excel, in hover text will be blue 600, transition will be all, duration 200, cursor will be pointer, then text blue 950, capitalize, then we are going to use a font of bold, then tracking will be wither, and that's it. Now if I save, you can see here we have our beautiful title. Next we have our blog writer user. So here we have a div with a class name of margin top will be 6, margin bottom will be 6, height will be no, here we have a divider. So this is a divider which is a self closing div. So this is a divider. So here height will be 1.3 pixel, width will be full, bg will be gray, 600, opacity will be 20. Now if I say, here you can see we have our divider. Then we have our block writer user profile. So here we have a div with a class name of flex, items will be center, SpaceX will be 4, and then inside this div we have an image which is coming from next image, and here we have our source which is user image coming as our props. Then we have an alt tag. Here I am going to use our user, so username. Then we have width of 40, height of 40, and if I save, here you can see we have our user image. Next, after the image we have another div, and here we have a h1 with our username, and we have a p tag with user role. This h1 have a class name of text lg, text color will be blue 950, font will be bold, and this p tag have a class name of text base, text black, font will be medium, text opacity will be 80. Now if I save and check, so here you can see we have our web developer text, which looks very nice. We have two more of card, so that is easy for now to build. We just need to go to the block section, and this is the first card, and I am going to copy it 2 times, and for the this is the second block card. We are going to change some of our props. So here it will be b2, then let's say it will be 12 reason, then that date will be 5, then let's say it will be John, then Next.js developer, then this will be c2, and this is the third block card, and let's say it will be b3, and it will be 7 reason, the date will be 10, name will be Jack, let's say React developer, and it will be c3. Now if I save, here you can see we have our 3 block card, which looks very nice. Now let me show you the responsiveness of this section. So if I select mobile devices, here you can see in mobile devices it fit perfectly. If I select another type of mobile devices, you can see it fit perfectly, and in mobile devices we have 1 card. Now if I select a iPad mini, you can see here it also looks very nice. So our block section is completed. Next, we are going to build the footer section. So here you can see this is our footer section where we have a logo, some text, the payment method image, and we have some footer links. So to build it, I'm going to create a new folder inside my home folder, and I'm going to name it footer. And inside this folder, I'm going to create a new file called footer.tsx, and here I'm going to use RAFC to create the component boilerplate, and then I'm going to add this inside my layout folder. So after the children, so first we have responsive nav, then we have children, and then we are going to add our footer. So now if I save, here you can see we have our footer text. Now inside the footer component, the first div have a class name of padding top of 12, padding bottom of 12. So PB12 means 3 RAM. Then inside this we are going to define our grid system. Because we are going to divide our space in 4 parts. So here we have a div with a class name of width will be 4 by 5 means 80%. MX will be auto. Then we have a grid calls will be 1. Then we have border bottom of 1.5 pixel, and border bottom color will be slate 300. Then we have padding bottom of 8, and in medium we are going to use a grid calls of 2. Then in large screen we are going to use grid calls of 3, and finally in extra large we are going to use the grid calls of 4. And then we are going to use a gap of 8, and items will be in start. So next in this tip we have the first part of the footer part. So here we have a div. So here we have a div with class name of in large screen mx will be auto and mx will be 0 otherwise. And here we are going to add our logo. So for this I'm going to copy the logo from our nav. So this is our logo. I'm going to copy this, and then in the footer I'm going to paste it here. Now here we're going to change some styling. So first this text will be black, and then we are going to make it text rate 600. Now if I save, here you can see we have our logo. So after this div we have a p with some random text. So I'm going to use lorem ipsum to generate some random text, and this p have a class name of text gray 700. Text will be small and margin top will be 2. Now if I save, here you can see we have some text here which looks very nice. Next we have this payment method. So after this p tag we have another p with the text payment method payment. Then we have method. So this p have a class name of margin top will be 4, text will be lg. Then we have text of black, text opacity will be 65, margin bottom will be 4, and font will be bold. Now if I save, so here we have this payment method text, and here you can see we have the border that we added previously. So then after the p tag we are going to use the Next.js image component. So here we are going to use the source. Source will be slash images slash pay dot svg, and alt will be pay, width will be 300, and height will be 300. Now if I save, so somehow it's not working. Let's see our images. So it will be pay.png. So png. Now if I save, now you can see we have our image. Next we have the second part of the footer. So after this div we have second footer part. So here we have a div with a class name of, in medium screen it will be mx of auto, otherwise mx will be 0. Then inside this we have h1 with company, and this h1 have a class name of footer title. So this is a custom class that we are going to create. And then we have a p tag with about us, and this p tag also have a custom class name which is footer link. Now I am going to create these two custom classes, and we are going to create it in our global.css. So here in the global.css we are going to add a dot footer title, and here we are going to apply some tailwind classes so that we do not need to repeat the same styling for our next footer title. So here I am going to apply text of LG, text color will be black, font will be semi bold, in margin bottom will be 6, and for the footer link, so I'm going to use footer link, and here we're going to apply text will be black, then we have opacity of 80, then we have font of medium, margin bottom will be 4, text will be small, cursor will be pointer, so text will be base, cursor will be pointer, and in hover text will be blue 600. Now if I save, here you can see we have our title, and then we have our link, footer link. So now go to the footer, and then we have more of this nabling. So I am going to copy this p tag 4 times. So after the about us we have news feed, then after the news feed we have contact, then we have affiliate, and then we have our technology. So here we have our technology. So this is our second part. So here you can see we have our footer links. Next we have this section, feature section. So I am going to copy this, and now this will be the third part. Then here we have feature for the title, The title will be feature. Then for the first link we have domain checker. Then we have domain checker. Then we have domain transfer. Then we have domain registration. Then we have data center. Then we have support. So now if I say, so here we have some ending div which is missing. So now if I say, so here you can see we have this part completed, which is feature nav links. Then we have this hosting, so which is similar. So I'm going to copy it again. So this will be the fourth footer part, and this one will be hosting, and the first link will be shared hosting. Then we have WordPress hosting. Then we have VPS hosting. Then we have reseller hosting, and then we have cloud hosting. So now if I say, you can see this looks very nice. Finally we have this copyright text. So I'm going to copy this text from here, and then so after this div we are going to add a copyright text. So here we have a div. The text content will be this one, and the class name will be text center. Margin top will be 4. Text will be small. Text color will be black. Opacity will be 75. And that's it. Now if I say, here you can see we have our copyright text. Now if I show you the responsiveness, I'm going to inspect, and I'm going to select mobile devices, and here you can see the footer fit perfectly with our screen sizes. Now if I select another mobile devices, you can see it also looks very nice. So it fit perfectly in the mobile devices. Now if I check on the iPad devices, so here you can see we have a problem. This is, so for this, for the third one it will be LG. Now if I say, now it looks very nice. So in iPad devices it also fit perfectly with the screen sizes. So our footer section is completed. Next we are going to build the scroll to top feature. So here you can see we have a button, and if I click here it will bring us to the top, and you can see initially it's hidden, but if I start scrolling you will see it appear in the screen, and if I click here it will go to the top. So now we are going to build this feature. So for this I am going to create a new file inside the helper folder, and I am going to name it scroll to top.tss, and here I am going to use RAFC to create the component boilerplate, and then I'm going to add this in our layout component. So after the footer we are going to add our scroll to top component so that it is available for all the pages that we created in this project. So now you can see here we have that scroll to top. Now first, here we are going to use state and use effect hooks. That's why I'm going to convert it into a client component. So use client. Then here first I'm going to create a state variable which is visible and set is visible, and I'm going to use the use state, and here so it will be inside this. So here initially it will be false. Now here we are going to create a use effect. So use effect, and here we are going to add this, and inside this use effect we are going to create a function called toggle visibility, which will be an arrow function, and here we are going to check if window dot scroll y is greater than 300, then we are going to set our is variable to true, and I'm going to copy this, and if it is less than 300 pixel, then we are going to set is visible to false. So this is our toggle visibility function. Now here we are going to call this into window dot add event listener, and when we are going to use a scroll event, so in the scroll we are going to call this toggle visibility function. So just like this, and now here I am going to clean up this function. So when we add a add event listener inside the use effect, it is a good practice to clean up the function using the remove event listener. So here I am going to return a cleanup function. Here I am going to copy this one and paste it, and add event listener I am going to use remove event listener, just like this one. Now I'm going to save this. So that's it, that's our toggle visibility functionality. Then we are going to create another function which is scroll to top. This function is responsible for going to the top, so it will be an arrow function, and here I am going to use window dot scroll to, and here we are going to pass some parameters. One is top 0, so we are going to the top, and the behavior we want here is smooth behavior. So that's it, that's our scroll to top function. Now we are going to design our component. So first div we have a class name of fixed, then we have bottom of 4, then animate pulse. We are going to use a tailwind css custom animation, and we are going to use right 4. Then inside this we are going to use our is visible variable. So if it is visible state is true, then we are going to add a button, and the button here will have a class name of, so class name bt blue 700, then we have text of white, rounded will be full, width will be 12, height will be 12, flex items will be center, and in focus outline will be none. And now inside this button we are going to have a fa arrow up. So we are going to use a up arrow inside the button. Now if I save, and this is our button. Now inside this button when we click, so we are going to use on click, and when we click the button we are going to call our scroll to top function to go to the top. So here we have a typing mistake, so it will be fixed. And here we also have a justify of center. Now if I save, now here you can see we have this button, and if I scroll you see it's hidden initially, and if I scroll it will be shown, and if I click here it will go to the top. So let me show you again. If I scroll it will go to the top with a smooth scrolling. So our scroll to top functionality is working properly. Now we are going to add some animation in our project for more user attraction. So if I show you the animation, you can see if I refresh here, the hero section we have a beautiful animation, and when we scroll, you can see here we have scroll animations. In the hosting option card, we also have scroll animation. Here we have scroll animation. Here also we have scroll animation. So we have some scroll animation happening in our project. We are going to build this now. To build this, I am going to use a npm package which is called AOS, which means animation on scroll. So if I go to their GitHub pages, you can see they have different types of animation like fade up, fade right, fade down, fade left, and they have a lot of animation that you can use. And it is very easy to use. You just need to add this data dash AOS in your div or the component that you want to animate in the scroll. So you can learn more about by go to their GitHub pages. Here they have the documentation which you can read and learn more about these packages. Now I am going to install this in our project. So for this I am going to copy this npm script. So I am going to copy this and I am going to paste it here to install, and we are going to set up our AOS in our home.tsx. And for this, here we need to convert this into a use client, because here we are going to use AOS. Now it's installed successfully. Now we have to import these two, so AOS and a CSS file for this AOS. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. Now you can see it's complaining about its type. So to solve this, we just need to install its types also. So I'm going to copy this, and here I'm going to paste it and install the types for this AOS. Next, I'm going to set up AOS. So for this, I'm going to use a use effect hooks here, and here I'm going to add our use effect function. Then inside this use effect we are going to create a function called init AOS. Here I am going to use async with an arrow function, and here I am going to await import AOS, and then I am going to init the AOS dot init, and here we have to pass some parameter. The first one is the duration. For the duration I am going to use 1000 milliseconds, which is 1 second, and we are going to use another parameter which is easing, and for this one it will be ease. Then we have once will be true, and finally we have anchor placement, and it will be top bottom. So you can find it here. You can see they have a lot of parameters that you can customize, and you can learn more about by reading the documentation. Now we have to call our init AOS function. So for this I'm going to call our init AOS here. So our setup is completed. Now we are going to add the animation. So for this, first I'm going to open our hero section, and in hero section first we have this div, and here I'm going to add data dash AOS, and we are going to apply a fade left animation. And if I save, and here if I refresh, you can see it have a fade left animation, so it's sliding from the left. So after this we have this h1. For this h1 we are going to use this data.aos, and here we are going to use fade right, and here we are also going to add another data.aos property, which is delay, because we want that first we have this div sliding, and then after some delay this h1 will appear. So we do not want this both will come to the screen at the same time. We want to have some delay between them. So there I'm going to add a delay of 200 millisecond. So after this h1 we have this p tag. Here we have data dash aos equal to feed left. Here we are again use feed left, and here I'm going to add a delay of 400 millisecond. You can use any of the animation type. You can learn more about it in the documentation. And after this p tag we have this button. I'm going to copy these two, and for the button I'm going to use zoom in, and here the delay will be 600 millisecond. And now for the image, is deep, we are going to use fade right. So fade right, and data dash aos will be 800. So now if I save and if I refresh the page, you can see the animation looks very nice. Next we have the animation for our about us section. So for this I am going to open our about us section, and here for the text we have a zoom in animation, and for the first one we do not need any delay, but here we are going to use another property, which is data dash aos dash anchor dash placement. For this one I'm going to use top center. Now if I save, sorry, it will be for our image, so it will be here. And then after this div, for the text content, here we have data dash aos will be fade right, and anchor placement will be top center, and here we are going to use data dash aos dash delay equal to 200 millisecond. If I save and I refresh the page again, here you can see we have our hero section animation, and if I scroll here you can see we have our about us section animation, which works properly. If I show you again, which looks very nice. Then we have this section animation, which is our hosting option. For this, I am going to open my hosting option.tsx file, and here for the first div I'm going to copy the previous AOS properties. The first one have a data-aos is equal to fade right, and the anchor placement will be top center. I'm going to copy this, and for the second one we have the same, but here we have a data-aos delay of 200 milliseconds. Now I'm going to copy this whole thing, and I'm going to paste it here and change that delay to 400 milliseconds. And for the fourth card we have 600 milliseconds. Now I'm going to save, and I'm going to refresh the page again, and if I scroll, you can see this animation looks very nice. Next we have this domain search. So for this I'm going to open the domain search component, and here at the top in this div we have data-aos is equal to zoom in, and here we do not need the delay, but we want the placement to top center. So that's it. Now if I refresh again and show you the animation, you can see it looks nice. Then we are going to animate this text part, which is our feature section. So I'm going to open the feature.tsx, and here at the top at the text content div we have data-aos. So delay, we do not need any delay here, but we are going to add a fade right animation. So now if I save and refresh again, this animation looks very nice. Then about us, then hosting option, then domain search, and here you can see the text fade from right. Next we are going to add the animation for our pricing section. So for this I am going to open the price.tsx, and here for the first div we have a property of fade, no, it will be flip right, and I'm going to copy this whole thing, and for the first one we are going to remove the delay, and then for the second one we have a delay of 200 millisecond, and then for the third one we have a delay of 400 milliseconds. Now if I save and if I reload the page again and scroll down to the price section, so here you can see we have our flip animation. Next we are going to add our animation in our block section. So for this I am going to open the block section, block.tsx, and here I am going to paste the previous copied data-aos properties, and here we are going to use zoom out. Now I'm going to copy this everything and remove the delay for the first block card, and for the second block card we are going to add a delay of 200 millisecond, and we have the same zoom out animation and top center, and for the third one we have a 600 millisecond, no, 400 millisecond. Now if I save and if I reload the page, you can see we have our hero section, then our about us section, then we have this hosting options, then domain, then this part hosting feature text, then we have this pricing animation, and finally we have our block section animation. So this is it for our animation. Finally, we are going to deploy our project in Vercel. So for the deployment, first we have to push our project in our GitHub. That's why I'm going to open my GitHub account. So I'm going to open my GitHub account, and here I'm going to create a new repository, and I'm going to name it web host next. Now I'm going to make it a private repository, and then I'm going to create a repository, and then I'm going to open my code editor, and I'm going to stop the terminal, and I'm going to delete the other terminal. So here first I'm going to run git init to initialize a git repository. Then I'm going to add git add dot, so to add all the file in our git. And then I'm going to add git commit, and for the message let's say first commit. And if I go to the, here you can see we completed this part, and now I'm going to copy this one, git branch dash m main. I'm going to copy this and paste it here. Next we are going to add our remote origin, so I'm going to copy this and paste it here. And finally we are going to push our project, so copy this and paste it here. Now it will push our project in our GitHub repository. So you can see it's completed. Now if I refresh the page, here you can see we have our project, our app folder, our public and everything. Now go to the Vercel dashboard. If you don't have any account, you can create a account for free. Now in the Vercel dashboard, click here to add new project. Then here you can see a box for import git repository. Here you can see the web host next, which we just push in our GitHub. So if this is not look at the same for your, you just need to connect your GitHub in the Vercel. Here I am going to import the web host next, and let's change it to some name like web host w WebDev warrior. So this is the name, and now I'm going to click here to deploy. You can see the deployment started. Here it's installing the dependencies. So let's wait some time to complete the deployment process. Our deployment is completed. Now click here to continue to the dashboard. Here you can see you now have a custom domain. So if I click here, it will open our project. You can see the animation works properly. We have the hover animation, the login button, and if I scroll you can see the navbar, it changes background color. And here we have our scroll animation, our hosting option with this beautiful hover animation. Then we have this domain search, then we have this beautiful slider, then we have the pricing section, then the client review slider, the block section and the footer. And here the scroll to top button also works properly. Now let's check the responsiveness. So if I select a mobile devices, here you can see we have our burger menu. If I click here, the nav sidebar will open, and if I click here it will close. Now if I scroll you can see it's fully responsive in mobile devices, and for the iPad devices everything looks very nice. Now you have a domain or custom link that you can share to your client, or you can add this to your resume. So that's it for today. If you have any question related to this project, you can ask me in the comment section, and don't forget to like, share and subscribe my channel for more interesting Next.js project. Thanks for today.